watching Poindexter Lounge. You already know. You're watching Poindexter Lounge for the unity.
Nicotina's mom! Oh, yeah! Nicotina's mom!
Poindexter, you're getting all excited.
And now I'll make the point better. This joint's clever. In the lounge with Poindexter. So Poindexter Lounge, you know that we can get it in. And now I'm headed up like I'm Led Zeppelin.
What's up, nerd family? Welcome once again to the Poindexter Lounge. My name is Enosh, aka Enosh Fett, and it is so good to have you with me in the lounge today, because it's always a good day to be in the lounge. Anytime that you can be at the Poindexter Lounge is a good day. Look, I think about it so often, like nights that I'm just too tired to stream or something like that, and I think, man, I wish I could have gotten on there and been with my friends in the lounge and had a, opportunity to talk about this or that or whatever, because I miss you guys when we're not together. But you know what? Sometimes, it just happens that way. And I know sometimes you guys catch the streams, pre-recorded or whatever. But I just want you to know it is always a good time being with you here in the lounge. And that being said, if this is your first time to the Poindexter Lounge, just know that the Poindexter Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my crew, meaning all of our nerd family, can get together and talk about all the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys. Yes, I got some of my old Superpowers action figures here. Look at there. Just happen to have them on just right next to me. Just the entire old crew. I even got a little Dr. Fate here. All right. And of course, can't let the villains be undone. Look, there's some Brainiac. And of course, some Darkseid. And you can't forget old school Steppenwolf. Remember when Steppenwolf looked like that? Pepperidge Farms remembers. But hey, if those are things that you're into, then please hit that subscribe button as well as that notification bell, because we want you to be a part of this when we go live. We want you to be here. We want you to be a part of this growing group of nerds. We've passed 11,000 subscribers and we've passed 2,000 Twitter followers, and that's pretty exciting. And so I am glad that you were along for the ride, because this is a fun place to be. And yeah, I'm just glad you're here. So we got a lot to talk about tonight. But before we do that, I do want to say thank you to all of our patrons, all of our Patreon subscribers. Thank you guys so much for all of your love and given to the channel. We definitely appreciate it. It is something that we do not take for granted. We appreciate each and every one of you. And of course, all of our wonderful members. Look at as our membership grows. We're so grateful to all of you who are members. And like I said, please submit your ideas for 2 new emoticons. We got 2 new emoticons that we can put up, and I would love to see your ideas for emoticons. So if you are an artist, or if you could throw something together, it's just got to be square. It's got to be under 1 megabyte. It's got to be small. But if you send that to me, we will take it under consideration to fill the next 2 emoticons. All right. So don't turn me loose and just try to fill those myself. I would love to have you represented here on the channel. So and you guys can use those emoticons at any point during here if you're a member, and that's a lot of fun. In fact, one would even say that's Tifftastic. The lovely Tifftastic. Speaking of the lovely Tifftastic, well, not to skip over everybody, I'm very thankful, like I said, for everybody who supports the channel in any way, whether you just watch the channel, whether or not you share the channel. Many of you guys share it on social media, and I'm so thankful for that, to tell others about what we're doing here at the lounge and invite others. And look, we appreciate all of you, no matter what you do. Okay. That being said, my lovely wife, the lovely Tifftastic, was last night, she's a part of the League of Mayhem. and she does that with the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg and Fatma and so many others, and so many wonderful people. And so last night was just a really fun night that she had, and jumped on there at the end. And we're talking about, here coming up is Justicecon. Justicecon is this weekend. Can you believe Justicecon is this weekend? I'm blown away that Justicecon is upon us now. I mean, we are right here. Justicecon is going to be absolutely lit, folks. It is going to be so much fun, and you do not want to miss Justicecon. Now, look, there's a specific YouTube channel, so make sure that you go right now, and well, not right now. Go after the show, because I don't want you to leave the show, right? But I do want you to find the Justicecon channel, and make sure that you subscribe to it. First of all, subscribe to the Justicecon channel. All you got to do is look up Justicecon and put that in the search, and you will find that. And then you will find all of the cool things that are going on this weekend. Now, let me share with you once again, before we jump into our topics tonight, I will share with you what's going down, because Justicecon, like I said, is going to be amazing. It starts Friday at 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Friday the 16th, and right there. And the first day is a bunch of awesome like fan panels and things like that, just art and things from the fans. And I think that's fantastic. This is going to be just like going to, a Comic-Con or something like that. You're going to be able to see these panels and watch this, and it's for free. Last year, they literally outdid San Diego Comic-Con. I kid you not. So this is a big deal. But starting at 6 a.m., there's art for everyone and anything. There's going to be a Green Lantern panel, from panel to screen there with so many people. And then making the BVS Kryptonite Spear, creation of Nightmare Joker, lights, camera, action. Going to be just about filmmaking and things like that, anatomy of recognition, typography, fan editing 101, how to make a film with Steve Kassan. Steve is awesome and great filmmaker, and you're going to want to watch this stuff. Artists League International, the power of Snyderverse, restoring mental health. You're looking at let's make an Amazon Tiara together and talk cosplay with Liz Wonder and many others. Martian Manhunter fan film costume commentary. Very, very cool. And then working with I don't know if it's Eva or Eva Foam. And then how to join a Zoom meeting as an animated character. So that's going to be some cool stuff right there. But then we get into 2 days of some awesome stuff. Let me get this down here one more. There we go. Saturday, big day. That is the Zack Snyder's Justice League Day, starting at 10 a.m. With Anyone Can Cosplay, a discussion on cosplay accuracy and acceptance, so that you get all that in with your host Cole and from the Nerd Queens, and they got many different cosplayers there for that. Then a spotlight on Victor Koo with your guest Victor Koo, and that's Dave Avery. And Victor Koo is an awesome artist. Let me show you here real quick. In fact, we're starting this giveaway right now. All right, so this giveaway will be for this week. Check this piece of art out. It's shiny. It's look at this. Look how beautiful this is. You can even catch the glare. Even on, I love this. Even on here you can catch it. But check this out. Check out all of the characters from Zack Snyder's Justice League, and really the DCEU as a whole. You got Zeus there, you got others. Oh my gosh, you got Wonder Woman, Aquaman, the Flash, you got Henry Cavill, Superman, Cyborg, Batman. But look here, some more. So there's Darkseid, obviously. There's there's a Green Lantern symbol there in the middle there. I'm trying to look at this and see all this, but you got so many others. As you can see so many different characters that are a part of this. And this is going to be the first one we give away. We've got a couple of these to give away. You got Harley, look at there, Harley Quinn in there, the Joker, Suicide Squad characters, all these different things. Look, we're going to be giving this away. We're going to end up giving 3 of these away. Okay. But this is the first one that we're going to give away. And all you have to do to be eligible to win one of these is to simply either be a patron, be a member of the channel, and you can literally become a patron for $1, or you can become a member of the channel for $2 at any level. Or if you give a super chat at any time this week, starting tonight through next week, through next Wednesday, we'll be giving this away. And check it out. It is signed by Victor Koo. And that's actual signature by Victor Koo. So awesome, awesome artwork. And then, like I said, he is on that panel. That panel is all about him. And so you are definitely going to want to watch that. All right. So get in on that panel. Also spotlight on Ray Porter then later that afternoon at 12:45 with Ray Porter and that's with Shiraz Faruqi. Spotlight on Ray Fisher afterwards, and that's with Chris Wong Swenson. Spotlight on Joe Manganiello, and that will be with the Film Junkie, Dave the Film Junkie, at 3:15 to 4:15. Spotlight on Harry Lennox, yes, Green, Martian Manhunter, I'm sorry, he's green, but yeah, Martian Manhunter himself. And then, of course, here at 5:45, I will be interviewing Patrick Tatopoulos, who is one of the designers, the designer for BVS and Justice League. He designed the Batmobile, folks, and we're going to be talking to him. And then right after that is Zack Snyder's panel with the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg. It's a deep dive into Zack Snyder's Justice League with Zack Snyder. And then after that, Tim Yoko is going to have Jay Oliva. And so that's a full day right there, folks. That is a full day of panels, right? And of course, like I said, this will not be on this channel. This will be on the Justicecon channel. Okay, so that is Saturday. Now, then there's Sunday. Sunday is all about Army of the Dead. And of course, that's Zack Snyder's new movie coming out on Netflix in May. And so check this out. There's going to be a spotlight, first of all, on the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. That's going to be amazing, hosted by Cole. Then women behind the scenes of the Army of the Dead. Have you seen the trailer for Army of the Dead yet? If you have not, you've got to see the trailer for Army of the Dead. The new trailer just came out this week. It's absolutely awesome. Then there's a spotlight that's hosted by Nana. Then a spotlight of women from Army of the Dead. And that's hosted by the Nerd Queens and Wonder Meg. Then a spotlight on Deborah Snyder, hosted by Fatma. And so that's awesome from the Fatmaverse. Then a spotlight on Dave Bautista. And guess who gets to interview Dave Bautista? Let me just give you a little hint. Oh, yeah, it might just be the Macho Man Enosh Fee. Oh, yeah, the Macho Nosh, as it was. Yes. Oh, yeah. We got Dave Bautista up in here. Yeah, where the cream is going to rise to the top that day. Oh, yeah, we're going to ask Bautista the hard-hitting questions. Oh, yeah, and you're going to be able to submit your questions. Did I mention that you're going to be able to submit your questions during these panels? Oh, yeah, dig that. All right, snap into a Slim Jim, sit back, watch that. We're going to have Dave Bautista. I'm super excited about this, folks. But yeah, Dave, man, is going to be on. We get to talk to him. And then at the end of that night, there's another spotlight, but with Zack Snyder. But this one is on Army of the Dead with Scott McClellan and Tim Yoko. So do not, whatever you do not miss Justicecon this coming weekend. It is going to be the place to be. All right. You just don't want to miss that. Just telling you. So real quick, I just want to look in here and see who all is in here. What's up, Anchorman? Hello, Anchorman. I saw that you're back on the Discord. Good to see that. What's up, Black Ops? Good to see you. Kenneth, good to see you. Did we ever figure this one out of what the name was exactly? Is it OH or is it O or that's going to bug me. I'll tell you what we did put to rest, though. We finally put to rest what Gal Gadot's name is. It is Gal Gadot. It is not Gal Gadot. I know that we've heard many people, look, I was calling her Gal Gadot for forever, and people started telling me, no, it's Gal Gadot. It's Gal Gadot. And then I watched Fandom last year, and even, because I've heard her name's just pronounced many different ways, but I've never heard her pronounce her own name. And even Patty Jenkins was calling her Gal Gadot. But then we came across this.
Hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan.
Did you catch that?
Hello, world. Gal Gadot is here.
And Uncle Handsome. Whoa.
And Ryan.
It's Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot. And as I believed it was, because that's how that would be. What's up, Luke? Good to see you, Luke. What's up, Andy? Good to see you. Sean is in the house. You know what? We're going to talk about this tonight. Don't feel bummed. Look at things for the way that they are and what is actually going on. Okay, we're going to talk about this tonight. Okay, no worries. Kenneth, what's up? What are your hopes for the Supergirl film and the DCEU films? You know what? I really don't have any. I don't know that Sasha is going to like play Supergirl in solo films. I don't know that is the plan necessarily. There really isn't any information about that. So, you know, you just have to kind of wait and see. My Diaz is being sarcastic as always. It's not over. We are not going to stop. We're not going anywhere. You ain't stopping me because it's not over. You have to understand what things are and why things are said, and I'm going to get into that tonight. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I dropped off after a couple of seasons because it just didn't get good. People tell me it got better again at the end, but I wasn't around for it. You do suck, says, hey, everybody. Good to see you, sir. Kenneth says, Enash, you're super amazing and keep on fighting the good fight. Love your content. Thank you so much. Keep sharing those hashtags. Absolutely keep sharing those hashtags. Let's see who else is here real quick. What's up, Ando A? Yes, Kalel, no. And then of course my thing here skipped again. What's up, Bondo? Good to see you. Stephen Moten, good to see you. I wish YouTube hashtags of hashtag restore the Snyderverse was taken into account. Not all of us use Twitter. I know, so do I, but you know what? Keep using it wherever you go, whatever you do, and people will see it. They will see it. What's up, Amparo? Good to see you, Amparo. Lena Deli, good to see you as well. Yes, it's been a long time. Good to see you for sure. Let's see. B Water, my friend, says, I'm so disappointed about yesterday's HBO Max Zack Snyder's Justice League Trilogy trailer. A lot of us were, but we're going to get into that, like I said. What's up? I know I'm going to mess this up again. I believe it was it FA? I believe I got to remember what it was. I'm sorry. I heard it that one time, and now it's gone. What's up, Jolly Jake Lavelle? Post recorded. I don't know what that means. None of it's post recorded. Everything. If you're talking about Justicecon is happening live. Everything is going to be live. So that ain't none of that is post recorded. If that's what you're talking about. Hello to the lovely Tiftastic. So there you go. Let's see. Stephen Topper, good to see you. Thank you, Cylon. It is a nice hat, isn't it? Yep. I got, and I actually got my buddy, my good buddy Dawson, this exact same hat, but I got him the gray one because he liked the gray one because we saw our good friend Aaron from Multiversity with this hat. And so I had to get this hat. I like it. Darth Tasty in the house. Good to see him. Yes. Okay. Good to see you as well. Man art in here. Saggy Melon stopping in. Drop a like. I have to go to bed, but I love you all. Have an awesome stream. Thank you so much, Saggy. Appreciate you for sure. Hope you sleep well. And just kind of oh yeah, she did not. It was a slip of the tongue. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. Oh, she said it. Oh, she said it. Don't think for a second that the Gal Gadot does not know what she said. I hear you. Sure. H Barts, what's up, H Barts? Good to see you in the house tonight. Yes, Tifftastic interviewed Allison Crow last night on Moldiversity. That was fantastic. If you get a chance, go back and watch that. Azur, good to see you. Says I've got a picture to share. What's the best way to do that? You can send it if you follow us on Twitter. You can send it via Twitter, or you can email it to poindexterlounge@gmail.com. That's the best way if you're emailing something for a possible emoticon. poindexterlounge@gmail.com. Let's see. Got a couple people. Just make sure I kind of hit everybody before we move on. I know there's going to be a lot of people in here tonight. David, that's a good question. That's definitely a good question. And so we'll get to the end of that. We'll get to the bottom of that, I should say. What's up, Ian? Good to see you there. They said Justice is coming. Well, I'd have to see that. What's up, Joey? Good to see you, man. You know what, Joey? Hold on just a second here. Let me see. I mean, if you're up for it, I'm gonna find you here. I was got to see where it's so weird. Yeah, there you are. All right. Well, Joe, I'll tell you what, man, if you are interested, I would love to have you on tonight. And we could talk about some stuff. If you're up for it, would love to see you. So I'm sending you a link right now. If you want to come in, if you don't, we'll miss you, but that's why I like to go through here and kind of see who maybe I missed, Yova Rods, good to see you for sure. Yes. Says if he drops any exclusives, you got to call them Batista bombs. Yes, we absolutely will. Remember to ask him about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. We'll definitely get to that. Yes, but just it's Batista for sure. What's up, Jordan? Good to see you, man. Feeling B Water, my friend, says feeling that super power up in the stratosphere or in the ionosphere with Macho Enosh. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Jordan. Good to see you as always. All right, and I think I'm going to. I think that's pretty much everybody. But hey, look here. We got H Barts with a $5 super chat. Says I need Man of Jarbo Matt versus Jat, Dawn of Uber Eats, and Jarbo League 1 through 3. Yes, continue the Jarbo verse or the Marbo verse. Either one, either way you want to call it. I love it. And I'll give you a Kermit here because yes, we're going to be talking about this tonight. It's not a trilogy. It is 5 pieces, but it's interesting how you can look at it. So here you go. This is for you, H Bar.
Did you just say 3? That's not 3 pieces. That was 5 pieces. How do you not understand that? Learn math. I certainly did.
Heck yeah. You got to learn it. So there you go. What's up, Sean? Good to see you. Says Matt Pat also defended the Snyderverse and his theory on connecting the Josstice League and Snyder Cut makes the Snyderverse already restored. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that people are saying out there, and we might get to some tonight. What's up? Good to see you, Pelican. Oh no. I see you guys. Just my StreamYard has to catch up. So good to see you, Pelican, and good to see you, Nick. And hey, there's Music Man pulling up there. Good to see you all. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and we're going to jump right in. But joining me tonight on the stream is a good friend, a good guy. I was on his channel a couple of times last week, and we had some fun. He was on the other night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel, Mr. RJ Resident Justice. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, and yourself?
I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Can't wait for Justicecon. This weekend's going to be a blast.
Oh man, Justicecon's going to be so great. I just can't wait, man. It's going to be so much fun. Just all these panels. Look, you know, like you could literally go to, you know, a convention somewhere and see something, but you'd have to pay. You know, you'd have to pay to see some of these panels, you know, to talk to some of these people, see some of these interviews and things like that. And you get to literally sit home if you want in your pajamas, you know,
or in your underwear.
Yeah, look, whatever you choose to do, RJ, we're not going to judge you. We're not going to judge you at all. And so, yeah, just do whatever you want. Get a nice beverage and have some fun. Right? Have some fun for sure. So, Joey says, oh man, I can't actually tonight. But I appreciate the invite. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. So man, first thing we're going to talk about tonight, whoops, hold on a second. I'm going to look at a couple, Poindexter Lounge, bring more actors to interview. You're doing an amazing work. No one else does it better than you. Keep up your awesome work. Great to see you again. Oh, thanks, Yova. I appreciate that for sure.
I would love to see you interview Jason Momoa, by the way.
Oh,
I feel like you and Jason Momoa would have like an amazing conversation.
I think so too. I think Jason Momoa would be an excellent conversation to have here in the lounge. So you can all just go, you know, tag him and be like, hey, you should go check out Poindexter Lounge. Ray Fisher did. Ray Fisher's been there a couple of times. Ray Porter was there. Just saying, Jason, you should come on over here because that would be a show.
Whoa! I think we got a show. Oh yeah, we got a show. We definitely got a show. Oh yeah.
And yes, Eddie, I do notice you. I know you're my biggest fan in the chat right now.
Who's that?
Eddie. Oh my DS 22.
Oh yes. Oh my Diaz. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Eddie. So a couple of things, and I know I've already had somebody say, oh no, she didn't say it. She didn't mean it that way. Yes, she did. Look, she not only said it, yes, she meant it. She said it the exact way that she wanted to say it. And you know, she's classy. She's classy. Gal Gadot is classy. Nobody can say otherwise. But she said what she needed to say. Look, she's already come out and said, look, I had issues with Joss Whedon on set, and I took care of them in a timely manner. And that's what she did. Now, fortunately, she had, RJ, she had the ability to do that because she already had the clout, having had Wonder Woman come out, the first Wonder Woman movie come out.
Right, and the studio was really behind her in a lot of regards too. So,
yep. And so, you know, when Joss started his stuff, you know, she had the clout already to be able to go back and say, look, no, I'm not doing this. These are not things that I'm going to be a part of. You're gonna, you know, and they corrected it for Gal. Unfortunately, with Ray Fisher, it wasn't that simple. They tried to fight Ray Fisher on it, and they're still trying to fight Ray Fisher on it, for God's sake. Like, it's
unnecessarily so. Like, it's just like it's like they keep pushing it at him for like no reason at this point.
I know, and it's just it's like, I don't understand the thinking behind behind just fighting this over and over and over again and fighting fans and Nick, I would love to interview Gal Gadot as well. I mean, of course, if I did that, Tifftastic would definitely be in here with me for that. But yeah, I just I think that it's gotten to just be ridiculous now that the studio takes these jabs. They do these little things, right, to try to throw people off, because what they want you to do is they want you to get frustrated. Look at me, folks. Warner Brothers Pictures. And again, you have to remember, this is not just one company. Okay. This is not just one company here. This is several companies under a parent company. Okay. So yes, Warner Brothers Pictures is very problematic, and they're the ones who are going to put stuff in theaters. Okay. They're the ones who are going to put the big theater releases up and everything, but they're not the end all be all when it comes to this, because folks, streaming is the future, and not just the future. It's where we're at. It's definitely where we're at.
If anything, the pandemic has blown up streaming. You know, it's become the biggest way of consumption right now. So
absolutely, everybody's got streaming services. Like everybody's watching something on streaming. You know, whether you have Netflix, whether you have where you can find Army of the Dead in May, whether you have HBO Max now, whether you have Disney Plus,
Paramount Plus
for some reason.
Hey, we laugh about it, but I'm getting it for the Avatar Studio stuff because I love that cartoon. I'm excited for more. So hey, and Brian probably will get it for Star Trek too. So.
Oh yeah. Brian's definitely getting it for Star Trek, but yeah, there's everybody's got at least something, it seems like nowadays, even if you just got Hulu. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff on Hulu as well. Steve Moten, first of all, with a $4.99 super chat, fellow Michigander. Fist bump to you, sir. Thank you so much. Says the silver lining in the cloud is 100% disabled folks like me are now allowed to see what was kept behind a paywall. Meaning, I think I saw another looking oops, my StreamYard just like I see your just so you all know what I'm looking at. Like I see all of your messages, but then all of a sudden they'll go from like right here and then they'll just like skip down and I have no idea where you're all went.
His second comment did say Steve Martin said meaning not being able to attend a con in person. Yes. That was the second comment.
Yes. So I am glad that you are I'm glad that you're able to have that opportunity, Stephen, to see some of these these kind of panels and be able to hear some of these kind of people talk, because
it's like the one unsung thing about conventions, in my opinion. Like stuff like Hall H, I understand why they do exclusivity, because they want to like kind of like reward fans who stay in line all day and stuff. But I mean, I do think, they sometimes don't think about people who are disabled and can't make it to the cons, Fans deserve a treat of any kind, and I think something like Justicecon, where it's all online, it's going to provide fans like just something fun,
Yep, absolutely. And Yova Rods, I appreciate that. Yeah. Hey, tell everybody they should come here to the lounge. I'll take them all.
Hey, maybe we'll get Harrison Ford.
Except for Josh Gad. Josh Gad, no. Well, we might have Josh Gad.
You don't like Josh Gad?
Oh, dude, don't even get me started on Josh
Gad. Well, that's a can of worms another day, I suppose.
The question is not does Josh Gad have to exist? The thing is he does, to quote BBS. But hey, Steven, because of your $4.99 super chat, here this for you. I hope you enjoy taco.
I think I'm going to eat a taco. A taco. I think I'm going to eat this taco. This taco.
I hope wherever you are, you're enjoying a delicious taco somewhere. Oh sure, Joey. Let me know if you ever get Momoa and Manganello on the stream together, and I'll be on. It can be the Joe M stream. Jason's first name. Yeah. There you go.
Jason and Joe would probably like those two explosive personalities together, man. If they were on a stream together, it'd probably be like the most amazing interview ever.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And you know what? You're all right. Yeah, the good old Freudian slip, right? You think for a second Gal Gadot didn't know what she was saying? We're going to watch it. We're going to watch it, and then you can tell me, okay? But yes, Tizai, you are absolutely right. She is. No nonsense whatsoever. What's going on, Tim? Good to see you. Let's see. Let's see. Quan here says, I love Gal Gadot. If any movie has Gal as one of their cast, I'm always in. She's fabulous. And she's really raised her game over the last
absolutely.
year.
She's like transformed into an amazing actress. I don't know if you saw, but the movie that you did the clip from, and we learned her name was Gal Gadot, the Ryan Reynolds Rock movie for Netflix. I'm really excited for that.
Yes. But going back and talking, like Tizai says, Ray Fisher is a gentleman. Absolutely. And then Paul here says it's bullying, plain and simple. Pick on the guy who you perceive has no power. Bingo! You hit the nail on the head right there. Accountability.
And it's so dirty too, you know, fighting in the press, you know. They go to the press and this stuff to get the hit pieces out on Ray too, which I don't like.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Oh, and hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Your friend, my friend. He's all of our friend. You love Brian. I love Brian. And any stream with Brian is just made that much better because he is on it. And he's like the
he's like the commander. He's like the Commander Riker to your Picard.
my number one. He's smiling back there in the back too. But I was gonna say, you know, he's like the what's her name? Julie Andrews played her. I can think of the song, but I can't think of the stinking movie. The Disney movie, Mary Poppins. He's like Mary Poppins. Any day with Mary is sweet. Any day with Brian is even that much better. I don't know. That was a horrible joke setup, but you know what? And I took forever to get there, and I totally botched the entire thing. So you're welcome, buddy. This is all for you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Brian, Master of None. What's up, Brian?
Hey guys, I gotta love an Enosh intro, man. I swear, it's like, you know, if I go a day without one of those, it's a tough one.
I thought my Riker Picard
I dug it, man.
On.
Yeah, no, I like it.
No, for sure. Tizai says, I never thought I'd be hating a big corporate entity as much as I hate Warner Brothers. I know hate is useless, but I really, really, really HATE them.
It's every day, man. Every day there's something coming out. I mean, they did like that interview with one of the former writers of the New Gods movie, and that was very revealing in a lot of regards too.
I was gonna come on whistling all the bright side of life from Life of Brian.
Well, you would know. Hey, and you know what? You can't keep a good man down, and you can't keep this guy down either. We should ask him if he knows any good men. I'm just messing with you. Hey, you know what? You can either see him, of course, on $3 Theater, where he's no longer going to be talking about movie news, except for when he talked about movie news this afternoon, and I saw a video that he put out. And then, of course, you know, if you call up Uber Eats, man, and you're in, you know, his area, man, how cool would that be? Call up Uber Eats, man, get delivery, and there's Matt Jarbo. He can bring your food and a bunch of movie news, or, you know, a bunch of that, you know.
Yeah, I think Matt brought me some Applebee's for dinner tonight, so
a bunch of that true crime stuff. Yeah, so here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matt Jarbo.
First off, that I've actually encountered someone who recognized me while I was picking up from a McDonald's and a Chinese restaurant.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And so I was like, that was embarrassing on both times. And I just ran into the Chinese restaurant guy the other day, and I don't think he recognized me with the mask on.
Okay.
So that was cool, but I recognized him from before. Secondly, I said I'm not going to prioritize the news. Talking about a subject material is not necessarily news related. So
all of us stand by our
I'm just saying that I don't know.
And I'll be honest with you. Today I was looking at some stuff, going like, I could talk about this, like this whole trilogy trailer thing. How do I formulate that to be an opinion? Because it is, that's more or less what it boils down to. But you know what it is like. It's it probably won't stick. I wanted to. I burned a lot of bridges today.
I don't think I or your audience can live another day without knowing what you think about a live action Gundam movie for Netflix.
Look, fine. They got the Gundam robot in Japan.
I'll be right back.
You've seen the Gundam robot in Japan, right?
That's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, no, mechs are cool, man. I have nothing against mechs.
It's Jordan Voight Roberts though. He's doing Metal Gear Solid and this, so he's gonna be busy.
I'm looking forward to both. I really want to see how they handle Metal Gear Solid. Hopefully, he can write a coherent story with a serious ending.
Yeah,
because the last game we got didn't have one of those. And I blame Konami, not Kojima, even though Kojima is... Look, Metal Gear Solid 5 was a super Kojima-esque game.
Well, I don't know if you know, but Kojima did sole writing credit. He had a writing partner that left, I think, around Metal Gear Solid 4. So it's all been just Kojima. So it's just him unhinged.
Oh my God. Yeah, him unhinged for Death Stranding. Death Stranding to me was so weird. I didn't even play it.
I love that game, honestly. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. It's not. It's the Strand genre, man. It's a whole different kind of game that we've never seen before.
It's Norman Reedus holding a baby's fetus, and I don't know. I want to play it. I do want to play it. I have a feeling they'll release an updated version for the PS5 or something like that.
There's already a new version on PC, so yeah, that could happen.
Well, yeah, that requires me to play on PC.
There you go.
So.
Well, I got a couple of these, and then I want to look at something, and I also want to show you guys something. Another thing that I found very interesting that I received today. So I'm going to show this to you guys. We'll look at this, but a lot of you know that they had the Motherbox.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
But I got to tell you something. About this, and I'll tell you when we're done, and I'll show this actually to you, because this came with something very special inside. We received this. We didn't purchase this. We got this today in the mail because we were part of the screener, and it came with all the food pieces in there and everything, but some interesting things. One thing in particular that I'm going to go over in just a second, but I want to get to a couple of comments, and then I want to go over this thing we were just talking about. First of all, Rel McMillan with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir, so much. Says, am I naive for thinking it would be smart for Hamada, Whedon, and Jeff Johns to apologize to Ray, even if it's not genuine? It would be a great PR move.
I mean, I would love if they just got to sit on the table, come together in a way and resolve this. Because the thing is, I don't think Hamada's going to get fired, but I would really like if they could all just sit at the table, talk things out, and work. Because I want to see Ray in more movies. I want to see him back at Cyborg so bad.
Yeah, it would be good for them. Even if they don't think that, sometimes if you don't even think you did anything wrong, sometimes just coming to the table and just, trying to clear the air. I just think that there's too much there that we'll never see that. We'll never see that. Plus it admits almost too much wrongdoing on their side if they apologize at all. Wouldn't you say, Matt?
Yeah. I mean, the whole point is essentially if they apologize, it's just going to look bad on them, because it just shows we could argue accountability all day long, which is what they need to do.
Yeah.
But they also have to maintain okay. If they came out and apologized now, it would appear like it was a call, that it was told that they had to do it. Like Keelar says, apologize to Ray.
Yes.
So, they're just not going to. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, now I believe Hamada has apologized to Ray. I believe that's what's been said.
No. Okay. No, I will tell you this. That is not true.
Okay.
Hamada has not apologized to Ray. So there you go.
Okay. Well, because he says there's okay. So then because there's that one tweet that's kind of a little, saying that
I know Yeah, I know. I cleared that up. That is not the case. That was just he needs to apologize to everybody. Yep, I asked that question. So
I didn't know that.
Yep. Yeah, I know because that's what a lot of people have gone back on and said, well, it sounds like he apologized, and stuff to Ray maybe, but not everybody. Not the case. Not the case. So it's interesting. Yeah, because I know that a lot of people thought that might be the case, but
okay. Well, I mean, this. Okay, so then let me rephrase. If they apologize at all, it will be an edict coming down from up top, and it will be hollow. I think, it's at this point they probably just want to let it all go. And honestly, I don't want Ray to let up.
No, and I don't think he will. I think he's got too much going on. I know just in the discussions that we've had here, and then apart, like there's no way that dude's letting that go. He's gonna keep pressing on, and I think he should. I think he should stand up for what he believes in.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, I know. I know people want to restore the Snyderverse, but like the harder he pushes, the more you can kind of tell that like he's got nothing to lose. If he's got nothing to lose, that means any kind of current talks are probably not happening. Just saying. If it's because Hollywood's a game. Hollywood is a PR spin game. It always has been. And so if he's off, if it's been confirmed that there's no NDA, that he is behind anymore, and he can say what he wants to say, that's all great. He should. But that generally means that if he's going to continue going at it, then there's nothing happening behind the scenes, because that would just cause division. If the whole point is to bring unity between Snyder and DC Films in order to make this work, because they would still need each other here. I'm sorry, they would. Ray being a thorn in the side of Hamada would not make that any easier. Yeah, and that would be negative PR, which is not going to do well. And so that's what it boils down to. Now, if Ray backs off his attacks, which it kind of appears that he has a little bit, like he's not, I mean, maybe I've missed some stuff, but like, it feels like he's kind of like, he's not going as hardcore. So maybe.
Well, he just did that interview though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sorry, that was like last week, wasn't it?
So
everything happens so fast these days.
So stuff has to, I think has to time out,
Yeah. I'd love to see, accountability, like 100%, to see all that stuff, and I think HBO Max is dealing, well, what is it? I've seen a lot of people tweet at HBO when they start promoting the Nevers with about accountability over entertainment, especially when they're putting out the numbers that apparently the Nevers did. Mm-hmm. So it's very interesting to see where things are. And I've also noticed a number of other pro Snyder Cut YouTubers that are now taking full-on shots at Hamada and Ann Sarnoff. And I'm all like, again, if they thought that there was actually going to be more Snyderverse, why would you want to bite the hand that feeds you? So it's like you can start to see the shifting happening where people are kind of going on a bit of the offensive, and that's generally never a good sign for continuing things.
Well, I think, we'll talk about that in a minute. First of all, Rel, thank you so much. This is for you.
I hate the word content. When people say they're putting out content, it means they're putting out garbage filler material because they have nothing to say. With that being said, I have now completed my content for the day.
That's so true.
Yeah. Steven says, I love tacos. And then Tazai is like, the F is that drop. And then Cylon says, see how that taco doesn't have spaghetti in it? You don't know that. And if it had spaghetti in it, it would be awesome. It would be awesome because spaghetti tacos are awesome. Also here, Stephen Moten with a $4.99 super chat says, Make-A-Wish is amazing. I think the Snyder community can do the same for disabled people in the same way. All of us deserve, to be a part of the hype. I think it's great, even in the fact that Ray Fisher has talked about how, his character of Cyborg, meaning so much even to those who challenged in whatever area, or if you consider yourself disabled or, enabled, however you, view yourself. I think that everybody is special and everybody has, has great things about him. And so I agree with you, Stephen. And I think that Snyder has proven himself to be somebody who cares about people in general, about representing people, and not even just in I'll agree with many people where it's like, I don't like to just see things where it's just like, hey, we're putting this in your face to just put it in your face. When you watch Cyborg in Zack Snyder's Justice League, he has a complete reason for being everything that he is. To me, it just does not come across as just token anything, or like we just tossed it in there just to, appease some group or something.
Right. And it makes the complaints that they had when they were developing the movie and they were cutting it where, oh, we don't want him to come across as a stereotypical angry black man. It's like, well, he has a character arc. Like he starts the movie one way for a reason. Like if you would have shown that complete arc, it would have made sense and audiences wouldn't have been upset about it, I don't think. So again, just more Warner Brothers incompetence in a lot of regards.
Brian is Mary Poppins, y'all.
That's
right. Steven, okay, that was that. Todd Fair with a $5 super chat says Netflix should give Zach a bunch of money to stay on Netflix. They probably will with all the projects he is doing for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's look, here's the biggest tell. Okay, we know that Warner Brothers is petty. All right. So yesterday, Army of the Dead trailer comes out. Awesome trailer. I've watched that thing a bunch.
Right.
And can't wait to watch it. And then they drop that trailer, that sneakily they dropped that trilogy trailer. I mean, it just the timing, like the Army of the Dead trailer never got leaked out, but the Snyder Cut trailers, those got leaked out. Like there was such an anti-Zack movement that's happening at that company. It's like every time they try to undercut him, so Netflix is going to treat him with respect. I feel like we're kind of getting into like the battered wife syndrome here, like, no. They're going to come around. They're going to come around. They're going to stop giving us black eyes every time we ask for water. They're going to come around. They're going to do it. Like, I just kind of feel like we're getting to that point where it's like, how much more are people going to take before they just go, yeah, no, okay, we get it. We're old. At this point, it's Old Yeller and we're the dog.
There you go. Well, I think Zach is going to get a lot done on Netflix. I mean, Army of the Dead does look amazing, and we'll share that statement here.
I'm just so sorry for that analogy.
That's all right. I'm sorry for this, but I got to do it. Todd, this is for you.
When I'm peeing in a toilet, I don't pee directly into the water. I pee on the curved part of the bowl beside the water because I figure it splashes less. But when you're peeing that close to the edge, the sporadic tiny offshoots of pee become a greater threat. I'm not sure if the accumulation of these offshoots is greater than the potential splashback from peeing mid-bowl. It's possible that I'm thinking about this too much, but it's also possible that I'm not thinking about this enough. It's possible.
Just saying.
Just pee sitting down. It's not that difficult. It's actually healthier for you to pee sitting down. It is. It's healthier for your prostate to pee sitting down. I'm not making that up, dude. Look at it. It's science. I'm not making it up. Just pee sitting down. You ever pee sitting down? It's great.
Then why would they build urinals, Matt?
Because men are lazy. And they want to stand and they want any opportunity to hold their penis.
Well,
Isn't sitting down technically more lazy than using your legs to like?
No, we're not. What we're talking about is your internal process of using your prostate.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Matt, the celebrity Uber Eats driver.
That's right. Talking about the medical benefits of peeing while sitting down.
H Barnes with a $2 super chat here says Jarbo Kent is here, man of Jarbo.
I love H Barnes.
I love H.
I love H. Bartz. He is such a great guy.
Yeah. I wanted to quickly shout out one comment from Stephen Moten, where he talked about he was wounded in war. I'm hurt yet not broken. I just wanted to say, sir, thank you to your service for this country. Personally, my brother was served in the Army and in the Army Rangers. My uncle was in the Navy. I just want to say thank you for your service to this country, sir. And yeah, just thank you.
Goodness. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I'm looking for the comment. In here, my StreamYard's acting weird. Oh yes, here it is. Steven, thank you so much, man, for your service, and very, 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 very proud of our servicemen and women. And I think we're all in a better place because of people who are willing to lay down their lives for us. You know, real superheroes.
Absolutely.
Superheroes. So definitely thankful for you, man.
I'm really happy that they're going to be coming home by the end of the year. That's the Afghanistan stuff pulling out. That's like a lot of people. Because I lived in San Diego when 9/11 happened, and so that's military town.
Where do you think I went, Azur? I had to go aim off to the side there for a second, and I was so thankful when like a couple more people joined in, because I was like, I'm just gonna have to turn the whole thing over to RJ here in a second, and I'm glad that he had somebody to talk to.
yeah.
Instead of talking to himself.
But yeah, Steven, that's amazing. Steven says he served in the 82nd Airborne. That's amazing, man.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
My JROTC instructor was in the 82nd. That was cool. I missed that. That was a fun part of high school.
And then Frank E with a super sticker. Thank you. Appreciate that. 99-cent super sticker. That's only our second super sticker. Thank you so much, Frank E. Appreciate it. And don't forget, like I said, all of you who do anything like that or you join up, we will be giving this.
Ooh, look at that pretty little thing.
Yes, the Victor Koo poster away. I just wanted to make sure you guys could all see it back there. I was looking at that. Yep, there it is. So we'll be giving that away. So let's take a look at a couple of things. First of all, Matt, you mentioned it, and I think it's worth taking a look at first. And that is, one of the comments from Zach. Zach was interviewed, and he like you said, he dropped some bombs about the entire thing here of like how people treated him over at Netflix. And like you said, it was kind of like this sly little way of
look at that smile, man. He knows.
Yep. But he says here, this is the movie, because people asked him, is there anything else? Because he's had a lot of director's cuts, of different movies, but he said, this is the movie. There's no other cuts of the movie. I didn't have to fight them. It was the opposite. This is the director's cut, if you will, of Army of the Dead. You don't have to see a bastardized version. Yeah, Gal Gadot slipped to the tongue, of course. You get to just see the awesome version first. Heck yeah.
I mean, I think they've talked about this, but apparently Army of the Dead was rejected by Warner Brothers.
Yep.
So Netflix was the one who came in and said, "Hey, we like this. Like, just go ahead and make it."
I actually I did a video about this a while back. I think it's called Army of the Dead: What We Know. Mm-hmm. This was like a few months ago, and yeah. So originally the concept was supposed to be made at Warner Brothers around 2009 is when they came up with the idea. And it sat, and then one of the reasons why I think that Warner's decided to really kind of push for the Snyder Cut was when Netflix was negotiating to get Army of the Dead. That's also when they brought up the idea of buying the Snyder Cut. Mm. And so I think that was when Keelar came in, like shut that convo down. Mm-hmm. But it showed that there was outside interest in it because of the popularity, and it showed that. Netflix is like, we'll put them, willing to maybe put the money into it. And so again, that's what I don't get is like, if they shut it down because they wanted to put it on HBO Max and they put it on HBO Max and clearly it's done well, I don't understand why they hate money, but I mean, we could debate that till the end of time at this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really think that Netflix, because look, Netflix pays up front So and they let their artists do what they want. This is going to be completely unfettered, unchained Zack Snyder. He's his own cinematographer. Do you guys not realize how cool that is? Like him and Larry Fong and Fabian Wagner do a great job. Don't get me wrong. But like Zack has such a keen visual eye to where this time around he's just doing it himself. And I am here for it.
I honestly didn't know he was doing cinematography as well. I thought
he shot it himself.
That's amazing.
And he shot it on a custom-made red camera. The photo of him holding, that's what he shot the nightmare scenes with for Snyder Cut. He shot that with the same camera. It's a custom-made lens for the red, I believe. And it's his first time working with digital, but for filming. And I can't wait to see. I just can't wait to see what he did with it. If you just look at that trailer, just the way that it's like the colors and the juxtaposition, and it looks bonkers. Right.
I wanted to ask you guys real quick. Do you think Army of the Dead's going to be the biggest Netflix movie of all time? Because I think the current one's Extraction. Do you think it's going to beat the record set by that?
I think it's possible. Extraction had a lot going for it in regards to Chris Hemsworth and the Russos being attached. But don't forget about the old guard with Charlize Theron. They touted that around at 96 million households in the first weekend. So like that's done well. I know The Witcher has done very well. For that for some of those shows do very, very, very well. I think Army of the Dead is going to end up getting that kind of praise because what you've got is you've got the upswing from the Snyder Cut, right? So yeah. I know people out there are like think of it from a normie perspective. The normies are
wants to capitalize on it,
Well, yeah. Well, it's not so much that. What it is though is think about it like this. It's like do you remember back in the 90s when like Christopher Lloyd was in like 3 movies in one summer? It was like 94. He was in The Pagemaster. He was in
Camp
Angels
Nowhere.
in the Outfield and Camp freaking Nowhere.
I love Pagemaster, by the way.
I love Camp Nowhere. I had such a crush on Jessica Alba in that thing. And then also Kate Mulgrew. I was like, oh, it's Janeway.
And Riker was in it too. Like Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah, it was. I love Camp Nowhere. But the reason why I bring it up is because I think that there was this like forward momentum with Christopher Lloyd that summer where it was just, he was everywhere. And with Snyder, it's kind of similar where it's like coming off the Snyder Cut, the biggest release of the year so far on streaming. I'm not going to account Godzilla v. Kong in that because it went to theatrical as well. But because of the press, the constant press surrounding it and everything else, it's got this upswing trajectory. And then here comes Netflix with the Army of the Dead, and they're releasing it, less than 2 months after the Snyder Cut?
Yeah.
Right? So it's 2 months later, so you got this upward trajectory.
Great build-in.
Oh, fantastic. And that's
didn't even have to pay for.
Exactly. And then they're going to lead right into that, and they're going to be dropping information right to the release of Army of the Dead. And then we're going to get the prequel by the end of the year and the animated show next year. I mean, they're building up the franchise
right
over on that platform.
That's why I've been saying, I feel like in a way, if this thing blows up and it becomes Netflix's biggest movie, I could see Netflix going to Zack and saying, hey, you just want to set up shop here? You just want to like do whatever you want on Netflix for the rest of the time?
Well, the thing is, that's also the part too, is with all the other services right now, predominantly Disney and HBO Max and Netflix. You've got and Amazon as well. Look at like Warner's. They signed J.J. Abrams 5 years, $250 million to make content, and so far, outside of maybe Justice League Dark, there's been really no conversation that people have been excited for. This whole multiverse Justice League thing I've been hearing about, if that's even real, like that sounds terrible.
Yeah. This Superman could be interesting. They have Ta-Nehisi Coates. it could be something special. It just depends. Problem with JJ is that he likes to start franchises, but then he drops the ball as they go on. So
yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the whole point is so, but then look at Netflix. Netflix signed Dan and Dave from Game of Thrones 5 years, $250 million. I could see them doing that with Zack Snyder. Netflix also bought Millar World, and they bought Mark Millar's company. And so they're going to be creating content for the Millarverse, right? And he created Wanted, and he did Kick-Ass.
Right, he did some new comics like Reborn and some other stuff too.
Isn't Jupiter's Legacy one of his as well?
Yeah,
is that
Jupiter's Legacy is the very first one that's getting the adaptation.
But the thing with that too also is Netflix is also getting into Netflix comics. So they're producing comics under the Millar World banner. So
and there's that Keanu Reeves thing, Berserker.
Yeah, Berserker is also getting picked up by Netflix as well. So it's like and also Netflix, didn't they get the Egyptian? Aren't they buying the Egyptian in LA? Like they're buying little theaters.
Yep, they did.
Yeah. So it's like, so if you pay attention to Netflix on a business perspective, they are building outward. They are branching into different categories. I mean, look at Stranger Things. That's huge, but also the merchandise for Stranger Things insane. So sorry, I know we're off topic. I'm sorry.
No. That's fine. I think those are all great points, and you know, it makes me look at this stuff, and I know we talk about this, and I know the logistics of it. That like, okay, Warner Brothers is never going to say, oh, hey, let's turn some DC properties over to somebody else, right? It's just not going to happen. Yeah. You know, it's too lucrative. It's too they can keep screwing themselves right into the ground over and over and over and over again with this whole thing, and they're still never going to give it up because of the potential of DC Comics to be something, even if they're not fulfilling that potential. Like you said, like we've all sat around going, literally, Warner Brothers, what the heck are you thinking? There's money to be made here. You can't tell me that the Snyder Cut was not successful. There's just no freaking way that the Snyder Cut was not successful at this point. I mean, what we have seen already. And I got a couple of things, I mean, that we can even show, but what we have seen already and just what we know without getting any official numbers, or anything like that has shown us that like it's broken records in various parts of the world.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Eddie covered this. I didn't really get to see much from it, but like, are these like concrete numbers from the platforms?
Yeah, well, this is something, and like, well, this is these are estimated numbers, but they're saying that these are numbers based off the first weekend of release, and that the total viewing numbers are at least 2 to 3 times higher. So you've got like North America, it did they're saying 3.2 million on HBO Max, Crave 1.1 million, in the UK it was like 1.1 million, HBO Go was 920,000. I don't know. Is that a Russian one in Europe or
which one is it?
Nonk or something like that next to HBO Go. I don't know what that is, but it did 1.32 million apparently on there. Asia for HBO Go was 2.34 million. OSN 260K. Africa for video play was 200K.
Just imagine, I know we talked about this too. I don't know if you guys mentioned, but you know, China, like they've been trying to get the Snyder Cut in China.
Yeah,
that Asian number could have been even bigger if it was in China.
Yeah, and then look at Australia. Down in Australia, it says 740,000K on Binge, 92,000K on Neon, and they're saying, like you said, it is. But you know, this was like based on the first weekend of release. Now, these are the only types of places we're able to get any of these types of numbers from because they still haven't released the numbers. And, you know, Matt, we've talked about this a lot, but it's like, I would even be okay if they would have come out and refute the numbers, but like, could it really just be because they don't want to show that it was a success?
Yeah. I think so. I've talked about this at great length. It boils down to like this. They know that it was popular for what it was. Okay. Mm-hmm. There is no denying that it was popular. But when we're talking about like I think they know that once they release the numbers and they talk about it, again, we're going to get more of the restore the Snyderverse, keep it going kind of stuff. They want it to stop. They want it to stop. They are subtly telling you, like that trailer is a subtle way of saying it done.
Please stop.
Right? Please stop. Now, is it going to work? God, no, because they clearly haven't met people on the internet during a pandemic.
I mean, they've been trying to undermine it from the beginning. Even when the New York Times article came out where Walter Hamada said it's a cul-de-sac, they've constantly been telling people, let it go. We're done with this. We don't want to talk about it anymore. They'll keep ignoring the fans, honestly, at this rate, because they internally want to move on.
And the thing is, though, it's like, again, like I said before, it's like if they take away if they tell you that it's over, people will mass unsubscribe, and that's going to hurt their bottom line. Cause that's the whole issue is like, where I was saying this,
retention.
I think well, I was saying this on Max Stream. I'm like, where are the calls for the constant rewatching? That seems to have died off, and And, you know, so it's like, okay, because I think people are going to like, they're going to try because people get energized. And then, but they want results. And if they're not given results, they will eventually lose interest. And that's kind of, I think that is the tactic that HBO Max and Warner Brothers is taking right now.
That's what I want to keep on saying though, is like, okay, so, you know, Zach has said this, you know, this goes back to this, on Vero, where he was asked, you know, I just need to know, is there still hope? Are we still fighting at Zack Snyder? And Zach said, by watching it and getting others to watch.
That was weeks ago.
I know, but he also said recently, you know, because here's been my concern. I've seen a lot of people calling for and saying, you know, oh, cancel your HBO Max subscription, you know, hit them where it hurts, you know, with their dollar and stuff. And I get that idea. But the reality is Zach has said it, Ray Fisher has said it, Ray Porter has said it. They said it right here on this channel, was do not cancel your subscription to HBO Max. Engage with HBO Max. Watch the heck out of Zack Snyder's Justice League, but also engage with other things on the platform, so that they can see that you're going to be a customer, that you're going to stick around, that you are somebody that if they give you content you want, that it's going to stick around. Because I don't ever see it coming from Warner Brothers Pictures. Warner Brothers Pictures is not going to flip around and go, yeah, we're going to give you some Snyder content. You know, like they're just not going to do it. They're too deep in at this point. We talked about that. They're not even going to apologize. They're not going to do anything. You know, they're going to try to keep feeding you all this. So the only place that I really feel that we have to see this kind of stuff is in limited series on HBO Max, and you know, maybe some you know, smaller, you know, limited theatrical run, you know, stuff, whatever. But I just don't see it being there. And to me, at this point, you all know what a big theater goer I am, and how I've said, you know, I'll fight for that. But I just want to see this story completed. And the thing is we got to stick together on this. But Zach has said, don't do it. Like, you know, I hear people like getting mad and saying, well, we just got to do this. Well, when Zach is saying, who knows better than Zack Snyder what's going on? Okay. Who knows better the way that he feels? He's the one who pushed us forward and led us through the entire Snyder Cut debacle. And I've heard people say, well, yeah, but we need to you know, like I told somebody just tonight on Twitter, I said, patience, you got to have patience. And they're like, patience, but how long are we going to wait? We're going to wait 2-3 years for this thing, whatever. And I'm like, well, look, even if it gets made, it's going to be 2 or 3 years. Okay. You're not going to wake up, you know, 6 months from now and there's a Batman series made. Okay. It's not just, none of this stuff works that way. So they're going to stall. They're going to push it out as far as they possibly can. But at the end of the day, we waited 4 years for the Snyder Cut. And they told us repeatedly, and I've seen some of you guys in here even saying, yes, Warner Brothers they still don't want the Snyder Cut. They never wanted it. They never supported it. They never even acknowledged it. You know, they didn't acknowledge it. They wouldn't even tweet about it, for God's sakes.
Zach had to do all the marketing by himself, practically.
Exactly. So if you're looking for Warner Brothers to give you this, you know, glimmer of hope, just stop that right now. Because listen, folks, that ain't coming. Warner Brothers is not going to give you a glimmer of hope. Just like Matt just said, look, they are going to do everything they can to squash your enthusiasm, you know, for anything to do with this, and make you feel like it's not going to happen. The reality is that we've been told the avenue with which we need to do this. And we got to stick to that. Look, we were very united when it came to the Snyder Cut movement, and we pushed on, even thinking we may never get this. Does it even exist? Right? You know, but we pushed on. At this point, I feel like we got to still keep that same enthusiasm, saying we don't know what's coming. We don't know if it will ever come, but that doesn't mean that we should shut up and just go away about it. You know, we didn't for the last 4 years, and I don't think we should now. Amparo, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You are awesome, Amparo. Amparo is just awesome, guys. If you don't know already, Amparo is she is just fantastic. She's up there not too far from where Matt is. So Matt, you could, you know, Amparo, you could order some Uber Eats, and Matt could
Well, I'm not working right now.
Well,
so,
not right
I mean,
now,
like,
not
yeah,
right
it's
now.
kind of-
But
kind of different.
theoretically, when Matt's working, you know,
I don't. Yeah, I 90 like over 98% of my deliveries are contactless. So you never. would
I
know.
swear to God, the next time I swear the next time I go visit my family up in Seattle, I'm not going to tell Matt, and I'm just going to like order Uber Eats, and I'm just going to have
you know
show up.
I don't deliver in Seattle though.
Oh, well, he's outside of Seattle.
I'm like 60 miles away from Seattle. Yeah,
I know.
I'm
It's
60 miles away.
He's far. He's a bit away from Seattle.
You'd have to come down to Olympia. That's so, you know.
And that was like
The
a half
point
hour
being-
from where I used to live.
I will do what needs to be done to have Matt Jarbo deliver me food.
I'll just go to Seattle.
Okay. Well, we're gonna meet up. We're gonna meet up. I swear to God, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I got an email today, and they're just like, you can earn an extra $3 delivery by going to Seattle. And I'm all like, Seattle's kind of like ground zero. I'm not gonna like, you know, like, nah, I'm good. I'm good, man. I don't need to deal with Seattle traffic. I'm fine.
Oh, I hear you.
Right.
But Amparo says Zach should do another great Snyderverse with Zack Snyder's Justice League cast on Netflix. That would make WB so mad. You know, I'm sure we'll see at some point stuff that Zach does going forward, even if he doesn't do more, you know, things in the DC universe. I'm sure we'll see these actors, because Zach has always been that way. Zach brings back people left and right into his movies and things. So absolutely. Well, you know, and they're just going to shine. They're just going to shine and do well. And, you know, whoever works with Zach says, you know, that, you know, how great it is to work with him. And Quan says here, with great patience comes great rewards. I absolutely agree with that. And then Steven here with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Steven. Says, I picked up my pull list today, over $200. Owner is all about Marvel. Said he expanded DC portion because of Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was mad yet happy. He said he loved Zack Snyder's Justice League and apologized.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show. I mean, this thing blew up in a way where it's getting a lot of people back into reading the comics, man. They're getting more interested in these characters again, which is, again, why I don't understand why they're just saying, nah, we're good with this.
Because DC
great branding
doesn't care about comics. Let's be fair. Okay,
I won't be shocked if they shut down the comic division in a couple years.
Remember, there was that rumor not too long ago about licensing out the characters to different companies. Like Marvel could pick up the licensing rights to Batman.
No.
And then Marvel would be creating, and they would too, by the way. Marvel would put up the money.
Could you imagine that happened?
Oh, dude, if that happened, I would buy like every issue mint in box. You know what I mean?
Hello, no.
Like, yeah, I would make sure, because that stuff would eventually be worth so much money.
Do you think AT&T would ever sell off DC?
Right now, no. Give it a year.
A year? You really think it could change in a year? Like,
I think so.
Big?
Okay, maybe not a year. Give it a couple of years, because we have like Aquaman 2, which they're believing is probably going to pull in another $1 billion. They've got the Batman, which I think is going to pull in $1 billion. I think the Batman is going to pull in a lot of money.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Shazam 2, let's hope it could cross 400 million. The first one only did 366 worldwide. And then
Shazam deserved to make a lot more money. I love that movie.
Oh no, Shazam it really did. Like, Shazam is, if you're a kid of the 80s, if you love Big, right, or Goonies,
yeah, like, you gotta love that. Yeah,
you gotta Shazam. David Sandberg is like he's the one director I'm like so excited to see what he does next, because I'm just like,
they cast Lucy Liu in the sequel, man. Like, how can you not love that?
And then also Lucy Liu, and then Helen Mirren, and you know.
Well, and there's people complaining about that, saying like, why are they different ethnicities? It's like,
because people just don't have fun anymore, man. Like, why would you not want to see Lucy Liu in a DC movie?
I would love to see that.
Mirren?
Yeah,
fictional characters, for God's sake. And like, oh man,
that would be like if they remade Jaws and they replace it with a hammerhead shark, and they're just like, the wokies have come for Jaws,
right? Yeah,
mud diversity. But you know, well,
they're bringing the flatheads.
Well, how many people? By the way, how many people were upset that King Shark in the Suicide Squad wasn't a hammerhead?
Right. Actually, Matt, a lot of people. I
know. No, I know. I know that a lot of
pissed.
people were upset about that. Yeah, but it's like, but James Gunn, his explanation for it made sense. It was, you want to have an anthropomorphic. I'm mispronouncing that word.
Anthropomorphic.
Thank you. That word, I can't pronounce it right now, but that word, you want to be able to like look at them in the eyes and like for the camera.
Yes.
And so having a great white, but then it's also like, are you telling me it wasn't in any way influenced by the Harley Quinn show? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I actually asked James Gunn on Twitter about that. He said that the movie went into production before the show even aired. So just a happy coincidence.
And I love Ron Funches as King Shark in Harley Quinn.
Oh, he's amazing. I love that cartoon in general.
That cartoon's so good.
The Harley Quinn cartoon is probably the best thing DC's produced in a while. Like just animation wise and just like in general.
And look, they held us up on that though, of whether or not we were even going to get a season 3 of that. Like
that's why the season 2.
Well, but they did announce it at Fandom. And so it's like, I mean, look, here's the thing. It's like if DC does another Fandom, which I don't know if they will.
I hope they do, because that could generate a lot of good buzz.
Because the Batman trailer did, and the Snyder Cut trailer did 100%.
Well, Black Adam too. That whole panel.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good. But then they had a lot of crap that was just terrible.
The Flash panel was horrible. By the way,
the Flash panel was bad. Then that Wonder Woman one where they're like, "Let's play a game," and it was just no one knew the rules, and it was terrible.
Oh, that was so horrible.
It's like you aired this. This wasn't like something they did live.
They edited that. How the heck did they edit that? For God's sake. Look, as much stuff as we've edited, like going back through our own videos, Matt, and like, pre-recorded stuff and everything, and shot stuff. Like I can't imagine looking at that and going, oh yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be okay. Yeah, go ahead and put that out there. Yeah. Or at least explaining the crap beforehand.
But the thing is, though, it kind of makes sense in retrospect, because now that I've seen Wonder Woman 84 and like how messy that was, I'm like, okay, they were just setting us up for disappointment. That's all that was.
I hear you. I hear you. Amparo, keep engaging. Everybody, keep engaging. And here, the Ashman, I just want to say real quick, hello from Down Under. Thanks for dropping by on Kent Farm Podcast. Go check out Kent Farm Podcast. Here on YouTube. I'm going to show up on there here pretty soon and talk to those guys. So absolutely go check them out. And H Bart's here with another $5 super chat. Says I'm 50-50 on the Flash movie. I like Ezra in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but I hate that the movie will be canon with Justice League. Well, maybe look at it as everything is canon now, right? Because they're with them even saying this is a trilogy now.
Well, here's the thing.
Snyder's.
Wait, hold on. If you listen to hold on. If you listen to Scylla and Mikey Sutton, they are talking about that they're trying to put stuff in the Flash movie to appease Snyder fans. They are trying to like
Ben Affleck
up a little bit. Yeah.
Just like to tease everybody a little bit, just tickling it a little bit.
Just like look at this point in time. No, Justice League shouldn't be the continuity, because
it is like that's their universe. Like
I know that's what they're. This is what I don't get. Why isn't Jim Lee coming in and putting his foot down? Because
Jim Lee's just a comic guy. I don't think he really can do much in movies.
Well, no, because Ann Sarnoff in that interview that came out, she more or less tried to equate that Jim Lee was basically the Kevin Feige.
I thought Hamada was Kevin Feige, though.
No, Feige's not. No, Feige's not the. He's not. In reality, he probably.
See what
is.
I mean, though? It's such a
You're
mess.
a Feige. Who's Feige? I'm imagining that Spider-Man meme where they're all Feige pointing at each other, like it's like Feige's body or Feige's head with their bodies or whatever. They're all just pointing at each other, saying that each other are Feige.
Again, though, a clear lack of leadership. Like, who's running the ship?
Absolutely. Well, you know what? We know what they want at the end of the day.
I don't have enough yachts. Get me a bonus.
They gotta have that bonus, and that's what it is, man. But I agree. Like, look, Justice League should not be canon to any of that, because because Justice League. Let's be honest. Justice League sucks. There is no other way to look.
It's a horrible movie.
It's a horrible. There are bits and pieces that are scattered in there that are like okay, But as a movie, it's a jumbled piece of mess, just like this.
Wait, what the hell? Oh, that's better. I thought I had shit on my screen for a second.
I love that video so much.
Well, did you see the interview with Deborah Snyder where she said that a line from Justice League almost made it into the final cut of Justice League?
No.
Yeah, so it was the line when Clark flies Lois back to the farm, and she smells him, and she's like, "You smell good." That was a Joss Whedon line in
yeah,
and that was actually apparently in one of the cuts that they put together for the Snyder cut. That was somehow that had made it in, which was really interesting. It's like, okay, if this was something that was completely done as its original creation, how
I haven't heard. I know we had a debate here one night because somebody it was Amparo actually. She thought that it was in there when she watched it the first night, and we all explained it that it wasn't in there, and we went back and rewatched it actually to verify it. I would have loved it if they would have found a way to add in the "Do you bleed" callback, because I know that was Joss Whedon, and I really liked that line. Sure,
I like the line, but the face, man, the face.
Oh, I know. The face ruin. I know. They would have had to find a way to like meld it in there somewhere. But I just really liked that callback. I thought that was good.
Yeah.
That was like probably the only thing I really walked away
like
from.
I said, there were a couple of things in there that weren't horrible, but when you look at it as a whole, just as Stephen Moten here with another $9.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says DC characters will never be sold. Licensing does not mean ownership. Diamond is dead. DC protected themselves by outside publishing last year. DC is fine. I think that it would take some major bottom dropping out thing where they just really looked at it, that they have no plan, that they knew that they had no plan and no way of really making money off of it. But I just don't see.
Well,
that.
comic book sales in general have been declining.
Yes.
And there's really no way around that whole thing at all. Marvel has done like DC will reinvent itself. Like didn't they kind of kill the 5G initiative that was supposed to happen last year?
Sort of. They did it, but it's not going to be like a hardcore reboot.
Mm-mm.
It's
okay.
It's not as big of a deal as they acted like it was going to be.
Yeah, that was that was the thing too. A lot of people were making it out to be this massive like woke reboot sort of thing.
Well, of course they do, because they need to farm the outrage clicks.
So yeah, that was one of the things I remember reading. I'm like, oh, okay. But I think, look, I don't think they'll sell it, but they'll license it out.
You know what they should do? They should do DC and Marvel should both license out characters to Japanese manga creators.
No,
because manga in the West is exploding. They're selling them a ton.
You don't want to see that?
Dude, they sold like 80 million copies of like Demon Slayer last year.
Demon Slayer, but that's also something that's kind of wholly original, and it speaks to a different audience.
Well,
right?
they're doing a Deadpool thing in Shonen Jump right now. It's like the most popular Marvel comic in like all of this year. So
anime.
I know you don't like anime and manga culture, Matt, but it makes a lot of money. It would make them a lot of money.
Well, people save money when they don't leave their basements.
A lot of Western kids growing up in this country right now are reading manga. Why not?
I know. You go to Barnes and Noble, and this is one of the things I hate to say this. This is one of the things I agree with Nerdrotics on. Is like even he has talked about like going to Barnes and Noble and seeing like that manga or manga. I don't want to mispronounce it. I don't want to. I've been yelled at Comic-Con for mispronouncing it. I said manga, and this girl turns around and she's like, "It's pronounced manga," and I'm like, "Really?" And
Enoch's just looking like he just like has no clue what's going on.
I'm looking at something because I'm preparing for the next part that we're going to. But I've said it all along. I don't have a problem with anime. There are some things that actually look interesting to me, but I haven't had the time to
check
get
out
into.
My Hero Academia. That's totally your jam.
So some people tell me to check out My Hero Academia, and then other people tell me it's trash. It's not real. It's not real manga. It's not real.
That's the problem I have with anime.
Just listen to me, guys.
You can never get a straight answer.
I know, man. Like,
what do I watch? And they're like, I feel like when
just stay away from the weirdos and just listen to your friends.
Have you ever seen the Seinfeld episode where the dude just like drifts off with Desperado, and nobody can? It's just like, yeah.
Look, I stay old school with my original OG anime with my Voltron, and Transformers technically is also part of that. So I like to say that I was watching anime before anime was a thing with all these nerds, but you know. No, you guys know, I'm all for anything anybody wants, but like it's almost to me like Doctor Who. I've got so many friends who are into Doctor Who, and I ask them, well, where should I start? And they all kind of tell me something different as well. You know,
how many people say just start with Matt Smith? Or Tenet, or no?
I thought you were supposed to start with Capaldi, or not Capaldi.
Not
Capaldi. Sorry. Christopher Eccleston.
No.
That's what you and I are talking about here, Brian. Like, weren't you supposed to start with this person or that person? Like, that's what I've been saying, Brian.
Yeah, that's why I can't get into the Doctor Who either. It's like there's so many iterations of it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I was under the assumption. I was under the assumption you had to start with the 2005 reboot with Christopher Eccleston.
I talked to a lot of Whovians, and you know, like I've seen some of the Eccleston stuff, and I didn't care for it. And
well, it gets really good when you get to Tenet.
I'd heard Skip Eccleston go right to Tenet, and then they said Matt Smith was pretty good and Capaldi's good, but a lot of people seem to really, really, really hate Jodie Whitmer.
Oh yeah, Jodie Whitmer, the female doctor.
Yeah, a lot of people really seem to hate her. I'm like, I haven't watched it. I have no freaking idea.
Same. I dropped off with Doctor Who after Tenet. He was my favorite, and I just like, yeah. I'll get to Matt Smith eventually.
I totally respect it because I know people who love it. They love it, and it seems like one of those things that like I would probably like. You know, if I actually knew where to get in. I says Enosh and Brian over here.
I'm just saying, Matt. To go back to that, you don't think licensing out the comics to like Japanese manga creators could be a good idea to make money? I'm just saying, manga sells in the West, man. Introducing new kids to it that way. Because comic sales are going down.
It's all bad.
I'll be right back. Hold on a second. StreamYard is freaking out, and all I see are colors.
All right, the pills have finally kicked in.
Yeah,
right?
No, like all of a sudden, all I see for Matt is like a green dot. All I see for RJ is a white dot, and the entire chat is gone. It's just colors. So I'll be right back to reboot it. You guys go ahead and discuss it amongst yourselves.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Matt, you don't think that's a good idea?
Why? Look, I think
Demon Slayer was the #1 movie last year.
But Demon Slayer is not this kind of comic. You know, like it's not this kind of thing. Demon Slayer is something like what's the Goblin one? Is it Goblin Slayer?
That's like for adults though. It's not for kids. Like One Piece is a better example. One Piece outsells Batman and Spider-Man.
One Piece is pretty popular. That is true. But I mean, like we're talking about. Okay, like did you ever see Batman Legends? Or no, Batman Gotham Knight.
Yeah, I did. I really enjoyed that.
Effing terrible.
What? Yeah, like that.
The only good thing
it connects to the Nolan movies.
The only good part of that was the Deathstroke one, or was it Deadshot? Was the Deadshot one?
You like the Killer Croc one?
No, I didn't. I watched it one time. I was so like just the whole thing. I just turned it off. I watched it once. I said, nope, no, I'm good. Never again. I'm fine.
I don't know. I mean, they're doing the Star Wars Visions thing with Japanese creators. I think they're going to start reaching out more to Japan.
They're gonna want to reach out to China. That's going to be primarily what they want because they need to crack the China code. And they're already doing that with the books. They actually hired a guy called. This is a Chinese blogger. This is true. His name is His Majesty the King. That's his pen name. and he's one of the most popular bloggers in China, and they hired him to write a Chinese Star Wars story.
Yeah, because isn't like don't like the Chinese really don't like Star Wars. I know, like so when Solo came out, they didn't call it Star Wars; they just called it Ranger Solo. Like,
Well, the reason why, well, the thing is though, they didn't grow up with Star Wars like we did. You know, it's a recent addition to the country. They don't have 4 decades of lore, you know, and a fan base to grow up with, like a whole generational or half a generation of fans. They don't have that. So it's a completely different environment there. And so what Disney's doing, and they've been doing this since the fall of 2019, is they've been covertly, you know, like they gave away 21 or 30 Star Wars books for like free for like a month on their e-readers in Japan or in China. And the reason why is because there's over 420 million people who read ebooks every month in China. So that's the whole thing. China has like 619 million monthly gamers, which is why all of these companies want to appeal to China, because they have more people who play games than almost double our population.
That's crazy to me.
And then that's the same thing with the e-readers, the book readers. They'll read the Star Wars books, they'll become fans that way, and then they can use it as a way to make more money. It's a smart play. And they've been talking about this for a bit now. Or I've been talking about it every once in a while.
Yeah, I apologize for derailing the stream. By the way, I said I would ask a question.
No, you guys are fine. I just think it's funny. Like even in our own stream, like I'm like looking.
Actually, while I'm thinking about this, Enosh, what did you think of the Netflix reboot of Ultron? Were you a fan of that show at all?
You know what? It was really good. I enjoyed it. I have not finished it all yet. To be honest with you, I have not finished it. And I need to. But I do like it. I do like it.
I was a big fan of it. I enjoyed it.
Bring up my screen, Enosh.
Oh, your screen. Oh, here we go.
There you go.
You're Feige.
You know what? Feige. You know what? That can be a new emoticon right there for the channel.
I just made that.
You're Feige. No, you're Feige.
That's a good meme. That's a good meme.
I thought that's
a great meme.
That's
a great
fantastic.
Meme.
Yeah, I just love that. Like it kind of works out too. I think it works out pretty well. But I'll post this on my Twitter if anyone wants to get their hands on it.
Heck yeah. No, that's great. That's great.
But I think
inspired by me and made by you.
Can we turn that into an NFT token? Sell for $700,000.
What the heck is NFT, by the way?
I don't know. It's a non-fungible token. I don't know. Kevin Smith sold the rights to I think a movie he made.
Yeah, and Gorillaz, the band Gorillaz was doing some too, but apparently they're dangerous to the environment, so people get upset about it. I have no clue.
It's super weird. Hold on. There we go.
Oh, it's nice to have Film Gob in the chat, but does Disney really pay off bloggers though? Like, I'm just genuinely asking.
Well, so they hired this one guy to write a Chinese centric Star Wars story, one that is based around Chinese characteristics. And the thing is the way China operates in regards to like religion and spirituality, there's a very fine line with what they can actually show.
Oh yeah.
So it's like Ghostbusters 2016 couldn't go over there because it showed ghosts. Right. Yeah. So Force ghosts would be cut out of Star Wars.
Wow, really?
It'd be edited out. Yeah. So like even Alien Covenant went to China and they cut out like 92% of the xenomorph because it was considered like a demon sort of thing. Oh, so they had to cut out. Crazy. They had to cut out like why people go to the movie to see it anyway because of how restrictive China is. So yeah, it's insane over there.
That's crazy. Well, let's take a look at this because I know everybody keeps. There's people who give me a hard time about it already, saying this is not what she meant. She didn't mean this. She didn't say this. So
yeah, I saw this on social media. Something about a curse.
Let's take a look. Yeah, let's take a look just at what she said. This is Gal talking about Zack Snyder and the Snyder Cut and how happy she was because Zack was able to fix the course of the show, his own version, and show his own version. That she didn't get a special screening, so she saw it with a link. Here we go.
Zack Snyder just, in a kind of unprecedented change or move, finally got to release his version of Justice League after years. When did you discover that was really going to happen? That the original version you'd worked on would be released? And tell me, are you the kind of performer who watches?
I'm going
herself,
full screen.
or do you not like?
Yeah, I watched it. I don't remember the exact moment I found out about it, but Zach was in touch with me, like when the studio just started to be interested in the cut and all of that. We spoke, and yeah, I think Zach was the one who told me that he's going to get his cut, and I was super, super excited for him to finally get to tell his own version of the story and kind of correct the course. And yeah, so I was super excited, and I was curious to see how it's going to be like, because even for me, it's been like 3-4 years since the last time I saw Joss's Justice League. And yeah, I was very, very happy.
You watch it like everybody else on HBO.
That is what
notice she said, yeah.
I didn't watch it on HBO Max, and I didn't get a special screening. I got a link, a protected link, and I watched it at home.
Do you binge it, or are you like, all right, 4 hours, I'm gonna split it up?
I took a break. After 2 hours, I took a break. And then I went to eat lunch, and then I came back, and then I finished the movie.
Sorry, I was lost in her eyes. What'd she say? I'm just kidding.
Did she say something? Yeah. Man.
Yeah. All I heard is
I thought I muted my mic. I'm sorry, guys.
No, man. I was really watching where your hands were.
Yeah.
You said I'm going full screen. I'm all like, oh, Brian, no. No, sir.
I watched it. I don't remember the exact moment I found out about it, but Zach was in touch with me, like when the studio just started to be interested in the cut and all of that. We spoke, and yeah, I think Zach was the one who told me that he's going to get his cut, and I was super, super excited for him to finally get to tell his own version of the story and kind of correct the course.
So what do you think? Slip of the tongue? Meant to say course?
Doesn't she speak like she speaks like 3 or 4 languages, doesn't she?
Yeah.
That wasn't a slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
That was a pause. There was a pause there.
Just look at her face right now. I can see a little smirk on her face. I think she knew.
Yeah. She's like, and she said Josstice, but it sounded like Josstice.
I know.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I caught that too. I caught that because when I first watched it, I was like, wait a second. Did she just say Justice League? And it was like, Joss's. Okay.
Yeah. She says it real quick. I did see real quick here in the chat. Who was it?
I'm sorry.
Peter Rabbit's Defender says Ray Porter got to watch on IMAX, but Gal doesn't. Well, it's because Gal is in Israel. Ray lives in LA, and they screened it in IMAX in LA. She's been in Israel for months now. So.
Oh wow! I thought she was busy filming somewhere. I didn't know.
She's preggers, dude. She's preggers.
Yeah.
She's like 4 months preggers. She just posted a picture of her the other day with a baby belly, and that entire side of the internet just lost it.
Yeah.
Oh, what are my thoughts on Kick-Ass 3? I haven't seen Kick-Ass 1 or 2. Now for Kick-Ass 3, I would like to see it. I really enjoyed the first 2 movies. Even number 2, I liked it. I thought
she wasn't as good as 1 though.
No, it wasn't as good as 1. You're not gonna. No, Matthew Vaughn is Matthew Vaughn. You're never gonna touch Matthew Vaughn. All right, like ever. However, I thought that Jeff Waldlow did a pretty decent job with Kick-Ass 2, and I thought that it was lighter tone but still darkly violent, which is what I enjoy about it. And I thought the satirical nature of what they were going for worked, and I enjoyed it well enough. Kick-Ass 3, I would love to see them do it, but they're probably going to reboot it with the new comic line, which is the woman in the African-American woman in the South. I forget her character name, but they rebooted Kick-Ass.
I would say do a Hit Girl movie, but Chloe Grace Moretz is like gotten so old at this point. It's like, I don't know.
She's like 22.
Yeah, well, I mean,
gotten
the
so
appeal of Hit
old.
Girl is like a little girl,
but
though,
look,
is what I mean.
in the second movie, I will give you, yeah, she looked like she had aged like
Yeah.
12 years, like from there, because she was so, she was just more, I don't know.
Right, and the whole appeal of Hit Girl is that it's literally a child doing those things, That's if it's like an older adult woman, it kind of loses the appeal a little bit of what they were going for with that character.
Yeah.
Well, and then like there was also some hinting that like the two of them, like Dave Lazowski and her, were gonna like hook up or something.
Oh, God.
Like that might be in Kick-Ass 3 if they ever do a Kick-Ass 3. But I liked number one specifically. I think.
Oh yes.
I think Nick Cage got robbed from a Best Supporting Actor Oscar nod in that movie.
His performance in that movie is amazing.
Yeah,
so good.
Because I had just moved to LA when they were promoting that film, and so all over Burbank, it was just nothing but Kick-Ass posters, like as far as the eye could see. And I went to like the midnight show at the Burbank 16. We're right there in the heart of Burbank where John Campea goes all the time. And I saw it there at midnight, and it was like just so much fun to see that with a packed theater.
Did you run into John Campea at the theater?
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know who John Campea was really until probably just about like 2 years ago.
Oh, I know. I was making a joke since you mentioned that.
I mean, well, the thing is, like, I never really watched a lot of movie YouTube. I still don't watch a lot of movie YouTube because I don't like to have my opinions influenced by anybody else. And so I just kind of avoid a lot of that. But, I mean, in LA, you're going to run
Wasn't when Kick-Ass came out, that was during a period where like Nicolas Cage was like made fun of a lot. Like people thought, oh, this guy sucks as an actor now. But then when that movie came out, it's like, oh my God, he's great again.
Yes.
Yeah, he's that kind of came out, and everyone was talking about the Big Daddy, the Big Daddy performance and everything. And even though Chloe Grace Moretz was kind of the breakout star of that movie, I still think Nick Cage brought this performance that just even usurps her, and it was such a, like, when his character dies, and he's all like calling out the commands as he's being burned, is just like, oh my God, it was such a, I need to go watch Kick-Ass. They are doing the 4K release of Kick-Ass.
Oh wow, really? Awesome.
I think it comes out this month or next month. Let me Google that real quick.
Thank you for that on my radar, because I'm going to have to buy that for sure.
Oh no, is it already out? It might be already out. It is currently it's currently already out. Best Buy has it for $18. I'm gonna have to pick that up.
Well, H Barts, this is for you, since everybody was talking just a minute about Alien and how you can't play that in China. Here you go.
3 minutes to minimum safe distance.
Stop. Not so fast, y'all. You think you can just up and run away? You crazy. I like to eat people from other planets. Especially y'all.
I like to eat you with my little mouth, too.
Oh, now y'all get back up inside me, little mouth.
I wants to play, too.
Get back inside. I'll get you when we's eating them.
Zoop.
Man, some of Family Guy and all that stuff, some of that's like just absolute gold.
I love it. I love it.
It's been a long time since I've actually watched Family Guy, though.
Oh, really?
Same here. Yeah.
Now, did you all get to see Jolene on League of Mayhem?
I saw a picture. Here's
Jolene from League of Mayhem. The latest lady to join the League of Mayhem. No,
you look like a '90s jobber,
right?
He looks like the guy, like a mullet. Like he looks.
Yeah, like you're wrestling for Herb Abrams in the UWF.
Oh my gosh! So the funny thing was Nana had made sure that I had a link, and Cole did not know, so I came on. And Cole didn't know I was coming on. And all of a sudden, Cole is like, "What the F? What are you doing here, Enosh? What are you wearing?" And it was all in fun or whatever.
I don't know why, but Enosh looks a lot like MacGyver.
MacGruber. But no. So the funny thing was my name was still Poindexter Lounge in the thing. It's so while they're all talking, Cole is like sitting there trying to talk about something serious to do with like Zack Snyder's Justice League or something, and I changed my name to Jolene, here to take your man. And I totally cut her off mid-sentence. She's just like, and anyway, so oh my God, Enosh. Changing your name, like nobody had noticed but Cole, and so it was great. It was
That's
great.
hilarious.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. So I'm glad, Tim, that that you like. And I don't know, Patrick, if your comment is right under Tim. So I don't know if you're dreaming of Jolene, but I did put that on Twitter. You know, hide your women, hide your men as well, hide everyone, because Jolene is she's a wild card, and she's on look for love. That's all I'm saying.
You do suck, says Enosh looks like Mr. Perfect.
Mr. Perfect.
So would you say she's looking for love in all the wrong places?
Oh my gosh.
Dolly Parton jokes.
Oh man. They're saying Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, right. That's HBK, like right when he broke up with the Rockers. No, it was like I said, like a 90s jobber wrestler. Enosh froze.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I froze. I don't know what's going on tonight. Yes.
StreamYard is so finicky.
I know.
StreamYard
has been really finicky tonight, and like the last week or so, it's been really kind of strange. But
don't they have like a bandwidth thing? I know, like for example, for my channel, like I can't, like I'm already at my monthly limit until like Friday. So
well, I've got the HD, so I'm paying the big bucks for it. So they better not. You got you find people here at the Poindexter Lounge who support the lounge know that like HD is brought to you courtesy of your super chats and your memberships and your Patreon. So I appreciate it for sure. Tiger King. I got a bunch of Tiger King drops that I'm actually working on right now too. So that's kind of funny.
Joe Exotic.
I just love the one. I'll never financially recover from this.
Right.
I loved Tiger King.
it's probably one of the best documentaries I've ever watched. Because I could not put it down. I just watched the whole thing.
You should really watch though that Q Into the Storm documentary. There's a guy on there who's a QTuber who I swear to God I thought was like a relative of Enosh. Because he looks just like Enosh. Let me see if I can bring him up here. I gotta remember his name.
It's Gierte.
It looked yeah. Here we go. I'll post. I really honestly think this guy looks like a bit like Enosh, but like Enosh,
I'm scared.
It's kind of like it's what it's well, you know what? Here, I don't want to spoil the surprise. Okay, this is a guy.
Oh dear Lord,
bring it up. Doesn't that look like Enosh? Look at that, and he's a good, hardworking Christian man. Loves his family, loves his mama, loves his God and his beer.
Oh man!
And I want like this guy's a
drugs.
but like I saw this guy the first time he popped up in the documentary. I'm like, what the? I'm like, I almost wanted to text Enosh and go, "Yo, you know this dude?" Like, yo, you got a guy named Craig James in your family that you know?
Nope.
And like, because it's total. Even Tim Possible says here, it's like his long lost brother. You know, Rel Earth 2.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, like how Saggy does the deepfakes? Just put the deepfake of Enosh's face on him. It wouldn't look any different.
Oh God.
There you go. Is
that Enosh from Earth 2?
Oh, dude, no. Are you kidding me? Like, there's this guy named Matthew Heimbach who's like a white nationalist who's a fat dude with a beard.
What the heck?
And people, no, but like I see it pop up all the time. They go like, they go, oh, that looks like Matt. That looks like Jarbo. It's like looks like Mundane Matt. And I'm like, oh, come, like we don't look anything alike. What are you talking about?
School's name was.
Where is it? Where is the cocaine? Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. Is he Billy Ray Vic Cyrus?
Here, look. This is the guy. This is the guy people say looks like me.
No.
I mean, no.
That looks nothing like you.
Yeah, and like, but it's just I get that all the time from people that are just like, he looks just like you. So, but that guy did look like Enosh. Clearly, Steven is lying to you.
What if he's Enosh's brother's cousin's sister's best friend's former roommate?
Well, what does that make you?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Where again! Oh!
Oh my gosh. H Barts for the $2 super chat says that is hold on, that
is Hans.
That is Hans. Oh, that is Hans. He is Enosh's version of Jat. it's Enosh. It's the letters to Enosh mixed up.
Oh, okay.
It's Hans. And he's here to pump you up. Hans. Hans and Franz.
Oh man.
You and me, Jarvis, we could be the new Hans and Franz.
Yeah.
Well, I've been looking for an excuse to use my German accent, so.
Oh no, okay,
You know.
never mind. Nope, I take it all back.
Was?
I
What the? There goes Santa. Oh.
I've seen that video
That's
so many
hardcore.
times. I hope that guy's okay.
Me too.
He's dead. He's dead.
Yeah.
I don't know. But here, oh wait, George, yeah. So yeah, there actually was a book that mentioned me in it. I'm not kidding you either. There's let's see here.
Yeah, they said the skull face.
They called me little blue skull guy is what they referred to me as. And I'm not this is honestly God here. I'll bring up the book cover here.
Little blue skull guy.
Yeah, that was my old logo, was a chibi skull. So this book is called Crash Override, and it's from Zoe Quinn, who is a monster of a human being. And she actually she wrote about me 3 times in like the opening of this book. She basically says that I started Gamergate. And then in this book, she also says that Gamergate got Donald Trump elected. So by her logic, if we're doing a flow chart, by her logic, I got Donald Trump elected, which is not true.
Good job, Matt. Yeah,
I know. But that is why that QAnon documentary got to me as much as it did.
Yeah.
That was why that did. I pissed off so many people today, by the way, with that comment about Gamergate.
So it was you.
Funny story about this book.
You want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
In my local college, in the library, it was one of the featured books of the month. They had like an on display. Like they said, "Hey kids, come read this."
I got I was sent the night before the book premiered or was released in stores. Someone got an early digital copy and they sent it to me. So I read up what I was in, and then the next morning I drove down the road to Barnes and Noble and I found a copy of it, and I took pictures of like, little blue skull guy in text, and I'm all like, I'm in a book. The thing is, like, she lied about me multiple times in this book, and the whole thing is a big made up story anyway. But what's really funny was apparently Amy Pascal from Sony wanted to, according to Zoe Quinn, optioned the book rights to Crash Override.
I remember that.
Amy Pascal wanted to make the Gamergate movie.
Could you imagine if Jarbo was in that movie, like as the little blue,
I
blue
would,
guy?
if they would ask me if I would play myself, I probably would play myself. Just to make it as realistic as humanly possible.
You did say play yourself, right?
Yes, I said play myself, not play with myself. That's a natural. That's a given.
That's what I told my sons tonight. So somebody sent us a meme today that had a picture of guys and girls, and up at the top it said, would you beat your best friend for $1 million? And it said girls are like one girl to another is like, oh my God, no, I love her too much. And then the other girl's like, that's right, you're fantastic, and I love you too, honey. And then it showed the guys, and it was like Obi-Wan and Anakin. It's like, I will do what I must. And then Anakin's like, you will try. And I just posted below it, I said, now if you just, I maybe had a Jarbo moment, because I just said, now if you put off in as the fourth word, so would you beat off your friend for $1 million? Like that kind of changes the entire thing, doesn't it? And then my son goes, no. And I'm like, for $1 million? For $1 million? He's like, well, no, Dad. And I'm like,
Everyone has a price, son.
Discussions I have with my son, you know, and I'm like, well, you know, son, here's the thing, Landon, you know, it's your best friend. He's like, yeah, it'd be my best friend. Like, why would I do that? That'd be gross. He's like, he's like, it's a penis. And I'm like, well, yes, it's a penis, but it's your friend's penis. And also,
you know where it's been.
Also, on top of that, technically, you're already friends with that penis. And my son looks at me and says, stop it, Dad.
Oh my God. You sound like my dad when he tries to embarrass me, man.
Oh, it's great. It's great. H Barth with the $2 super chat says Han, Steph versus Chad Marbo, Dawn of DoorDash. Oh, I love those. I love those. And Stephen Moten with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Says, I DM'd you, Enosh. I only have D. I hit you, Enosh. No answer. Hit me back. I only have. I don't know. Where did you message me, man? 1 second. Oh, I think it's on Instagram.
Josh Gad is Matt Jarbo.
Look, let's be fair. Yeah, I would allow that. Okay. Like, I could just imagine him going like,
I think Enosh doesn't like Josh Gad though, so I don't know.
Enosh is not a huge fan, but I think it'd be really, really, really funny though if Josh Gad were to play me in a movie. He's older than me, and clearly fatter than me, but I think it'd be great to have him just go like, "Hi everyone, I'm Monday Matt."
Hey,
You know,
I love Olaf. Honestly, I love the Frozen movies.
That's the only good thing about the Frozen movies. Like the only.
I could see Josh Gad as Matt Jarbo. I could see it. I could see it.
Are you serious? The only good thing? Those movies are great.
Those movies are terrible. What are you talking about? Oh my God!
No,
I forgot you're young.
I was gonna say that those movies weren't made for me. I was not.
No, like that
movie.
movie.
Hold on. You guys act like I'm 13 years old. I'm about to turn 22. That's not like
no. Let me put it to the
so much older. So much older.
Once you've watched it as an adult, watching it with kids, it changes your entire perspective.
Okay, yeah, I kind of see that. If you're a
I've
parent,
watched it with nieces and nephews, dude, and it's like it's like a certain drudgery that's involved with.
Well, so when I worked at the drive-in, we had it at the drive-in from like the night it opened, all the way to when it came out on home video. So we had it from Thanksgiving weekend 2013 all the way to the second week of March 2014. I have heard Let It Go more times than I ever care to count. And also on that front, when we watched the movie, I was excited to see it, and I sat there with my coworker and we watched it. And the movie is thematically is terrible. Like how it handles relationships is terrible, and it comes across like I halfway through I look at my friend and I go like, you know what, man, I'm just gonna take a wild stab in the dark here and go, this movie was written by a woman. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, the way that they're handling relationships and the abuse that comes from relationships is like, so what the hell? And it comes to me. And then I saw that Jennifer Lee wrote it and I'm like, oh, you know, that probably makes sense. She probably modeled this after some really shitty relationship that she had at some point.
Oh man. No,
but think about it, right? Think about it like this.
Or did you like Moana at least, Matt?
Oh, I love Moana. I love Moana. Oh my God.
At least I get one thing you can agree on.
How do you feel about Zootopia?
I love that movie. It's great.
I like
hands down, that's my favorite Disney animated movie. Hands down. I love it. That movie, I've watched that thing now like 100 times because of my kids, and I watch it because I like it. But
I really like Raya too, by the way. Raya was pretty good.
Raya was really good. Raya, I mean, like it's story-wise, like it kind of gets a little wonky. Like it should have been a TV show and not a it should have been a TV show and not a movie, because they needed there's plot elements there like that they needed to flesh out, you know. But I've watched it a bunch. My daughter loves it, so we've watched it a bunch. Crude's The New Age, fantastic, by the way, if you haven't seen it. But the thing with Frozen is, if you think about it like this, so Anna being the main character that we follow throughout the movie, her being isolated and alone, and then her meeting the very first guy, that her wanting to hook up Mary, the very first guy she ever really meets, and then like he's presented as a good guy all the way through, right? He is presented as a hero type. she goes off to chase after Elsa, and then she leaves him in charge. And then we get to see a shot of him later on, and he's commanding people to like give out food and blankets and to keep everyone contained. So he's being presented as the good guy. And then all of a sudden that switch flips and he's like, no one loves you and you're gonna die.
Well,
like,
it's just subvert expectations, is to play on Disney tropes in a way. Like, I don't know.
But it's also comes across as whoever wrote that particular.
To be fair, with the first Frozen, that movie had a lot of development issues. Like, it had a lot of script rewrites and a lot of issues.
Frozen 2 wasn't any better. Let's be realistic on this front.
I had that movie framed for me, and that's kind of what ruined it for me. Like, my mom kind of framed it for me before she showed it to me, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Hey,
like,
H Bard's here with a $2 super chat. Says, "I'm in 20, and I'm guessing I'm 20, and I never want to watch Frozen ever again."
I watched the first two every Christmas. Every Christmas I rewatch them.
I think if H Bart's had to watch it again, he might blow up a toaster just for you, Cylon.
I've been thinking about blowing up my toaster, but then I would make my bread hot and hard at the same time.
All right. Well, before we go any further, I do want to welcome in William. William kind of snuck in here. I got him in here because I was trying to get him in, and I wasn't finding the right spot, so I wanted him to be able to be in here. But, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give him a proper welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, you love him. I love him as William the Wise. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William, how are you tonight, sir?
So I came in and you were talking about penis, and then we went to Frozen, which has the same entertainment value to me, which is 0.
William, you come in at the absolute worst times.
Yeah,
right?
I'm so sorry, man.
Like either you're too early or you're too late.
It's usually the latter. If I want to see things happen in the ice, I'll watch John Carpenter's The Thing. I don't have kids yet, so I don't watch the Disney cartoons. And to be honest with you, even if I had kids, they're probably going to be watching John Carpenter movies. We're bypassing Disney. I don't want to do that to them. I need them to grow up with the same violence, gore, and dismemberment that I did, and that has made me the man I am today.
No, that's valid.
That's sexy.
I mean, you did a audio commentary on John Carpenter's Thing, didn't you, Matt?
I did. I just did it last week. I need to do Jaws tomorrow. That's my goal for tomorrow. To do Jaws. But yeah. Thing. I love the Thing. I really, I would, when my kids get old enough, but like right now, my 3-year-old, it's really funny. My kids love Scoob. They've been watching Scoob on repeat the last couple of days. But like in the opening of the movie,
is that good?
Yeah, right. Here's the thing.
I heard it was horrible. I heard it was really bad.
No. Here's the thing. When I first saw Scoob, I did not like it. When I first saw Scoob last year, I didn't care for it. But I've watched that movie now. Like I watched it tonight, and I really, really, really like it now because like there's a lot of gags. There's so many little gags in that movie that are just kind of in the background, and there's a lot of Hanna-Barbera-isms and a lot of references to Hanna-Barbera. Look, here's the thing.
You know what there's other references to, don't you?
There's like other adult references in there as well.
Drugs. The entire show. It's drugs. Listen.
Well, in the Scoob, in the animated, in the new movie, there's not a lot of references to drugs.
The entire, if it's Scooby-Doo, that's the reference. The talking dog. They traveled the nation with no jobs in a van with Scooby snacks.
Well, actually, in this movie, they actually are starting. Mystery Inc. is actually a business, and they are trying to get financing to expand the business to go legit, and that's actually kind of where the movie starts.
That sounds like Godfather.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, isn't there like a really weird scene where like Simon Cowell's in the movie or something?
Yeah, he pops. Yeah. But the thing is, that's also a play on the old animated show, because in the old animated show, like when the Harlem Globetrotters showed up, and like there's an episode. I mean, there's even an episode of South Park where they made fun of Scooby-Doo and they had the band Korn come in and like voice the characters and whatnot, and it's all done like Scooby-Doo. But like
I saw that.
Scooby-Doo plays up a lot of like old school, the thing is, like, at first I did not care for the movie, the animated film, because I love the 2003 movie. I love James Gunn, or 2002. Yeah, I forget.
Did you like the sequel?
No, not as much. I think Monsters Unleashed was it was definitely just a cash grab. Like I did not care for it as much. But what they realized was that Linda whatever her hell name is.
Linda Cardellini.
Cardellini, thank you.
Velma.
Yeah, because Velma was hotter than Daphne in the movie. Right, like when they, because everyone's like, "Oh, Sarah Michelle Gellar is Daphne." Oh man, and then you get Linda coming on in as Velma, and it's like, no man, nah, geek is chic, and that. But then in the sequel, they played that up because there was that whole subplot with her and Seth Green.
Oh yeah,
and she's in the red leather, outfit and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, so they realized that a lot of people were really liking Velma, and they played that bit up.
Yeah, they just wanted to appeal to the boys who are going through puberty. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like I was 20 when Scooby-Doo came out, and like I really loved it. I thought it was I love James Gunn's writing on it. I thought that they did a great job. Raja Gosnell did a great job directing it. It was really funny, really tongue in cheek. This animated movie is there's a lot of jokes. I think Mark Wahlberg as Falcon was great. Because like he just plays up that. Did you ever see that SNL skit where Mark Wahlberg is, hey, like say hi to your mother for me? That one. Did you ever see that?
Yeah, I think so. When they're all talking with the Boston accents.
No. That was what it was. Is Andy Samberg? This was in 2008, and Andy Samberg did a bit where like it was like Mark Wahlberg talks to animals, and so they do this whole thing where he's like talking to a duck. It's like, hey, what's going on there, duck? How you doing? Okay, so how do your mother for me? All right. And then like that was the gag, and it kind of blew up, went viral at the time. And then right before the presidential election in 2008, they were doing a bit with Sarah Palin, and like here comes Mark Wahlberg. He's like, hey there, Sarah Palin, how's it going? Okay, so how do your mother for me? All right. And they got like, so like he kind of played up like the dumb Boston type thing. And then in this one, he does that very, very, very well. It's you got Captain Caveman is in the movie. Like it's voiced by Tracy Morgan of all people. It's
really,
and it's like, but it's so dumb. It's because it's so Tracy Morgan. Like at first I'm like, what the hell? But then I love Tracy Morgan, and so the more I heard it, the more I'm like, okay,
Wasn't like Scoob meant to like set up an animated like Hanna-Barbera universe or something?
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Like at the end of the movie, the end credit sequence of the movie, they kind of go through like the Hanna-Barbera universe, and there's a ton of references in there. Like there's Quest Labs, Rosie the Robot from Jetsons, Wacky Racers gets mentioned.
Really?
I mean, like, and they even, they really.
I don't know if they want to do Johnny Quest. Was
that's
Johnny
the
Quest
thing. Well, no, Johnny Quest. See, they showed Quest Labs, but they didn't show Johnny Quest, and
that hasn't aged well.
That hasn't. No, I'm like, and I tweeted out yesterday. I said, please give me a Johnny Quest movie. Like, I would love an animated Johnny Quest movie, but they would have to change Haji's name. They'd have to do it.
Oh my god,
they would have to do it. Unless they said screw it, let's try it and see what happens. I don't think
the most disrespectful term you can call it.
I mean, like, how does he have another name? Like they could, I don't know what they'd have to call him Kevin, like, or something like that.
If you've ever been to the Middle East, though, Haji is a generic term that is used for anybody that looks like they are a Middle Eastern descent. And if you go to a lot of Middle Eastern countries, there's Persians, there's different types of people over there, and Haji is just a generic term, and it's actually an offensive term. When we went to combat over there, we had to sit through a briefing, and the first sentence, one of the first sentences, do not use the term Haji.
Yeah.
And they actually had the character of him up on our movie screen to show you that that is a term you do not want to use overseas.
But the thing is, though, they still used it, by the way. Like my friend came back and he said he was saying like Haji left and right, because we drove from Atlanta. He flew me from San Diego to Atlanta. We hopped in his truck and we drove back to San Diego. And he was telling me all about his trip over there. And I mean, like, they were using the term pretty heavily.
They use worse terms, but that was
he was so it's like there's a lot of pretty bad terminology over there that they were using.
Real quick, and we can continue on that. Plus, I want to show you guys my my Motherbox here. Stephen Moten.
Did everybody get one of those damn things?
Pretty much the people who got invited to the premiere, to the digital premiere.
Expensive.
Yeah, I didn't know this was coming. We didn't know it was coming, and then we just found out about it last night, and it showed up today. And so I want to show you guys something's in there that I found very interesting, and I think you guys will too. But Stephen Moten with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, was Flash going into the Speed Force at Heroes Plaza fighting Superman before the army stepped in?
No.
Wouldn't though, anytime he's using the I guess he wouldn't be going into the Speed Force. I mean, he's using the Speed Force. But I don't think he was going into the Speed Force. I don't know what the purpose of him going into the Speed Force at that point would be. I mean, he's using the Speed Force because he's using his speed, but
the difference between him using it and when he fought Superman and when he used it to turn back time, once he completely enters the Speed Force, he has a whole array of powers that he doesn't have when he's just using superhuman speed. He can do a lot more. So yeah, that's why you see him at the end of the movie when he can actually, once he goes the speed of light, then he actually becomes unstable, and that's what happened to him in Crisis. He actually goes to the point where he dissipates because he can't control himself once he enters the Speed Force.
Yeah, well, because he has that moment and he just says stop, and he enters the Speed Force and just goes. So
yeah, but when he's fighting Superman, it's just him going fast.
Yeah, it's just him trying to go around. That's what that was one of the moments that I actually really loved. The idea of that it was a Zach moment, because like there's all these moments that you wonder, what was this and what was that. But I was glad to see it with the proper with the proper shooting and stuff like that of Henry Cavill. But then also there's that moment, where he's looking at Cavill and Cavill's looking at him. And I was really glad to see that was a Zach moment,
I that was one of my favorite parts of that movie. But like I said, when he goes into the Speed Force at the end of the movie, the more I watch that, the more I love that scene, and the music that goes with that scene. It was kind of cool, especially now I see how he built it and put it together. So there's scenes about that movie when I watch it over and over again I did not appreciate when I watched it at midnight on the 18th of March.
Oh, sure. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, Jesse. Glad you're here tonight. So let me show you this real quick. So I think this is just fantastic. First of all, this is going to display so nicely in the house. I have a freaking
packaging looks amazing.
I have a freaking Motherbox. Check this out. This is so freaking awesome. It's like, oh my god. And oh yeah, here's the bottom of it.
I tried to order one and they didn't have any. Like the night I wanted to get it to have it there for the show, and I had problems getting one. So are they still on sale if I wanted to buy one?
I don't know, because I just realized like I wasn't even going to buy one because it was so expensive. I was just
I was $135 and I'm like, I was ready to get one, and I had a lot of problems getting it.
Yeah,
because I was going to have it for our giveaway, our AFSP thing. I was going to have it there, and I had the money ready, and I had issues. So, damn it, let me buy that one.
There you go. No, this is going to display so cool in the house. Are you kidding me?
You don't have any room.
I know, but I'll make room for a freaking Motherbox, man. But the top opens like this, and you can see here there's a bunch of stuff inside. Now I've already taken out. It was all packed really, really well. And so I'll just show you real quick.
Fatma did a video with her cooking the stuff in it. It was neat.
Oh, did she? That's awesome. So it had this little black box inside that box, and you lift. This is kind of the refrigerated parts. We haven't taken this out, but inside the refrigerated parts are well insulated. I loved that. The fact that they had it already, well insulated, and there's a bunch of stuff in there. So I took this out this afternoon and I put it in the refrigerator. But you can see here there's like sauces and stuff, and I'll kind of get to that in a minute. But you got a couple of burger patties here for Big Belly burgers. Oh, it's going to be so good. And some different things here.
You're not supposed to eat the food. You're supposed to keep it just like your action figures.
Is that it? Is that
Yeah.
they're all sealed, right? So there's some cheese there. Some what is this? Condiment King cheese sauce. You gotta love that.
Some Hamada sauce.
Yes, some Condiment King burger sauce.
All stuff from the comics. They even have jitters in there, man.
Yes, and yes, trench dressing. Check that out.
Nice.
We're not going to get that trench movie, thank God. But you know what? We're getting the trench dressing. Right?
Hey, I got a trench scene. That's all I needed.
More trench dressing, and little packet of yellow stuff. I'm guessing that. Well, I don't know.
That's mustardy, Nosh.
It's bright yellow. It must be mustard. Yeah, and then yeah, there's some gooey stuff. But so that's all that. So I took all that out first of all this afternoon, and I put it in the refrigerator to keep all that nice and cool. But then you open this up, and I'll show you some of the stuff inside. So they had it so well packed. I mean, I just gotta say, so they got these little crunchies that go with something. Also, when you open it up, you get this, and I'll just show you this. This is really cool in the mother box.
Wow.
Yeah, so you actually get this thing right here, and it tells you everything that's in it, which is really, really cool. And then even on the back here, it tells you like the ingredients and allergens, even possible.
Cooking instructions. Look on the side; it shows you cooking instructions for the QR code. That's neat.
Yeah, and so you got in here, you got Ocean Trench. The Ocean Trench box and tin is potato chips, pickled cod, or pea falafel bites for veggie boxes, because you could get a veggie box. We didn't get a veggie box. Scraps and trench dressing pot. It's then there's the Big Belly burgers. So you got lettuce cheese sauce. That's what that one stuff was. And you got the burgers. You got the grease proof paper. It says 2 8-ounce Angus steak patties, 2 pretzel buns that are in here, also sealed. A couple pretzel buns there.
God damn. That's like a $50 burger.
I know, right? The crispy potato and onion roasty. The Condiment King cheese sauce and burger sauce. Then you've got the Ancient Themysciran Fire twin pack of smoked vanilla gourmet marshmallows. This is cool too. This is cool too. So for your burgers, because they're supposed to come from Big Belly Burger, right? You've got your Big Belly Burger box, that boxes that those go in, and like the inserts that would normally, if you were to go to Big Belly Burger and they put the the grease paper in there, that's what that is like they put the crumpled up paper, so they wrap your burger in it, so you can actually present it like it's actually from Big Belly Burger from DC. I think that this is so cool. This is so amazing. So there's that. Let's see here. What do we got here? Oh, these are the marshmallows, the Themysciran marshmallows.
Oh, jeez.
The vanilla and smoked flavored gourmet marshmallows. Those look really cool. Here is, I believe, a French fry. That fella. It's packed really, really well. But check this out. It's got a little thing here for dipping sauces. A little dipping sauce in there, pure maple dipping sauce there.
Got some silver popcorn or something in there, does it?
I believe so. Yeah, hold on just a second. It's got corn clouds straight from the cornfields of Smallville.
Yeah, that's it, and it pops. It's like black and white. It's neat.
Yeah, so you got that. This is cool. So Jitters coffee, cold brew,
nice.
Oat milk latte. Got a couple of those. So that's pretty cool. I can't wait to have those. You guys know how I like my coffee, but I'm gonna drink that, and then that's gonna be awesome. But then also you get a couple of these Cool Brow beer.
Ooh, It's a nice little can too.
I know, right? I love it because it's got the DC logos on it, Warner Brothers logos on it. But yeah, it's a can of beer.
Let me ask: are you actually going to eat any of this food? Or are you just going to keep it for like display purposes?
Well, you know what? No, we'll end up eating it. Like I'll eat it in small portions because I don't, since my bariatric surgery, Tiffany and I, there's some of this stuff that I won't eat very much of just because it's either high in sugar, or I just can't have it. But like there's these Chocos, right? And these are the Chocos are a pack of jalapeno salsa and cheese cookies.
Interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too. But there's that. There is the bat. I love the bat logo there, and that is a twin pack of dark chocolate, salted butter, caramel truffles.
I don't know about the dark chocolate part. But...
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. But I don't know if you guys can pick that. Can you guys see the Wayne logo?
Oh, nice.
The Wayne logo in there. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's got the Wayne logo, and that. I don't know what they look like.
I just have a big fat ass double big belly burger.
I know.
All for myself.
Check this out, guys. Oh, this is cool. So it's got a little Wayne sealed crest. Well, that's upside down. The crest from Bruce Wayne, and then of course.
Oh, I love that. The presentation of this whole thing is amazing.
It is. It's absolutely fantastic. Well, and wait till I haven't even showed you this one cool thing that is in here as well. There's your ocean trench cod potato. It's like this ocean cod stuff. So, but I love it. It's got Aquaman on the front there, drinking his thing. This is Element. Oh, fire up your fourth world. This is a drink. It's like a what is this called? So you get the beer. It's got a resurrection souffle that it's got a souffle breadcrumb mix and different things. So this is called Element. It's a vitamin energy drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fire up your fourth world, it says, with this energy drink. And let's see, there's another can of beer in there. Yep. And some more dipping sauce. Okay, but here's the thing. So there's this, right? But here's what I want to show you. Tiffany and I opened this up tonight. I waited for her to come home to open this because you got a sealed envelope, wax sealed, with the Wayne logo on it.
Oh, wow.
Check that out. Wax sealed. And so we did not break the seal. We just cut the top open here so we can say this. It is a letter from Bruce Wayne.
Oh, that's nice.
Check out what this says. It's what this says that's very interesting. It's got the Wayne seal up here. And it says, if you are in receipt of this box, the worst has come to pass, and the members of the Justice League are in grave danger. You are now mankind's last hope. Many years ago, there were contingency plans drawn up in the event that the members of the Justice League came under attack. The very fact you are reading this letter means the unthinkable has now occurred. Stored on a secret computer system in the basement of Wayne Manor are these very files. My computer has been hacked. You must use your skills to crack the codes, and only then will you be able to understand how to neutralize the imminent threat. The contents of the Motherbox will assist you. Hope is our most powerful weapon in these dark times. And then here's something that's weird because I don't see anything that explains this so far in the box, but I'm now going to have to figure out what this means. This summer, I will be returning to Park Row in London, where it all began. If you survive this and get a taste for crime fighting, I'll no doubt see you there. Until then, stay safe and remember, self-belief is your greatest superpower. Yours
breaking news?
truly, Bruce Wayne.
He just announced his own movie.
I
This
don't
summer,
know.
Well,
this summer.
If you look at that one image that had like the comic panels on it, at the very bottom right hand corner of it, there's a little QR code.
Yes,
it
I
says
know.
like, yeah, and you can. I think what it is, it's like
Crack
a whole
the
thing.
code.
Yeah,
It's
you
crack-
can
break
win.
into
You can
Bruce-
win
Bruce-
a year of that food.
Well, it says break into Bruce Wayne's computer for a chance to win Wonderland at home for a year. To crack the code, find clues hidden in the items within your mother box. Scan the QR code using this phone's camera and point it towards your mother box. Scan the QR code using your phone's camera and point it at your mother box. And then, and then you can start the mission. But what's weird is Bruce Wayne here in this thing says that this summer I will be returning to Park Row in London where it all began.
That's where they filmed it, isn't it?
If you
Isn't that-
survive this and get a taste for crime fighting, I'll no doubt see you there.
That's where they filmed the Batman, isn't it?
Yeah. No, that's where they filmed Justice League, isn't it? Wasn't Justice League filmed in London?
Yeah, but what about Park Row specifically?
That's the studio, isn't that the soundstage? I'm not real sure. I can't remember. It's been years, but hey, that'd be cool. I'll just let myself believe that he means he's coming back for his solo movie.
I got, like I said, I just got this afternoon. I have to, I gotta figure out what that is. Hey, you know what? I just missed a couple. Stephen Moten with a $4.99 super chat says, "Black guy." I think he's talking about you.
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
I found it.
Says, "I don't know your name. I'm gonna guess it's William." Says, but I think he was about to enter the Speed Force.
I disagree somewhat because the purpose of him entering the Speed Force was to do exactly what he ended up doing. I mean, he's just going at superhuman. Why would he be going into the Speed Force for that fight? I don't. Maybe turn back time to restart the fight. I don't know. It just seemed to have more of an impact at the end of the movie, and he's just moving at his superhuman speed. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't
know either what the purpose of him running into the Speed Force at that point would be, because I agree that at that point you would have to he's still got to fight Superman, right? So he's not really going to be able to do that from inside there. And then Stephen with another $4.99 super chat. Oh, you dude, you didn't even have to.
I got what he meant.
You didn't have to pay for that, man. I appreciate it,
process
man.
of elimination.
Yeah,
well, maybe I'm looking at the comics from a comic point of view. Whenever they approached the Speed Force, it was like this forbidden thing that they just really didn't want to touch because it was like the dark side. It was something that once you became part of it, and once you did something in it, it was not something that could be controlled. And every time that they've gone into it, either somebody died or somebody screwed things up. So when he does it at the end of the movie and he says, I have to break the rule because it's not something he feels comfortable doing to begin with. So I don't think he would break the rule just for Superman. But when an entire team gets wiped out and he starts to see time, and when he puts up his hand like that, the Flash sees time differently than everybody else. It's slowing down because that's the way his entire makeup sees time now. That's why he's moving in slow motion. So he's going. He knows he has to go back and turn back time, and he joins the Speed Force. And like I said, when he does it in Crisis, it kills him. Or at the time we thought killed him. He basically became part of the Speed Force. So it's a big thing when he uses it. I just didn't see the Superman fight as that moment. But like I said, I'm interpreting it my way. This guy could be right.
Yep. Yes, Jesse. I will take a nice close up picture of the letter so that you guys can analyze it for sure and go back. Steven, you could find William as Sci-Fi Center. because he has the Sci-Fi Center in Las Vegas. Really cool place there.
Hey guys, I gotta bounce. I gotta start my stream in a few minutes and gotta hit the bathroom and stuff first. So,
the plunger. Say hi to the plunger for me.
No, not the plunger. Not the plunger. Okay,
but the plunger loves you.
All this talk about food. I'm intermittently fasting right now, and so it's like all the talk about food is killing me. That was killing me right now because I'm starving. So I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta go get some water in order to like not die. All right, everyone.
Well, hey, Matt, why don't you take a look at your name there?
Jat. Thank you.
Jat Jarbo.
Finally.
Will the real Matt Jarbo please stand up?
Finally.
Please stop peeing sitting down and please stand up.
No, I'm gonna go pee sitting down right now just to spite you and to protect my prostate.
There you go.
Protect my prostate, sir.
Wow.
Oh boy.
So much ground covered.
I know. Well,
so it's just a restaurant advertisement.
That's what it looks like. Well, I'm trying to look at this and see what it says. It says Wonderland Restaurants presents Park Row coming soon, an immersive DC inspired restaurant experience. Be the first to learn more by signing up to our mailing list. Join our team careers. Boy, how cool would it be to work though at a DC themed restaurant, man? In the UK, right? That'd be pretty awesome.
Get to dress as Alfred.
Let's all move to the UK and I'll work at Wonderland. I wonder why it's called Wonderland Restaurant though, or is that or Park Row? I wonder why it's called Park Row. Like if it's a DC themed restaurant.
Yeah, I don't understand the significance of Park Row.
I don't understand the significance of Park Row either. If I'm missing something,
interesting.
But it's still a really cool letter, nonetheless. About
where is it? Where is it? Park Row is in London, or is it in?
It just says UK, so I don't know. I like I said, I literally just got it this afternoon, and I've been at work all day, so I haven't been able to get home and actually look through it all. But it's a very cool collectible. There's some stuff that will definitely look really cool on a shelf. After I'm done, obviously not the food,
right?
But
I don't know if what was this 100? What was it 100 and what now?
135, and I had my 135 ready, and I couldn't get one.
I know, I know who did get one. Is Max?
Yeah,
he did. He just got it recently, I think.
Yep, Max. Mad Max got one, and so I'm not sure if.
They're available now. I'm gonna grab one. Damn it!
I don't know if I would have dropped $130 on it though.
I would have immediately in a heartbeat. There's a write off. I would have had it, and I would have opened it. I would have done my own little thing on it because I wanted to have one there because we streamed it at the center at midnight. So I was trying desperately to have it sitting there, and we were going to live stream because we were giving away prizes for our ASP, and we were announcing the winners and everybody and things like that live. And I was going to unbox that live right as we entered in as midnight hit, and I could not get one. I could not even. I emailed, and then I saw Fatma had one, and then I didn't see anybody else who actually had one until I see you guys are starting to get them. So hopefully that means. Tomorrow, if I want one, I can just go get one because I'd love to have that sitting on my desk. That's neat.
Well,
just the box alone.
That's not a French fry. That's a piece of wood.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a frozen French fry.
I know it looked kind of like a frozen French fry to me. Or at least I don't know what that was, but
Does it say what the wood is relevant for?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to look through this whole thing, but I dig this little dipping sauce ceramic Superman.
That is kind of cool
thing there.
Like I said, man, the whole packaging for this whole thing is just immaculate. Like it's put a lot of effort into it.
Right there. That packaging makes it worth the 135 for me right there, just because that's something that you can just even once the food is gone.
Oh yeah,
that is just neat.
I'd happily eat my fancy sauce out of that cup.
I will forever eat all of my dipping sauces out of that cup for sure.
A little mayonnaise, a little ketchup, maybe a little relish.
And that's good mayonnaise too. That's not the fast food mayonnaise. That's the good. Look how yellow that mayonnaise is.
Yeah, it's better than best food.
So William, I'm surprised that apparently we have failed this city because everybody is saying Park Row is where the Waynes were murdered. It was later called Crime Alley.
Oh, see, God dang it. All right, I failed. I'll see you guys next week. Same time, same station.
Yeah, it appears we have failed the city. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Dang it. Oh well.
But they built the city on rock.
I haven't heard it called Park. I haven't. I just never. I've always heard of it Crime Alley, but yeah, that's. I'm looking at it right now.
Yep. So
I could have just Googled it. I guess.
Right? Yeah, we could all just Googled it. Yeah.
I like on a computer, but
everybody in the chat Googled it.
That's cool. I mean, hey, man, if it wasn't for if Google would have been around in high school, I could have just gone to that.
But yeah, man. So like you said, like this box in general, just having this is pretty darn cool. And
I'm gonna see if somebody's just they're gonna get it. They'll have it on eBay. Somebody will just be selling the box. I'm gonna grab that too.
So there you go.
That is neat.
I got the little toys. I got the little tiny toys that went with the action figures, and so now this is just going to be a cool centerpiece. Maybe I'll put this on my Superman coffee table when we get the Superman coffee table done. I've got a 4 foot by 3 foot Superman S that Tiffany is building into a coffee table, and so
it's got augmented reality, dude.
Yeah, I got a stone pillar that I'm going to put mine on when I get it.
Fantastic. Yeah, I should get a stone pillar. Get some
kind of. I had one waiting. I thought it would be easy. I thought I would get online, click, bam, and I'd have it. Apparently, that's wasn't the case.
Yeah, a couple of things here, real quick that I missed. I want to make sure. No, Steven, nobody thinks, man, that you're disrespectful, man. So don't worry about that, man. No worries, bro. No worries, bro. Let's see, and then also, so Tim Possible. Says Kylo Tim once in. So I'll tell you what, we are at the 2 hour 41 minute mark, and I think we've had a great discussion tonight. We'll be here in the next few minutes, kind of just winding it down. And I know Jarbo's going to stream, so we want to lead into him. So, but Tim, I will definitely have you in, and I know that Steven actually mentioned coming in at some point. So yes, we'll definitely have you guys in again at some point, just not tonight. But I do thank you for the $2 super chat. It's very, very much appreciated, and we will definitely have you guys both in at some point. Yeah. That's the cool thing about the Poindexter Lounge is like I don't try to run a ship here that we don't welcome people in. I like to give people the opportunity to come in and say hi, and so yes, please know that.
Real quick before we end this thing off, I wanted to hear William's thoughts on that trilogy trailer the HBO Max posted. What was your reaction to that, William?
It didn't bother me as much because I've seen things. I've seen things classified as trilogies that have gone on for 6 and 7 films. The first 3 Potter movies were a trilogy. The first Star Wars movies were a trilogy. When you look at it through the lens of Ann Sarnoff, see the problem with DC's film division, they don't get the benefit of the doubt because they haven't earned it, and so everything that they do, we have to look at it in an adversarial capacity because you don't trust the people that are making the decisions. But the conclusion of their trilogy, as far as the culmination of Batman versus Superman and Man of Steel, I guess you could consider it that way, but that doesn't mean that it's over. I don't think anybody should read into it that that's it. That's because it's like I said, the decision's not going to be up to them.
Right. I just don't like the wording that they put in. The completion of Zack Snyder's trilogy, especially. Yeah. I mean, Enosh went on that epic rant. It's like it's not a trilogy ad.
It's a 5-part story. Right. But like I said, you get the sense that Warner Brothers Pictures wants it to go away so that they can put their own stamp on things, but it's not. Unfortunately, the final decisions is not up to them, and it really isn't relevant for them to be making the decision. This fits on HBO Max. That's where it belongs, and go do your thing, go do your movies, go do your Shazam, go do all these things, and you know what? I might go watch those, but. Why? There's no financial reason. There's no business reason to not catch lightning in a bottle and continue this on HBO Max. No reason at all.
So I just want to clarify, you and Enosh don't think it means anything at all, right?
Nothing.
It's not like a bad sign.
For two reasons. A lot of film series use that as a classification once they've had 3 movies. And 2, her decision, I don't care what anybody says, is not the final word on things. It's just not. That's just, she's a division president that works under somebody else, that works alongside of somebody else who has his own green lighting power in Casey Boys. So I'm not going to, like I said, when I hear Jason Kilar come out and say, that's it, we think we've gotten all of our mileage out of this, we're moving on, then I'll close the book and then I'll start making some decisions on whether I want to invest a lot of time in DC movies. I'm not going to protest.
For me, it's like I need to hear from Zach directly. Zach is the one I want to hear
look,
from.
and that's what I was saying earlier. As long as Zach is saying things like, hey, keep watching the movie, keep supporting the movie, keep telling other people about the movie, and do not cancel your HBO Max subscription, but keep watching it and watch other things on the platform. As long as I keep hearing things like that, why would I get worried? I think the other key is this, is that the Warner Brothers Pictures portion of this, the 3 movies, right, that are done under Warner Brothers Pictures, those are done. Those are done. If you want to call that a trilogy, if Ann Sarnoff wants to call that a trilogy because it was 3 movies and it's convenient to call it a trilogy, obviously it did not end on just an ending. It ended on 3 different cliffhangers and possible jumping off points. But the thing is that when you look at it that way, it is not a trilogy. It has always been a 5-part, like you said, RJ, like Ann, it's not a trilogy. Trilogies are 3 movies. This was not that. It was a 5-movie arc with the option then for other movies within that same universe. I want to make very clear again, I do not want to do away with all of the DC movies coming forward. And I think that this is important. We got to keep, I feel like we got to keep saying this, okay? Is that, look, in a perfect world, I wish that only Zack Snyder's movies continued, right? Because I like those movies right now. But I will say this, that's not what I want at this point. Let everything exist in this universe. You've said it's a multiverse. Great. I'm a multiverse guy. I know that Matt Jarbo's not. And I know that there's some other people who are very much on that same kick that they don't like a multiverse idea.
Why not though? Because
I know
it's good business.
I feel like the multiverse is part of what makes DC special.
Well, without it, if you only have a singular universe, you have to wait in line for somebody else's interpretation of these characters to make their run through.
Yes.
And that could take 6 to 10 years, depending on how successful that run is. If you have these things coincide and coexist alongside of each other, you can have a version of Superman going on somewhere while you have it on HBO Max. And like I said, I think the most important thing is, I keep saying this over and over again, let go of movies and let go of the cinema. Embrace what HBO Max can give you. I saw somebody in the chat said HBO Max is too small for the Snyderverse. It wasn't too small for Game of Thrones. It wasn't too small for everything else that they've done. I think that this is in series. I mean, think Game of Thrones. When you think Snyderverse and continued DC contract, think Game of Thrones, think Sopranos, think every Monday morning with us talking about, wow, did you see what happened on Justice League Volume 2, Episode 1 last night? Did you see that? And for that whole week, we're talking about stuff. And then,
why wouldn't Warner Brothers want their own big streaming event? Like the Snyder Cut is their equivalent to like a Mandalorian level event that gets everybody talking. Could you imagine the same kind of buzz every single week for this thing? It would grow their platform tremendously.
Well, I don't understand, guys, why I keep hearing people talk about, they keep saying 2 things, William. One is that it's too small, that it can't exist on the small screen, which I don't think you can look at a streaming service like HBO Max as the small screen, because it's not just the small screen. It's not like this is CW. It's not
Right.
like the Snyderverse would be going to the CW. You know, you're not
All
gonna
these
see
shows are
Ben
getting movie
Affleck's
level budgets
Batman.
at
You
this
know,
point. Like look at
Yeah,
Falcon
because-
Winter Soldier or WandaVision. They have movie level
see,
budgets.
that's the other thing, right? Is that we have seen plenty of these shows and series like The Mandalorian, like WandaVision, now like Winter Soldier and Falcon, and a lot of other things, and all the things that are coming that all are on streaming service, and they're cinematic quality.
Well,
so for everybody telling me, well, they're not going to drop $200 million, Enosh, it's not. It doesn't have to be that. You could do these things on a budget, yet get the story out, and they would look just fine. We now have the stagecraft technology that they're using on The Mandalorian, that they're perfecting on that is now going to be used on many different series, not just at Disney, but it's being perfected there. It's been made for that, and that's what they're using it for, is to use that stagecraft technology to be able to bring down the cost of having to do things on location. I mean, look at The Mandalorian. The Mandalorian looked absolutely fantastic, cinematic in every way. It did not, I didn't see one person. If they did, I'm sorry, I missed them. And I think that they're wrong. If anybody was saying, oh, look at The Mandalorian, you could tell it looks just like a low budget TV show
No,
compared
it
to
does
the
not.
films. It did not at
No,
all.
yeah.
All
know
those
when the
space
first-
scenes,
yeah,
all
when the
those
first-
space scenes look just as good. All the planets look just as good. I believe that they were in those
that
environments.
stagecraft technology is amazing. Like
Absolutely.
if they could do that with Zack Snyder, like if he got access to that stagecraft technology that Favreau's been working on, imagine the stuff he can do. Because I can
Game of
create
Thrones
fully
is 10
blown
million an
worlds.
episode. Game of Thrones was 10 million an episode minimum. So they HBO, that division has money to spend. Now the thing about it with the fandom though is when they say, they want to see it on the big screen and they don't, the Snyderverse is too big for HBO Max. People are looking at it as being on HBO Max as a defeat, as if we were driven off the big screen. It doesn't matter. If there's continuation, there is victory. If this tone continues, it is total and absolute victory, because it is going to extend the brand to people that we outside of us, because everybody who's watching those staples, those Sunday night shows that they've watched for the last 15 years that HBO has been putting them out, is going to slide right into this, and it's going to extend that brand. And like I said, I said again, I never want to see a Zack Snyder film as far as DC content on the big screen again, unless it originated on HBO Max. Like I'll go see Justice League on IMAX if I have a chance, but I never want to see. I don't want any of that content twisted up in Warner Brothers studio, because the studio mentality is different and the expectations of fans that go to these movies are different than the people who sit down and follow a TV show. The people who follow Game of Thrones are different than people who will follow some kind of thing. Sometimes they overlap, but the dedication, the cult-like dedication to a TV show it lines up with what Zack Snyder does. It is a religion. HBO TV shows are a religion. They are a standard, and his shows would fit right there. I really like that. I would be disappointed personally to see these things carried out in films, because I think that would be leaving a lot of money and prestige on the table, and I don't think they're going to. Be honest with you, if we get any more, it's going to be on HBO Max. You can forget about WB.
And I agree with you, William. I fully agree, because I feel like this. Here's because I've had some people come at me, because look, I'm not letting this go. If you think that Enosh is just going to go quietly into the night, like I said, I'm not, because
you're going to be there to the bitter end.
I am, and I'm just going to tell you something. What am I doing this weekend?
Justicecon, baby.
Okay. I'm not. I think I'm beyond now just some guy, who's just blowing smoke at you. Okay.
Like, you're interviewing Dave Bautista, man.
I'm interviewing, and I'm not saying that to be like, oh, look at me. I'm saying, when you get your news from somebody, look who you're getting your news from. I know that there are naysayers out there who are like, it's done. It's not going to happen. And people who are very knowledgeable, they're smart because they're making the best guess that they can. Okay. And they're saying things like, oh, WB has just put their foot down on this and they're not going to give it to us. BS. Warner Brothers is not going to dictate this going forward. Like Williams said, until Jason Kilar or Zack Snyder comes forward and says, look, if Zack comes out and says, look, guys, I appreciate all of your love. I appreciate everything that you guys did for the cut. I appreciate everything that you guys have done for AFSP. I appreciate everything that you've done for me and my family. And I understand that you want to see more of this, but I'm done. This isn't going to happen. This is not a fight that we should continue. This is not something that we should keep pursuing. That's one thing. But when I see things like this, when we've seen things like this that simply say, is there still hope? Are we still fighting? And he says, yep, by watching it and getting others to watch. When he goes in other comments and says, yes, do not cancel your subscription to HBO Max, but engage with the platform. And I'm just telling you, look, Warner Brothers Warner Brothers.
Great. Justice is great. That stunt with Justice is great. Somebody was watching that. So
Warner Brothers or no Warner Brothers, HBO Max. I've got Disney Plus. I've got Hulu. I've got Netflix. I've got HBO Max now. I've got
Paramount Plus. I got Paramount Plus.
I don't have Paramount Plus because
I got that just, Star Trek.
I'm just not on there. I know. And but look, there's all these streaming services, right? And I've got a ton of them. You know which one I've watched the most? And I was the most reluctant to even get HBO Max because I said, I've got most of that content already on physical media. I don't need it. Then all of a sudden I started deep diving into what HBO Max was. I was pissed, guys. Listen to me. If anything, listen to me for this reason. I had DC Universe. I was pissed that they didn't just make DC Universe the one-stop shop for all DC content. I was in there. I had my year-long. I paid in advance for DC Universe, and I thought, why do we need to go to HBO Max for this crap? Why are they taking all these shows and putting them on HBO Max instead of leaving them on DC Universe? Look, I get it. You guys who want your comics and stuff digitally and you want it on DC Universe, great. But I was like, no, I want that content there. I got HBO Max. I waited till the very last minute because I wanted to make sure that I could see Wonder Woman 84. And I didn't know if it was going to be in theaters here or not, like right off the top. Now it ended up being that. And we saw Wonder Woman 84 in the theater first because I'm a man of my word. And when I tell you something, I stick by that. And that's what I did. But the thing is that I got HBO Max. I have deep dove now into HBO Max. There is so much amazing content, movies, TV shows. Like I had never watched Raised by Wolves. Tiffany and I binged that thing and it was awesome. I started in on stuff that, Westworld that I had never gotten into before because I didn't have HBO. I didn't have HBO, so I didn't have any, thing like that. Like I'm actually, I never watched Game of Thrones, so I'm going to actually get into Game of Thrones. I know, because I never had HBO. And I don't pirate stuff and I don't do that. So like I never got into it. And so like there's all kinds of things that I'm discovering for the first time. But also,
just added,
you know what's great? Great? What's that?
The Superman animated series added that, the remaster.
All the DC content that's on there, guys, right now. Like, I'm sorry, but everybody like boycott it. Like, first of all, HBO Max has not done anything to wrong us. They have not done anything to harm us. They gave us the Snyder cut. They gave us Justice is Gray. Jason Kilar has supported Zack. Why would I then shut down something that literally I can watch all that DC content, all this stuff, all these other movies? Turner Classic Movies is on there. And no, it's not just black and white movies anymore. Or movies
it's all the way up to the 90s, man.
It's up into the 2000s, some of those movies, man. And it's great movies. It's great films. It's great stuff. Awesome content. New series coming out. New movies. They've got exclusives to HBO Max. And then You're going to tell me that I can sit, and if I'm just doing nothing, I can turn on South Park any season, any episode I want. I can watch Robot Chicken. I can watch
Chappelle Show.
Chappelle Show, and they did by Dave Chappelle. Look at all that stuff, right? Dave Chappelle came out and said, "Do not watch my series on anything because they are not paying me." What did HBO Max do? They ponied up the money and gave Dave Chappelle some money, and now they're streaming his show. Like, I'm sorry, do not do this. Zach himself has told you, do not cancel your subscription. What more?
One more thing.
It's still in play.
One more thing, though, and here's the thing: those numbers that they gave you that were BS, even the ones that they don't give you, those numbers aren't relevant. What they're going to be looking at is when I come into HBO Max and I watch Justice League, what else am I watching? Because they can track me. They can track William Powell. So if I'm watching their DC content, they can see that. If I'm overlapping in the Raised by Wolves, or I'm watching old leftover episodes, or if I'm watching Dave Chappelle, anything, they're what was the gateway? How many of these people came in? Either they subscribed because of Justice League, or that was one of the first things that they watched in succession. So if the first thing I watched, or the thing I watched the most on their streaming service, was Zack Snyder's Justice League, and they can look at the analytics and the demographics that spread throughout their site, those are numbers that they're not going to give you when they say, well, Wonder Woman 84 had 2.2, or Kong versus Godzilla beat everybody. That's not relevant to a streaming service as much as anything else, because Kong versus Godzilla isn't going to keep me on as a subscriber, but all the other shows and all the other content that HBO Max has is going to keep me on for a month, maybe years.
Absolutely. Hold that thought there, William. Pepperoni Pizza, we see you in here, man, all the time. And I just want to say a quick shout out to you. It says, me and my girlfriend love your videos. We are about to have our first kid today. I'm in the waiting room right now.
Man. That's awesome.
Congratulations, Pepperoni Pizza 2003. Enosh is a great name. Enosh is a great name. Just saying. Just saying. And if you ever want to make that girlfriend your wife, I can take care of that for you too. But hey, congratulations. I think that is just congratulations. I am so happy for you guys. I hope that no matter what you name your baby, that everything goes well. I hope for the best for you guys. And absolutely, this is great.
Nice job. Wow. Nice job. Very nice. Very nice. You, sir, are one lucky brother. Congratulations.
There you go. So there you go. I just wanted to take a minute out when I saw that comment and just let you know that we're all happy for you. We're pulling for you, and let us know what you had. All right. Let us know. Let us know when the time comes. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cut you off there, but I just need it. But yeah, look, everybody who's watching, like, look, HBO Max original and classic content catalog is top quality. Like seriously, if I had to pick one right now, look, I obviously I need it for the Star Wars stuff. I need Disney Plus for the Star Wars stuff. But let's be honest, everything else is not like must see TV for me. Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm the resident Marvel guy. Like I'm,
and I know, and that's
Marvel
fine.
Here, so.
And that's fine. And that's fine. But I totally agree with everything that William is saying. And it's just that, look, if it happens, and I think that there's a much better chance than people are trying to give it, credit for, actively, because different companies, different people, different situations. It's not going to happen. Warner Brothers Pictures is not going to wake up tomorrow and go all of a sudden, oh, we love Zack Snyder. They've never loved Zack Snyder. They've literally been looking for a way to get rid of Zack Snyder from when Batman v Superman was in production. Okay, look,
even though he was the guy, though, he was going to be their shepherd.
Exactly.
Nolan was the one who picked him, so it's like, why do you suddenly hate the guy when that's the one you wanted in the first place?
I know, but it is what it is, and the thing is that they've been looking for a way to try to cut Zack out ever since, and that's what happened with Justice League, and that look how that bit them, because we were relentless. We would not back down. We would not just say okay and roll over. And William hit it too. That's what they want us to do. They want to put out something that says, the completion of Zack Snyder's trilogy, to get you to think, oh man, it's done, it's over with, whatever. Listen, it is not over. It is not over, like William said, until Zack Snyder says it's over, or Jason Keelar comes forward and says it's over. Those are the two names. Doesn't matter what promo gets cut. There's a lot. Look, we talk about wrestling a lot here on the channel. How many people cut promos and then get their butt handed to them come WrestleMania?
Or during the promo.
Or during the promo, right? Right. So the thing is, I get it. It's really easy to get hit hard with some of this information and just think, oh man, this sucks. It's not going to happen. But again, I encourage you and I remind you, at no point did Warner Brothers ever say, well, yeah, Zack Snyder has a cut, but we might give it to him. If you guys let us know enough, we'll give you the cut. They never encouraged us. They never said, yet Zach has a cut. And if you guys promote it big enough and keep on here for 3.5 years, we'll give it to you. They never said that. They're never going to encourage you. If your fandom is going to teeter on whether or not Warner Brothers comes by and encourages you at some point, then I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you, because it's just never going to happen. They didn't do it then. They're not going to do it now. But then we woke up one day, we watched Man of Steel with Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill and the other fans, and all of a sudden, there it was, right there in front of us, dropped right there, Zack Snyder's Justice League coming 2021. And how many of us, I'll be honest with you, I was on the edge even with that, some of the stuff like, God, is this ever going to happen? Is this really real with all those people coming at us? I mean, with all of these people who were supposed to be in the know, all these Hollywood people telling us it's not going to happen. It doesn't exist. It's not how Hollywood works. That's why I enjoyed putting them in my music video. Okay. That's why I enjoyed putting that in the middle segment of that. And if you notice, I'm literally showing people rejoicing at the announcement of the Snyder Cut coming, as you're hearing those voices saying it doesn't exist. Real quick, Pepperoni says his name is going to be Clark Joseph Smith.
Nice.
That's awesome, man.
The funny thing about it is I didn't know for sure it was going to happen, but once HBO Max became a reality, as far as where they were coming from and how they were coming along and what a streaming service needs as far as content goes, it to me, it was like more and more reality. I thought they were going to greenlight a bunch of stuff, including the Snyder Cut. But the sad part is about Ann Sarnoff and Hamada and all these guys, aside from DC content, these people are accomplished. Toby Emmerich, these are accomplished people. But unfortunately, the comic book IPs is not something everyone can do. And
most of these executives are not true fans. In a lot of
you have to have trust in somebody that understands it, and you also have to have the backbone to, if the waters get rocky, that you're not just going to jump off the ship. And that's what they did. Like I said, when Kevin Feige laid out his plan, he laid out his plan from beginning to end, and he didn't deter from that fan just because Thor: Dark World sucked. He kept going, and he didn't listen. He didn't listen to whiny fanboys that they didn't distort his path. And that, if you're going to handle comic book IPs, you have to understand that you're not going to please everybody. In fact, you're probably going to piss off half of those people. But guess what? Pick the half that caught on to what you wanted to and move on with them. And those other half, you know what? Someone will create content for them too. I mean, there is a Superman out there for the people who don't like Cavill Superman. And they can move on with their lives. But you don't make money by excluding people, and that's what they've done. Is they've excluded people. You've gone on and said we're going to go on with this universe at the exclusion of an entire fan base that is waiting to give you money.
Well, it's like Enosh always says at the end of his streams. He's always like, "Don't let anyone tell you that your fandom doesn't matter." In some regards, I feel like Warner Brothers doesn't sometimes. They're telling the Snyder fandom that you guys don't matter. We're moving on without you. Either conform or don't. We don't care at this point, And I don't know. I think it's never a good idea for any company to talk bad about their fans or like tell them that they don't matter or that they shouldn't be included in what they're doing anymore. I guess.
Yeah.
What a company needs to do is they need to do this. We're going to tell a story. We're going to tell a story, and what we need you to do as fans is allow us to tell that story. Allow us, if you don't think that Clark Kent, the Superman we're producing, is a light, go-hearted Boy Scout right now, let us evolve him into that character and get with us at the end. You know, grow with us instead of wanting us to put a character in the microwave and have them insta ready. You know, that's not a story.
Right. That's something that blew me away too. It's like,
you know?
Yeah, they never let DC like do what they were gonna do. Like, you know, with Marvel, they gave them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm a Marvel guy. Like, that's my predominant fandom. Like, everyone here is more so DC fans. For me, Marvel's my go-to thing. And like,
what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
No, you're fine. I know. I'm like the biggest MCU fan of like that whole social group here. But that's okay.
I'm not locked in here with you. That's it. You're locked in here with me.
Hey, Marvel makes good movies. Good movies.
No, absolutely, yeah.
They make movies and they cater to their fandom and they fit a certain fan. Personally, out of the 25 movies that they've made, I could have literally just forgotten 11 of them and I would have been just fine. But I understand that other people enjoy those movies and I let them. But when it comes to when you grow up, especially when you're collecting comics, you bought, my stack included Marvel and it included DC. Because I appreciated the way that DC told their stories, and I appreciated the way Marvel told their stories. Somehow, some way, we got into the whole Cro-Magnon Marvel versus DC thing. Because
when you look at that comic stack, Marvel and DC are so visually and the stories are so different. I don't understand why DC wants to pursue it being Marvel. Variety is important, and like you were saying, William, earlier, it's like DC, Warner Brothers is so reactionary. You know, they listen far too much to internet critics and a tomato meter, and that's where the whole problem arose because they were worried that they were way too much focused on the reviews and thinking, oh my goodness, everything's collapsing right now, the sky is falling. Instead of just saying, hey, well, first off, they butchered BVS and cut it out. They cut its foot off by cutting out those 30 minutes anyway. So they already set up for failure in that regard. So, but I'm just saying they listened way too much to reviews. They gave too much into pressure to change when they could have just given it time. You know, like you said, Feige didn't panic when Thor: The Dark World wasn't received well. He just kept going.
Marvel movies didn't start making $1 billion till later on, and that's another thing that they really need to adjust their brain cells to. They thought that BVS should have made $1 billion just because it had those names in it, and that was stupid. That movie made $850 million, and each movie that they made increasingly more money. So it's
tell her we said hi.
And congratulations. But the expectations, if the expectation had been realistic, then you would have seen increasing box office from Man of Steel, $668 million, BVS $858 million, and then you go on a natural progression and you really don't start shaking things up. Now, if you would have given Zack Snyder his Justice League and we're looking at a $550 million movie, now I understand the business. But you needed to follow the progression. People get promoted because of numbers growth. And you basically demoted a guy who had numbers growth. And you listen to people who were never going to see your movie. That's like me saying, you know what? I have no desire to see, unless we're promoting it, to see Thor: Love and Thunder. I have none. But guess what? If you want to see it, I'm not going to get on the internet and say you're an idiot. How can you?
Well, just for example, man, they got Christian Bale as Gore the God Butcher, man. I love that character in the comics. I'm like, let's go.
You know what? Ragnarok had Jeff Goldblum playing a character, the Grandmaster, that should have been an epic character for him to play, and he ended up playing basically Bob Barker from one of the worst episodes of.
He was Jeff Goldblum, man. They just leaned right into that, and I loved every minute of it.
Anyway, but you know what? But that is okay. That is okay. But what ended up happening though is with the execs, because they don't have a connection to the comic IP, like Feige did, they listened to the wrong people. They didn't follow their own money. They these $1 billion expectations when, like I said, Marvel didn't even start out making a
Right.
billion.
So just to clarify,
real quick, I want to
Sure.
read this real quick because I went and then I saw the baby announcement thing. Stephen Moten with another $4.99 super chat says, I agree. I talked about the Walmart movie. That was when they released Man of Steel, and you got to see it through Walmart first. You could actually get your ticket through Walmart, and you got to see it a day early. Everyone stood outside and talked. Never happened with a Marvel movie. Now, I know that there are people who stay and talk, with Marvel movies because they are fans. There are Marvel movie fans,
like me over
right?
here.
But
I've
I'll
done
be
it.
honest
I've
with you, the ones that I've gone to see, people go in, they've come out. Every DC movie that I've gone to see in the theater, and I've seen them all in the theater, fans find each other because it's like we go and it's almost like we know a secret that other people don't know. It's like the rest of the world is against us, has been against us, keeps hitting us, knocking us, over and over again, but we don't care. And we find each other by going to the movies together, and we see each other and we're like, hey, there's somebody who likes what I like. When I went to go see Shazam, we did a giveaway at the theater. I had a Shazam action figure and I brought that there and I did some trivia. Like I stood up at the theater. This tells you a little bit about Enash Fee. I'm a little bold like this and a little crazy. And so like we got there, we got to see it 2 weeks in advance for a special screening. And so I actually filmed, I filmed it. You can find it here on the channel. If you just look up Poindexter Lounge /Shazam. And I stood up, man, and I just started doing, I just addressed everybody. I said, hey, what's going on? Everybody was like, yeah, it's awesome. And so like, I did the giveaway. We did, some trivia. I did the giveaway. And then afterwards we met so many people afterwards, and it was fantastic. And it was so cool to meet other DC fans. Now, look, you can like it or not like Shazam, but the reality is we were all DC fans there, and we were all super excited about it. And so I agree with you, Steve. There's a certain camaraderie, I think, around these DC fans, especially now that it feels like we're for a lot of intents and purposes, kind of the underdogs, right? Nobody wants to see us succeed, and if we do succeed, they act like it's a fluke or something like that.
Well, let me just speak as a Marvel fan, though. I know, like, the Marvel fanboys love to trash on
Hey, hold that Marvel thing right there. Pepperoni Pizza 2003 says he is here.
Yay! Let's go! Congrats, man!
Congratulations!
I can't believe he was on your stream while his kid
I know,
was
that is so freaking awesome.
Here's Johnny.
Hey, congratulations, Pepperoni Pizza. I'm so happy for you. We are all so happy for you. That is such an awesome moment that I feel like we shared with you right here and right now. And man, I'm so glad for you guys. And like I said, we hope the best for you. And that's just freaking awesome. I just, man, that's great. Okay, so now back to what you were saying about Marvel. Marvel seems so insignificant next to a child being born.
Oh no, absolutely. No, I was gonna say real quick.
All of this does.
I know.
As the resident Marvel fan, let me just say,
I was just making sure to point out the fact that Marvel seems.
No, I was gonna say, like, as the resident Marvel guy here, like, trust me, Marvel fans, like, I know, like, the fanboys are, like, weird and they hate DC and they talk trash about it. Trust me, Marvel fans want DC to succeed because good competition yields good results for everybody. When DC's at the top of their game, Marvel's gonna continue to, like, push the boundaries and keep doing their best, and vice versa. There needs to be strong competition. But I was gonna quickly ask, like, going off of William, do you guys think BVS should have made $1 billion? And also, too, second part.
Absolutely not.
So it not making $1 billion, like, that's not the fault of the movie or nothing. Because I know, like, they're just complaining that BVS should have been $1 billion picture because of how big it was.
BVS wasn't going to make $1 billion. And like I said, if I were sitting in that boardroom, I would have grabbed them by their ties and said, "You're out of your damn mind." Here's why. When you're talking about an 80-year-old company, you have different interpretations of these characters that people take time to let go of, even if they eventually embrace him. So if you just came off of Christopher Nolan's Batman, A lot of times people don't want to have that replaced because that represents a significant time in their life, a significant time in the movies for them, and that's what they like. They love Christian Bale. That's no fault to Ben Affleck, but now you have to allow those people time to transition and embrace a whole new Batman, a whole new Superman than the one that they've seen decades before, a Wonder Woman that they've never seen before. And you just can't, there's no way you were going to expect those people to roll over. Eventually, they would have caught on. Eventually, around a third movie or so, you would have.
But couldn't you argue, though, that it's like the two, like, I know what you're saying, but couldn't you argue that because the last two movies made $1 billion, that maybe this one should have? Because it's like you're putting Batman and Superman together in a movie for the very first time.
No,
so.
that argument dies. I understand what you're saying, but that argument dies when you're talking about DC. When you're not, you have to exclude Marvel. Interpretations of characters are extremely important. They are like jewelry to people. They're like family members to people. People consider Christopher Reeves as a family member to them, to their fandom.
No, that's right. My dad's that same way. So
that is like that is like me replacing your uncle with another uncle that's still your uncle, but you don't know him as well. You spent every day with this uncle every day, right? You have other uncles, right? So now, guess what? Your main uncle moves to New York, and this new uncle moves in. He's cool and everything, but you got to get used to that guy. You don't know him like you knew the old uncle. And these properties are like family. So when you replace a family member, it's going to take a while for people to latch on. And just because the last two movies made $1 billion, that was a different world. They built up from 2005, which didn't initially make $1 billion, and then The Dark Knight came along, and then it escalated from there. All right. So once that ended and you began another interpretation, that is a shock to the system that they had to account for, and they should have accounted for. They should have expected mediocrity, not because of the quality of their movies, but the fact that you are asking people to embrace a brand new type of Superman, a Batman, a Dark Knight Batman that has not been interpreted on the big screen before. And that is a big jump. And I think people underestimate what a big shock, because it doesn't happen in Marvel. You've only seen one person play Iron Man. You've only seen one person play Thor on the big screen. These guys have nothing to compare to, but DC has the advantage and the disadvantage of having that. So people are going to stay on the sidelines and be like, wow, I hear there's a new Superman. Well, he's not my Christopher Reeve. Hey, there's a new Batman. You know what? Nobody's going to top Nolan. And they're going to say that over and over again until word of mouth, until the qualities of these movies bleed through, and then they'll jump in. Then you'll get your $1 billion. But you weren't going to pop a Hot Pocket into the microwave and come out with $1 billion.
But William, hold on, William. How can you say that? Because Joker made $1 billion, and that was just the Joker.
Okay, Joker made $1 billion based on a lot of different things. You had Joaquin Phoenix, who was a top tier actor, who's not a first timer. You had a lot of different things, and at that point, you had already had several DC movies in the pipeline. And Joker was a unique movie that didn't have to appeal to comic book fans. If you take the makeup off of Joaquin Phoenix in that movie, it's Taxi Driver and American Psycho and everything else. That movie had a general appeal, and it was, it took place in Gotham, and yes, that was the Joker. But if you look at it, take the makeup off of him, and that's in a story of somebody who the system gave up on, who he rose into nothing. And that movie was relatable to a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. And plus, then you had Aquaman. It's a natural progression. When Joker came out, it was at the natural progression where their movies would have started making $1 billion. Aquaman made $1 billion. Was that a better movie than Batman versus Superman or Man of Steel? Nah, it was a fun movie. But here's what happened is once you start your train going and you consistently go in a certain direction, other people are going to get on your train, and they're going to go with you wherever you go, and they're going to stay on. DC could have been into the point where they started doing what Marvel did, which is releasing mediocre movies that made $1 billion. But guess what? You've earned the trust and you've established your brand. They're going to go with you wherever you go. And that's all they had to do. And that's why that expectation that BVS should have made $1 billion. If I were running Warner Brothers, anybody came to me with that expectation and they were making decisions based on that, fire them.
I agree. Real quick, Brian's got to get going, and so I want to give Brian a chance to sign off here and say goodnight to everyone, because we're going to be not too far behind him. But
I gotta get some sleep. Started the new job, so early morning.
Awesome.
which is
Awesome,
cool. No, I just want to say I treat my fandom like a buffet. I like, and who doesn't like a buffet, right? So I like a little bit of everything. I like a little bit of Star Wars. I like my DC. I like a little bit of Marvel here and there. So I'm not like hardcore really towards anything, as it were. So like, I don't know. I don't.
You're like most people. You're the majority. We're
Yeah,
the majority. We're not cultists.
Yeah, I try not to. I try not to like go hard either direction as far as that goes. But I can appreciate the conversation you guys are having. I hate to duck out on you, but
no, you're good,
anyways, you can see me on my channel, Brian Master of None on YouTube. I think most of you guys have already subscribed anyways, but
if you have not subscribed,
if you haven't already, come on by. As soon as Star Trek gets ramped up again, and I get my CBS All Access subscription.
That doesn't exist anymore, sir.
Oh, sorry, my Paramount Plus subscription. I will happily be delving back into the world of Star Trek. Like I said, fandom is like a buffet, man. You sprinkle in a little bit of everything.
We got to do watch parties, man. Me and you.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Heck yeah.
Awesome.
Speaking of watch parties, we're going to do a couple of watch parties here coming up. I want to do a couple of things coming up that'll just be fun. I know there's some people who've never watched UHF, and I think we got to do UHF as a watch party. Yes, when Dawson was here, I made him watch UHF with me, and yeah. And he's also he's never seen Office Space. He's never seen Office Space. So we got.
You're gonna show him both of those on the same night?
No. I already made him watch when Dawson was here. I made just like a month or so ago. I made him watch UHF already. But I told him, I said, dude, you got to watch Office Space at some point, man. Come on.
That would be great.
Oh,
all right.
Right.
Bye.
All right, man.
Brian.
All right, we're gonna need you to work. We're gonna need you to work Saturday, Brian, and then we're gonna need you to come. Yeah,
big day.
We're gonna need you to come in on Sunday as well. So if you could just maybe clean up this area, that would be great. Yeah.
I'm just not gonna go.
Yeah, well, I'll get somebody in here and we'll get this all cleaned up. And what's that, Brian? Oh, I see that's your camera there. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take that for you if you don't mind. Thanks, appreciate it. You have a good day there, Brian.
And then there were 3.
I was expecting him to say, "Okay, but I'm gonna burn down the YouTube channel and then leave."
No, but yeah, just to go with Brian or what William said. I mean, that is a great reason for that. I agree with you.
But that's the business reason right there. People don't understand the business reason why these movies. They don't understand the psychology behind these characters. That literally, my grandfather, rest in peace, grew up with. He had a Superman when he was a kid. So did my dad. So we're talking about generational characters that each generation is going to take time to embrace. And so, but you can't not release the movie. You have to break through somewhere, and you're going to have a $300, $400, $500 million movie. That's fine. But instead of looking at those numbers as a jumping off point, they looked at it as a failure because their Hot Pocket was still frozen because they didn't know how to cook it right.
And Peter Rabbit's Defender, I'm going to come back to you here in just a second and your point, because that's a question that's going to probably take us down our last little bit here. But Caleb here says, it makes a great point. Spider-Man is one of the most popular characters in the world. No Spider-Man movie had made $1 billion until Far From Home because it was coming off Endgame. And that's true because look, Marvel has earned this spot where people know they're going to be entertained. And even if it's not the greatest movie, they feel like they have to see this because they want to be in on what's going on. They want to know what's coming next in the story or whatever. And so and so that's exactly what's part. I mean, look, I think everybody can agree. Right? Everybody can agree. I have yet to see somebody tell me that I'm wrong about this. If there is no Marvel Cinematic Universe and Captain Marvel comes out,
Bombs.
There ain't no way that movie on its own merits makes $1 billion. If that's your presentation, that's not $1 billion movie, yet it made
Right.
$1
So you're
billion.
saying so you're saying if the Captain Marvel movie didn't have the Marvel Studios logo, it wasn't connected to anything, like it just the same movie came out, it wouldn't have made $1 billion.
Yeah, if it did not have that the fact that it was coming out right before Endgame, and people felt like they had to go see it to because it was a lead into Endgame.
That Infinity War
and the introduction of Captain Marvel, an important Marvel character that was coming right before Endgame. There's no way that movie makes $1 billion.
It would have made like 500 million on a lucky day.
Yeah, it wasn't horrible. It was not the absolute crap fest that people, like, because everybody was saying it was going to be this, SJW, left-leaning, man-hating, movie.
Brie Larson is a
right. And woke and everything else. And look, the movie was not that. I went to go see it and I kept waiting for that to happen. I was like, okay, well, that's not there. It just wasn't great.
It's like a lower tier Marvel movie.
I would never pick on it because it's just there. It's just a movie that's like, it's not
it didn't
good.
ruin my life.
Yeah, it's like a pleasant Sunday afternoon movie.
It's not great. It's not great. It's not bad. It's just there. But there's no way that movie in and of itself ignites a fire under everybody.
Brie Larson agrees with you, by the way.
Yeah. Oh well. Okay. Is Brie already Brie Larson is it? I love that. I love that. Whoever's doing that. The fact that you jump in there, right? But that's the thing. That's the thing is that William, you hit it out of the park with that, and that is the fact that anytime you reintroduce characters, it's not just the character name. You have to once again earn that trust with the audience. So you can't just say
legacy, man.
Because like, why do people put that on Batman v Superman when Superman Returns came out and didn't make $1 billion? And not even adjusted for inflation for 2006, did not do that kind of money. And also Batman Begins, which was absolutely fabulous and a great movie,
$50 million movie. So
did not make the equivalent of $1 billion. Okay, The Dark Knight didn't even make the equivalent of $1 billion. I don't think it didn't.
No, it did.
It did.
But you had Yeah, Heath Ledger made $1 billion. Whatever.
But you know what I mean? This. But also, why then did that movie? Because it built off of the first one, and it built that trust enough that people were like, wow, this is something totally different, totally amazing. Because the Batman movie that came before that was George freaking Clooney.
you took the ride and you brought people with me. But even DC, if you look at that, this premise proves it out, because Aquaman, most of the people who were watching these movies weren't.
Toby, you did not make $1 billion.
He will if he's in Spider-Man 3, that new one.
If you look at Aquaman, most people thought that they were still under the narrative of Batman versus Superman, Man of Steel, even with the disappointment of Justice League. Everybody was still, okay, this movie is still along the same narrative. So you're ramping up now. Now you're in your fourth movie, Wonder Woman, you're in your fourth movie. Look what happened once they started going into these boneheaded directions. Your dollar amount started. Even though Shazam was a quality movie, wasn't a bad movie at all, it didn't make a lot of money.
I think also a lot of Shazam's box office was attributed to its release date. I think it came out at a bad time. It was sandwiched in between a bunch of movies like Infinity War Endgame. I mean,
Captain Marvel. It could have been released on a weekend all by itself, and it would have made that money, because you're talking about a B character, Shazam. I love Shazam. He's a B character. He is a generational character that doesn't get a lot of exposure like Superman has. So you really have to be at a certain level to even enjoy that movie. But had that movie been connected with the narrative of what Zack Snyder had started, you're talking about a movie that could have made upwards of 750 up. Not based on anything on its own necessarily, besides being a good movie, but you're on the ride. You're staying on the ride, and you're bringing people with you. So Shazam now becomes part of the overarching narrative that you have to see. You don't want to be the knucklehead who missed Shazam when Darkseid comes in and whacks everybody or something like that. You don't want to be that guy
That's
left out of that
if
party.
they would have got a proper Superman cameo, like Henry Cavill's face and him really being there, would have made a lot more money, I think.
Yeah, and then they hurt themselves with Suicide Squad. The reason why Birds of Prey failed is because the main character that should have been in there alongside Harley Quinn, they listened to criticism from boneheads. Oh, I don't like that Joker. Plenty of us did. Suicide Squad made more money than it was projected to make. But instead of listening to those people, we hatcheted that movie up, and then the movie that should have benefited most from that movie got hatcheted and it did performed poorly. Now, if all these movies are connected, then that movie makes a lot. It gets the benefit of the doubt. And when I hear people say, "Well, we want to do one-offs and separate this, separate that," I'm like, "Well, then you want to fail." Because you can't take DC created the superhero team. They created the shared universe. They created the superhero. You cannot go away from your identity and be taken seriously. You know what? Once you establish and finish your story and you want to go off and do one-offs, great. But that's not what you started. And you need to finish that in order to have credibility. So like I said, it's that's the one thing Marvel has done that I like, along with some other stuff, but they've made their movies must-see viewing. And DC hasn't done that with characters that are much tighter. Marvel did it with 25 movies, and they weren't all must-see, but they made you think that. DC had a quarter of that and didn't do it. That's bad. That's failure to me.
No. Very, very, very strong.
Williams on fire as always.
Williams always on fire, man, and you're absolutely right, and that's what I've been saying too for quite a while now. This expectation that a second movie in the franchise is just going to make a billion.
I will say though, I loved Aquaman. I don't know if I'm alone. I love Aquaman.
I love Aquaman. I didn't have a problem with Aquaman at all.
But it doesn't make $1 billion. It doesn't make $1 billion if people don't think that they're on the ride. And another thing, by the way, the other reason why Aquaman made $1 billion because of the MILF magnet that was casted as Aquaman, who Zack Snyder had to fight to get that casting done because everybody wanted the crew.
Yeah, the studio thought he was going to be a bomb casting. They thought, oh, he can't be a leading man.
And all those soccer moms flocked right to that movie.
Heck yeah. Okay, guys. So let's do this, and then we'll start to wrap it up. Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $10 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says with Jarbo hate on the brilliant Looper and Adore on the terrible Scooby Doo. Oh, too. And Enosh doesn't care about Endgame.
What? Enosh don't like Endgame?
Endgame pisses me off in so
many ways. Oh, we gotta talk about that.
Dude, I've shared my I
20 minutes of it was great. 20
Dude,
minutes of Endgame was great.
So RJ, I literally sat there the first time I went with my family and I watched the entire thing.
I cried watching Endgame.
I was angry. I was angry at the freaking movie because the movie does not even play by its own rules.
Exactly.
It makes stuff up as far as time travel to fit whatever the heck they want to do. And here it's like, oh, you can go back and change this and it's fine. I will tell you, all of your heroes are dead.
Yeah.
They're still dead.
Especially Thor. Thor, who stole
they're all still dead. They're all still dead. They did not come back. They did not come back. They are still dead. They're still dead because by the rules of their time travel, you cannot go back and affect your own timeline. So you cannot change what happened in that timeline and do it. All you do is do the Back to the Future thing and spring off into an alternate timeline, meaning everybody who died.
Even if they go by linear concept, it's bullshit. Sorry, but here's why. Because even the
God,
ancient
that's
one,
fast. That is so like you're getting whoever's doing this. Like I swear to God, you're getting faster and faster as the time goes by. But Russo brothers, I'm sorry, it sucked.
I want to respond though. Like I how do I put this? I don't think you guys necessarily wrong, but I would more so say the time travel logic really doesn't need to be analyzed that much because it's there to facilitate the story of revisiting
It
the
was
past
a time
movies.
travel movie, though.
Yeah, but don't read too much into it, man. Just enjoy the ride
No,
for what it
you
is.
can't. No.
It's hard when they're basically laughing at me.
No. As a DC fan, I will not sit back and just go, "Oh, we're going to give Marvel all the carte blanche in the world to just make up whatever the heck they want."
But it was so cool,
and
seeing
I'm
them
just
go back
not
to
going
the
to.
previous movies, though. Don't
No,
you
it
think?
was no, it wasn't.
You didn't like that?
No, because you
It
know
was
what?
like
No,
nostalgia,
it would have
man.
been. It would have been if there would have been some kind of continuity to it. But when you realize none of it even matters because you can't go back and change things within your own timeline, and it just, that, and I think that they crapped all over Captain America. Everybody who's like, "Oh, I think they did great by Captain America." Well, then you tell me this, RJ,
They disgraced Captain America.
RJ, tell me something. You're going to tell me Captain America, who is known for the fact that he sacrificed everything to be Captain America, to be that. We haven't even got to the main question yet, but you're going to tell me that Captain America, who his whole point of being is the fact that he was willing to sacrifice everything for the better good, to be this leader, that he got trapped in the ice for 70 years. He didn't get to be with Peggy, but he gave up everything and sacrificed everything so that he could fight Hydra, this evil that had plagued the world, taken over S.H.I.E.L.D., for God's sake, and killed millions of people, experimented on things, and did things that were atrocious, even until the very end of the freaking movie that he was in there. And you're going to tell me that he just gets to, that Captain America would ever think that Thanos is the last villain that they will ever face of this magnitude, that he is the last villain that the Avengers would ever have to assemble for and ever need his leadership for again. That because apparently Captain America was aware that he was in a film or something, because he is able to close the book on everything. And that you're going to tell me that Captain America, Steve Rogers, with everything that you know about Captain America and Steve Rogers, would go back in time and therefore sacrifice everything just to be back with Peggy?
That's not even the worst.
Hold on. And then live his life quietly and peacefully and watch as time progressed in a new timeline, because it's not his timeline anymore. Yeah,
the fact that he exists throughout.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's not just allowing, so he's not fighting with the knowledge that Hydra, something that they did not know the entire time that those movies were going on, but knowing that Hydra had infiltrated.
Wouldn't it mean that there's another Cap running around, though? I thought that was the implication.
No, that's
he
the
took
thing.
him out of the timeline.
He's out of the timeline. He went back and created a new timeline where this.
Yeah, but then why is he an old man that meets Falcon at the end of the movie,
hold on, because he came back to that one. But here, even if you want to give him that, there's another Captain America running around and doing this thing, right? And everything works out, say, exactly the same way. He knows that Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. all the way back then. What about all the people that were experimented on, manipulated?
Well, we don't know what he did, though. Maybe he changed the timeline,
no,
because it still happened.
Because it all still happened. It all still happened, and he still settled down and had kids like that with her. And sacrifice all those lives, all those people, and all the knowledge, all the people that died, Black Widow, everybody, everything that happened, just so he could be with a woman. Is that Captain America? No, that is not, and I do not buy it.
Go ahead and say what you're going to say, Williams. I need to respond to all this.
I refuse to buy that.
He goes back in time. So Peggy Carter has her grandchildren, she has her family and all that, right? So he goes back in time. basically eliminates them from existence, just so he can get a piece of ass.
Yes.
Thank you. What part of Captain America was by their own rules?
You guys are not.
Captain America.
I think it's a beautiful ending to a story arc because this is
Oh,
why.
God.
Okay, after
He
everything
eliminates an entire generation of family. What
No,
about the
no,
all those
grandkids and
people
stuff?
are dead.
They never got a chance to be born.
Literally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was taken over by Hydra and run by Nazis, and he did nothing about it. He
If he
didn't
made
even warn
if he
anybody.
made a new timeline, he could have altered history. You don't know for sure.
Okay, but you still end up at the end of Endgame. Everything that has happened. So that means he did not intervene. He watched it, and he eliminated poor Peggy's grandchildren. So Billy Joe or Diane or whoever great or grandchildren she was supposed to have, they're just eliminated. They're just erased.
And it's even weirder that he actually kissed her granddaughter or whatever that was, and then went back.
We don't mention that. That is the one weird thing. We don't talk about that. But here's the thing. In terms of, like, would he actually do that? Think about it, man.
So we can't mention
No,
what happened. The facts. So I get it, RJ. If you live in a world without facts, yes, it's a beautiful thing that Captain America got to settle down and have a family.
Through time.
Let me just say it real quick, okay? So, like, the thing is, like, after that entire battle where every Avenger united against Thanos, I think what that was supposed to mean is that Captain America trusts that these heroes can continue on his legacy and they can fight the fight and fight greater threats than Thanos. That's why he gave Sam the shield. He knows he can carry on the legacy and he can fight and just do just as great a job as he is. He doesn't have to be there. He's like a war hero returning home after, the soldiers of World War II. He goes
Sam
gets to
Raimi
go back
disagrees
home.
with you.
He gets to go back home, man, and he gets that, Tony Stark sacrificed his life and he realized, man, I need to go home. It's time.
No.
You guys don't.
No. I mean, come on. Maybe some other guy, maybe Tony Stark, but the Captain America that they defined for all these movies. That now John Walker, maybe not that Steve Rogers that they built. Not that guy.
Did you not feel anything when they were dancing together at the very end of the movie? That's the last shot where they kiss. I mean, come on. That not warmed your heart at all?
No, it pissed me off even more, and that was where I got really angry because I was sitting there going, Captain America wouldn't do all this stuff and abandon everybody for a woman.
He didn't abandon them, though. He knew they could establish
He wouldn't change the timeline, knowing that he would eliminate people. He wouldn't do that. He just wasn't that. He didn't put his needs first. His needs always came last.
I know, but after everything he went through, he decided to be selfish for once. He earned the right to be selfish for once in his life.
That's a big selfish move, though.
He didn't just superheroes earn the right to be selfish. So how many people does Superman get to save before Superman gets to decide he gets to be selfish? He saved the entire freaking planet.
The Flash was
in Man of Steel.
I'm just saying
the Flash. Yeah, he saved all.
He wanted to save his mom.
He saved everything, and he doesn't get to be selfish and save his mom without it like literally triggering like the end of everything. But I mean, like, but you know what? You're right, because the Flash, man, he saved everybody in Zack Snyder's Justice League. So in his Flashpoint movie, does that mean he gets to save his mom? And you know what? The Themyscirans and the Atlanteans be damned. All them be damned. They can all die, and Mira's head can get cut off. And I'm sure the fans will enjoy watching Amber Heard's head roll. And the Flash just earned that, right? I mean, like Batman, for God's sake, like, what has he done that he finally gets to, have dude?
I know.
Point of superheroes.
I understand.
That's why it pissed me off so much.
What about Tony Stark's death? Did that make you upset?
Not
actually, you know what? No, I did not. No, because I expected it.
It was so predictable.
It was predictable.
What? It was predictable. I thought Cap was going to be the one to die. I thought it was going to be Iron Man that lived on.
Not only was it predictable, but you know what? It was also pointless because they could have literally gone back and got a Tony Stark from any other thing and brought it back.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
But that is how that works.
Look up The Crossing. Google a storyline called The Crossing. Back in the late 90s.
That is how that worked. That's the problem, RJ, is that is how it works. That's the problem.
It's like when people tell me that Gamora's death doesn't mean anything. No, it did mean something, because the Gamora that came back is the Gamora that never experienced Guardians 2 or any of the stuff that the relationship with Peter. That's still lost. That character still died.
By the way, that we can't bring Natasha back because of the way she died. Didn't Gamora die the same way?
No, she did, but the thing is, they brought her Gamora back, but it's not the same Gamora. It's a different Gamora who never met the Guardians, doesn't know them.
All they would have had to do
relationships.
is bring Natasha
So
back
that
from 5
something was
minutes
still
before.
lost and sacrificed. Okay.
But see, this is what Endgame was for me. It was 20 minutes of a really good movie because when they come through that porthole and they all get together and Cap gets the hammer, 20 minutes of greatness layered in 3 hours of pain.
You didn't like the scene between Thor and his mom?
Sorry, they're still
No, that was one of the bad ones because what is he doing taking back? What is that Thor in that 2013 doing now that the current Thor jacked his hammer and went to the future? So every battle that Thor needed to fight from that point on, he's going to lose because he doesn't have his hammer, right?
Let me say this. The time travel logic is wonky in that movie, but sometimes, man, you just got to let it go and just ride with the fan service. It's a love letter to the fan.
But not as the conclusion.
Movie, I can't.
If it was
just a small tool, it is literally the spine of the movie. It is a time travel movie that
it's literally the closing act. It's literally the closing act for like over 20
I'm like
films.
the worst debater. Like if I had someone who like knew time travel, knew the logic of the movie much better, someone could debate this a lot better. I can only tell you what I enjoyed because it made me feel emotions.
Fine, it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. That moment when everything opens up when you know
on your left you hear Sam
on your left and I love it looks
when you pick up the hammer, I lost my mind.
Yeah,
it looks beautiful. It
woke me up from
beautiful.
being asleep for 3 hours.
Yeah, look, it looks absolutely beautiful, but they crapped all over the Hulk. The Hulk is like the worst thing ever. And look, you want to people have a problem with Batman v Superman, Man of Steel, and like whatever. Like seriously. So when did they show us that he became Professor Hulk?
Well,
when did they actually show us any character progression with the Hulk? Literally we went from one movie where Hulk was like, "Oh, the sun's going down, big fella," and he's flying off somewhere. And then the next thing we know is like, Hulk can talk a bit. But you know, Hulk.
Well, it's because it's been years on that planet. It's been years.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I get that. But where is the progression? Like for us to actually see Hulk get there, and then the next time we see Hulk, he's like, "Well, yes, indubitably. Do you have any Grey Poupon?" It's just like it's just accept it. And the thing is I don't hate Marvel fans for accepting it because it's something they love and they like it. And so like so RJ, I do not stand here telling you, as I always say, do not like tell anybody that their fandom
of course.
Your fandom matters, absolutely, and I totally get it. I'm sorry,
before I make your point, can I say that Kevin Feige is gracing us here in the chat?
Yes, I saw that. Yes, I saw it. It says I would bring up Kevin Feige's thing, but I got Peter Rabbit Defenders 999 super chat here, and we haven't gotten to the end of that one yet because we got up on this whole
I'm sorry, I just love Endgame. I do.
No,
I know
people do, but Infinity War to me is much better because it sets up a lot of great things. But the only reason
Infinity War is better. I do agree.
I can't forgive the time travel in that movie just because it literally makes it up as it goes along, and it doesn't it doesn't even play by its own rules. It just says,
well, that's the biggest thing.
So
establish your rules and play by them.
At this point, this matters, but at this other point, it doesn't matter, even though it's the same thing. And
again, though, like in my opinion, at least for me, it's a fan service movie. Just let it. I know. Let it go and enjoy it for what it is.
But for me, even though, like, I don't want to even see just fan service as a fan of the fandoms that I am a part of. Like, I don't want to just see a DC movie that's just fan service just to be fan service. I just don't want to. I don't want to see just like cool things on the screen just because they look cool. I want a good story that makes sense.
Well, of course. I mean, to me, I enjoyed the story because again, I like the time travel elements of going back and visiting the previous movies and seeing those characters interact again and dealing with the loss and stuff.
In theory, that's a great idea. Okay, but when it messes up stuff and like raises more issues for how that movie ends, where it's like I said, literally all you have to do, Tony passes, so his daughter is without a dad. So why don't you go back to the moment that he figured out time travel and you go, hey, you're going to end up sacrificing yourself in this other world. We're going to grab you and take you out of here.
Well, I mean,
and his daughter doesn't grow up.
The problem with time travel stories is that 99% of them always have plot holes like that. I mean, it's just
except for Terminator.
I'm just saying, there's always plot holes in time travel movies.
But
that's why time travel is a difficult plot point.
I will give you a week solid to find one in Terminator. Especially the first 3 movies. The only ones I count. The first 3 Terminator movies were spot on in regards to time travel and altering timelines and everything else. And every movie that uses linear time travel for me should use that. That's
the thing. It's like that's the whole point of time travel. That if you go and you change something, you risk screwing up everything. And to say, well, we didn't. But the point of that movie was if you go back and change it, everything is still screwed up where you left from.
Yeah,
like you can't fix anything, right?
Yeah, you couldn't stop judgment.
So when everybody dies, everybody died.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't know.
So all your original heroes. What I'm saying is Spider-Man. Well, first of all, I felt nothing when Spider-Man died because I knew.
Oh come on!
The
acting performance. So the acting performance is what gives that thing emotion.
I want to go. There were people in the movie theater when I watched it cry.
I sat there watching them fade off, going, "Huh, this is going to be cool to see them bring them back." Because they're not going to let.
Well, of course, they're going to come back, but that emotional impact
They're not going to let Black Panther die. They're not going to let Black Panther die. But here's the clincher with all that: they're all still dead because you can't change. You can't go back and change it. So even if you go back, it doesn't change a thing.
Well,
it doesn't.
In linear time, if you did linear time, you can. That's.
I know that.
I will say though. I will say I do agree with you guys that the Hulk in the MCU could be handled a lot better. I liked him in Ragnarok, but Professor Hulk's not my thing no more.
Ragnarok. I mean, wow.
I like Ragnarok.
I
love Ragnarok. I don't hate everything.
What Ragnarok tells me is what little faith they have in Thor as a solo character, because they load up his character with everybody to distract.
Well, they had to go in a different direction though, because again, Thor the Dark World.
I wish I could highlight MX Bravo's thing here without getting rid of Peter Rabbit's Defender. Because the second I get rid of Peter Rabbit's Defender, I'm not gonna be able to pull it back up. But and I don't want to forget it. So MX Bravo here.
I thought we covered Peter Rabbit though.
Only. Well, the last part was what are your. I got to Enosh don't care about Endgame, and we just like spiraled. like Peter Rabbit, you like ignited a conversation. You're getting your $10 worth. What are your guys' unpopular opinions on movies? Minus Speed Racer is a great movie, but real quick, MX Bravo said only T1, T2, and Sarah Connor Chronicles for me. Sarah Connor Chronicles,
great show,
awesome show.
Great show, but no, T3 was the most important one. It's the one that tied it all together, because the general, the way they explain how Judgment Day was never going to be stopped.
Yes.
How it was always inevitable, and all when Dyson died,
it's not as good. It's not as good, but it's still it makes that point. Yes, you're absolutely
right. When Dyson dies in 2, everything should have disappeared, because of the sole reason for John Connor existing is because his father was sent back in time.
Oh my gosh. Sapo here says, and from where Old Cap took the shield, he left another timeline Cap without the shield.
No, he went in with the same shield he went in with.
No, he kept his shield.
Yeah, that's right. He kept his shield. That's just funny.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
I mean, Terminator 3.
Well, what are some unpopular opinions you guys have on movies? Since
I hate Thor Ragnarok.
I love Superman 3.
Really, the Richard Pryor one? My dad thinks that's the worst Superman movie.
I love Superman 3. I don't understand why anybody hates that movie. It's got the best flying special effects of any of the Superman movies. Any of them. The crane work on that movie is absolutely amazing. If you just switch out Webster for Lex Luthor, it's almost a perfect Superman movie for the time, especially. It's great. I mean, I don't mind the jokes. I laugh at the jokes.
Is that the one with the evil Superman, like the counter, like where
that's 4, isn't it? Is that 3 or 4? I can't. I gave up on the one.
4 is the one with Nuclear Man.
No,
three
I
is
mean like the
three has
Superman
a great story.
doppelganger who like freaks out all the time.
becomes evil. Yeah, because look, he goes back to Smallville, reconnects with Lana Lang, Annette O'Toole. The story is great because like he goes back, he connects with all that stuff. He kind of finds his purpose again. There's the great scene with it basically him fighting himself, his inner demons. I mean, that's almost that's almost pre-Snyder in the fact that like they literally show super for everybody who's like, I don't like Henry Cavill because he's so angry and he's this and that. At least Henry hasn't been shown sitting in a bar drinking whiskey, flicking peanuts at bottles and breaking them and scaring little children. Okay, that is what Christopher Reeve did. So
yeah. I think my unpopular opinion is I actually think that Spider-Man 3 is a good movie. I actually like Spider-Man 3.
Oh.
I don't know. I got some. Blade Runner 2049 is better than the original. Here's one.
Hey, William, I'm right there with you. I love Blade Runner 2049. I think that movie's a masterpiece.
Yep, Superman 3 has drunk Superman.
So Superman 2.
I apologize for causing that debate. I apologize for causing that debate. By the way, I that was like the most. I felt like everyone was coming at me in the chat. It's like, oh my god, look at this Marvel fanboy over here. Like, let me just clarify. I love DC too, and I'm not trying to be like excuse Marvel stuff or like and say DC's bad anyway. I just want to clarify that. Like, I understand.
Go ahead, make my day.
Marvel's got issues sometimes, man, but I love those characters so much. I just do.
And RJ, I'm sorry, man, if it felt like everybody was ganging up on you because
No, it's all good, man. That was awesome.
Oh my gosh, no, it's so funny. I'm so sorry if that's how you felt because I didn't want you to feel that way. But oh my gosh, yes, I'm very and people who know it that I'm kind of opinionated.
Yeah, I didn't know your history with that movie. Like,
I made my family actually feel uncomfortable because they all really liked it, and I came home and they were like, "What?" They're like, "Yeah, she looks so mad and angry." Like Tiffany's like, "You look so angry," and I'm like, "I am." I literally went to go see the movie the next day by myself.
Oh, wow.
In the afternoon, I went to a matinee of Endgame to just go see it by myself to see if I was wrong. And I wasn't as angry at it, but I was still like, my God, like there's so much going on here. And I just feel like now they're just trying to get past it now. It's like, yep, it happened. We're just going to move on and tell other stories.
Yeah, funny. So you don't think it deserved to be the #1 movie of all time at the box office?
Nope,
not in the least.
I have a confession to make. I saw Endgame 12 times in the theater. I saw it 12 times.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who saw it over and over again.
God bless you.
I barely got through the one time. And I don't watch it over and over again. I watch certain scenes. Like I watched the climax. I'll watch that because I love that part of the movie. But like I said, like most Marvel movies for me, it just doesn't get me. And in hindsight, it even makes me even angrier because I realized that I went and saw a lot of these movies because I went on for the ride.
You do you, boo, right?
Half these movies were like, if I would have skipped some of these movies, I would have been okay with the narrative just fine, and I wouldn't have lost out.
Yeah,
but
I mean, there's definitely some movies that don't connect to the overall narrative. I mean, that's for sure. Yeah. But I mean, I will say, like, there's only like maybe like a handful of Marvel movies I do like revisit. There's like other ones I just like. Yeah, I don't really feel like rewatching this one.
Yeah, like I'm not going to rewatch Guardians of the Galaxy 2.0 ever again. It's just I didn't like the movie, and then the whole Adam Warlock thing.
I love Guardians of the Galaxy 1, and actually I do want to watch Guardians of the Galaxy 2. I didn't think Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was as good as Guardians 1.
It was flat for me.
But I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I was absolutely wrong, and I can admit when I was wrong. That I did not think the Guardians of the Galaxy was going to be a hit at first because nobody knew who Guardians of the Galaxy were. And I looked at it and I said, there's a talking raccoon.
Everybody thought that was a flop.
There's a talking raccoon and a tree. You're going to tell what? No, this is going to be the one because look, if everybody was going after DC for the stupid little minute things that they were doing, I was like, there's no way that this is going to fly. They're going to make this work. And to their benefit, look, they knocked that first one out of the park and earned the respect of everyone. And look, I love those characters, right? I love those characters. But too, another reason why I'm kind of mad at Endgame is the Gamora storyline got to a certain point. Gamora's dead now. The Gamora that we've been watching
Yes,
is
and that's
gone.
part of the sacrifice. That's what her death has impact.
No, because you know who should have sacrificed himself and gotten the heck out of there? Hawkeye. Nobody gives a crap about
I
Hawkeye.
care about. Do you see my avatar?
You're gonna
avatar?
Hold on. You can tell me
my avatar.
You care more about Hawkeye than you do Gamora and Black Widow.
No, of course not. But I need Hawkeye there.
You prove my point. You prove my point. Hawkeye should have been the guy.
I need Hawkeye to get my Kate Bishop. So if that's what it takes, I will get my Kate Bishop.
I'm just saying, dude. I'm just saying. No. I'm sorry. You don't sacrifice people who matter. And Black Widow got screwed. We're having to watch her movie. We're having to watch her movie in a prequel that we're never going to get her again, and that sucks because
I do not believe that. Well, for 1 second.
What's that?
That you're not.
They're making Yelena Belova the new Black Widow, dude.
No, you're going to see her.
Scarlett Johansson's
you're going to see Tony Stark come back. Listen,
Tony's not coming back. If Tony comes back, it'll be his AI.
Comic book deaths are worth as much as used toilet paper, right? Just don't believe it.
Well, there's already rumors that Cap is going to show up in. I mean, there rumors. I don't know if they're. I mean, look at all the rumors that happened for WandaVision, for God's sake. But there's already rumors that what's his name, who plays the new Captain America, has
Wyatt Russell.
Wyatt Russell has
doing a great job.
Has I guess teased the idea of Chris
Evans
he was
playing coy with the press. He's like, hey, someone could show up at the end of the show. You never know.
Yes, I don't know. Benson's with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you. Says Enosh with HBO Max advertising the Snyder trilogy and Netflix hammering Army of the Dead. Are you still thinking the Snyderverse will return? So that's what we talked about the whole first half of this or more of this episode. In a nutshell, I will tell you. Let me just break it down for you. Do not let the idea of what they're saying about a trilogy stuff, that is all Warner Brothers. That's all Warner Brothers Pictures. If this continues, first of all, it will be on HBO Max. Yes, HBO Max has the money. Yes, people will come back and do it on HBO Max because streaming service. I feel like I got to hit all the greatest hits. Right?
Sorry, I was just laughing because.
Yes, they have the money to do it. Yes, the actors and actresses will come back because they love Zach. Zach, don't expect it to be announced anytime soon because first of all, they have to start all those contracts over from scratch for a different product. It's not a movie. It's not going to be a movie. It's going to be a limited series if it is. And yes, they're going to be able to shoot it back to back and get it done. And yes, those actors will come back because look, some of those actors are already doing limited series. Henry Cavill is not above doing a limited series or a streaming service thing. He's already done stuff for Netflix. He's doing two things for Netflix. He's on The Witcher and he was in Enola Holmes, like literally a movie that he wasn't even the big star of, right? So like, yes, they will come back. All that has to happen is things have to be in place. And I guarantee you, Zach ain't going to come back unless everything is ironclad. He's not going to risk all that again. And honestly, I don't want Zach to come back just to be mistreated again. Or nope. I would rather it end than Zack Snyder be taken advantage of in any way again. But do not believe that the Snyderverse is dead because Ann Sarnoff said so, because Ann Sarnoff is not the final word. If you hear either Zack Snyder himself come forward and say flat out, this is it. I have moved on. And I shared, I'm gonna put this back up just once more for Mark because Mark dropped a couple of super chats here, so I want to make sure that he sees this. So as long as Zack Snyder is saying things like this and answering people who are asking about it, do we still have hope? Are we still fighting? And he says yes by watching it and getting others to watch it. And then his comment at other places: do not. And I cannot emphasize this enough. Do not cancel your HBO Max subscription, but watch the Snyder Cut, watch Justice is Gray, and watch many, many other things on there because it shows them that you are a customer of all of their properties and all of their things. And they're keeping an eye on that. They're tracking all of that information and they want to know what your watch patterns are. Did you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League when it first came out? What are you engaging with now? So that if we give you more, are you going to stick around or are you just going to be gone after we give you something right away? So yes, Mark, it is definitely still in the cards. It is not something. So if as long as Zack Snyder hasn't told you or Jason Keelar hasn't told you, do not believe those things. And yes, as far as the trilogy goes, yeah, I know Ann Sarnoff has tried to say it's a trilogy, and she's tried to put out there that it's a trilogy. We all know it's not a trilogy, that it's a 5-part thing. But the reality is Ann Sarnoff trying to do the math on whether or not it's a trilogy is basically like Big Papa Pump here trying to do it.
You take your 33 and a third chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning at sacrifice. But then you take my 75% chance of winning. If we used to go 1-on-1 and then add 66 and 2/3%, I got a.
Did you just say 3? That's not 3 pieces. That was 5 pieces. How do you not understand that? Learn math. I certainly did.
E.D. Williams' expression is classic during that whole thing.
Yep.
That was ad-libbed.
I know.
Scott Snyder's amazing.
So that's that part of it, Mark. We you can go back and actually watch the first part of this video. We talk about it in a lot more detail, but basically that's the nuts and bolts of it. Is that yes, Zach has moved on to Army of the Dead right now because that's his next film coming out, and he is doing some things with Netflix, but he has already said that he would come back. He said it's not up to him; it's up to the powers that be, Warner Brothers or HBO Max or whoever, At&t, whoever wants to do it. He said it's not up to him. He wants to do it. He wants to give people his story. And but I know for certain that he wants to do it. Now you can take, and I know I'm not saying you, Mark, but like people can take what I say for whatever they want to take it for. But again, I will just say there's this little thing. I don't feel that I'm by myself in this when I say that, this Saturday and Sunday, part of a little thing called Justicecon. People hear stuff. People are doing stuff. Don't give up. Keep the fight up. Do not stop.
Absolutely, man.
And Benson's here with a £5 super chat. Says, you want to talk about opinions on movies? Try being a Condor Man fan and fighting for a reboot. That's awesome. I always love it. Mark always brings up Condor Man. Do you guys remember Condor Man?
I gotta check that out. I've heard of it, but
yep. I'll end that by saying yes. I'm your hookup. Holler if you hear me.
Wow, there were so many times where he would get on TV and he was live on Nitro, and they would bleep out entire chunks of what he was saying because it was so vulgar. It was classic. When they would come to Vegas and you would hear him live and what he was saying, you're like, oh my god, there's no way they're gonna let this go. They had a 7-second delay just for
real
Scott
quick
Steiner.
though.
Don't delete. Keep on repeat.
I just want to respond to Enoch's Hawkeye thing real quick. Okay. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm done with this head cave thing because I know we don't keep dragging on. But I'm just saying, if it, I know you said, they should have killed off Hawkeye because he doesn't matter thing. You know what would have happened if Hawkeye died? I know, that's why I was laughing. You know what happened?
Everything would have made more sense and been better.
No. If they would have killed off Hawkeye, you guys, not you specifically, Enoch or William, I just mean in general, you guys would have said, I didn't care about him dying at all. It meant nothing to me. So they killed off characters that had emotional meaning to people. I mean, they wanted an emotional impact, so they killed off 2 characters that would have got an emotional reaction from the audience. That's why they did that.
I'm jaded comic book guy, and I've seen so many characters. The only character I've ever seen not come back from death was the original Captain Marvel. That's it. Everybody else dies one year, and they're alive the next year, and there's a miniseries about them coming back to life. No matter what company it is, comic book deaths have become so worthless that even when I see them on movies, I'm like, I'm not sure.
I just want to make that point because, again, if they would have killed off Hawkeye, then nobody would have cared, and you guys would have complained that death was meaningless.
I don't know.
No, because then I would have said I would have said, you know what, that makes sense because there's people who love Hawkeye and means something.
He's got a family.
He's got a family, and that weighs heavy.
Well, they have a plan, man. They got a plan for Kate Bishop, so they got to honor the plan.
I'm just enjoying Winter Soldier right now because that's some of the best stuff that they put out.
I'm loving that show. Great. Yeah.
And John Walker is just his character. Why he deserves an Emmy for or at least a nomination, in my opinion, for the way he's played the character, the way you could empathize, especially as a former soldier. I could empathize with the way he reacted to what happened to, as a spoiler alert, what happens to his partner. I could relate. I would not have necessarily done that in response, but there are some people who've worn the uniform that have and would have. And they made that character. You had to sit and think. We were conflicted. Yeah, what he did was horrible, but at the same time, damn, and that he's not really a villain in that respect. So I love what they're doing with him. The development with Bucky is continuing from the movies. Like I said, I wish this was more than 6 episodes. That's tragic that this is only. You gave me 9 episodes of WandaVision, 6 of which I could have done without. But I got this series now that I want 9 episodes or more.
Oh.
And no, it's not, by the way.
Oh.
I have not seen that movie.
I don't think I've laughed more in a film. Okay, so let me tell you. So when I saw Ang Lee's Hulk, I was on tour. I was in Wisconsin with my band, and we had a 12 to 14 hour drive back to Michigan from where we were. And the band all wanted to go watch Hulk because it had just come out that weekend, and we had to drive home. And we got this 15 passenger van. We had brought all of our wives with us, and it was going to be a long drive. We had already, been out on the road for a while. We were on our way home, and my keyboard player did not want to go to the movie. He's like, I don't want to waste 2 hours. He's like, I just want to, go home, get home as soon as possible. And because his wife didn't come. And so he's like, I just want to go home and see my family. And we were just like, oh, but you know what? Come on. Let's just go watch Hulk. It's the Hulk, man. Come on, let's go watch it. And so we went to go watch the Hulk, and nobody said a word when we came out because we felt so horrible. And John was pissed off at everybody.
There's some amazingly funny bad moments in that movie.
We just kept wishing that it had been better, because then we could have at least talked about it. But like, nobody even wanted to even whisper.
This is an awkward silence when you leave.
Yes,
the theater.
it was such an awkward silence when we came out, and it was.
That director got better though.
Oh,
that
yes.
director got better.
I'm sorry. I know the Hulk, leaps, and that's how he gets replaced. But I'll never forget, there was just one uncut scene where the Hulk is standing like really close to the camera, and he leaps, and you see him, and he's just like, boom. But so he's like right up here, and he's like, pew, and it just stays right there. And you see the Hulk going farther and farther away from the camera, and like he's like way back over here, and it never cuts. And it's like way later, like it's all silence, and all of a sudden he lands there, and it's like, good God, what am I watching?
Ang Lee is a great director.
How about when he tossed the tank? He tosses the tank, smashes it against another tank, and then the guys in the tank get out of the tank, and we're like, wow, are we lucky to be alive? No, you're dead. You are very dead.
Ang Lee is a great director, but the problem with that movie is that he tried way too hard to like do a.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. You've been awesome in the chat and stuff. Thank you. He tried way too hard to make it like stylistic, like a comic book, but it just came out very cheesy and bad. No, it was not used.
Yes,
Black Widow death had emotion. I cried.
They're coming after you. They're coming after you.
I cried when Black Widow died. Legit, like I was crying. I had like a single tear going down my face, man. That got me.
You want to see the direct sequel to Endgame? Here's the direct sequel in 2 parts. Also like Infinity War and Endgame. All right. So here you go.
Let's go take a tour of the aisle, shall we? They got loud bologna, dog eggs, and a jar of celery farts, bicycle meat, swamp butter, and a hummingbird that's bigger than you, chocolate photographs, reverse watermelon, roast beef that zaps you when you touch it, secret peanuts, divorce carrots, then the stuff inside of balloons. The stuff inside of balloons. They've got a fictional aisle. Fictional aisle. Filled with fictional food. Fictional a can of green cans and a panic jam. A box of rice, but the box is a goose. The goose is alive. A fictional aisle. Don't eat the goose. Filled with fictional food. Recycle the goose. A kilometer of fruit by the foot, and some noodles made out of the moon. You've reached the end of the aisle, and you take a look back. To
To your surprise, the aisle now says factual items. Reason being, you saw the aisle, and seeing is believing. But how could it have been fictional beforehand when we, the narrators, claim to have seen it in the first place? Simple. We aren't real. Well, we weren't until you saw us. And now we are real. All because of you. So from the bottom of our hearts,
Thank you for making us real.
Where do you find this stuff, man?
That reminded me of Detachable Penis from King Missile.
Oh yes, yes, yes. But yeah, that it's basically you went on a long journey to just thank you for making us real, because all those people that they brought back didn't exist before that movie, and now they do.
Yeah.
But the original ones are all dead.
Yeah, we could honestly debate Endgame.
You should have a
those
stream just on
movies.
time travel.
You know what?
Your heroes are all dead.
You know what, Enosh? If you ever did a stream where you just want to sit down with me and talk Marvel, we can debate the stuff for
I'll
hours.
bring in
I would
charts.
totally be on board.
I'm bringing charts.
Right? Yes.
Evidence and exhibits. I'm bringing
Rage. Every time I watch Endgame, it just hurts.
To be honest with you, I still don't know how I managed to watch that movie 12 times in theaters. I saw the re-release that they did with the poster and everything. I saw it like twice, I think.
Thank you, Ang Lee. I'll let him know. I'll let John know that that you apologize. I'm so I can go back later and take a screenshot, but you know what? I'm actually gonna take a photograph of my screen here and send this to John. John will get a kick out of that. That's great. Well, we've had an eventful night, haven't we?
Yeah, it got a little interesting at the end. We talked some debate about some time travel, but it's all good fun.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I hope that we didn't scare anyone off with
You know what though? A Zack Snyder directed Marvel movie would be really cool. I'll just say that. I would like to see Zack Snyder in the MCU one day.
They won't let him. His style. They won't let him.
Hey, Kevin Feige's working with some interesting directors lately. I mean, you never know.
Zack Snyder's an icon now. Zack Snyder is like Paul Bunyan. He's become larger than life, and to a certain segment of Marvel.
They got Sam Raimi back
Marvel
though.
family.
They got Sam Raimi back.
Yeah, but Sam Raimi is in a different way though. His biggest movie for a comic book has been a Marvel movie. You're talking about somebody who's polarized an entirely different. I don't know. The distraction would be on Zack
I mean,
Snyder.
it would probably never happen. It's just I would actually like to.
It'd be cool if you did it under a surname or a pen name like Zach Johnson or something and did it, and nobody knew who it was.
This is William trying to piece together all the time travel mistakes in Endgame.
We got to do that straight. And time travel in general in movies, you should have the top 10 worst examples of time travel, and Endgame is going to be up there. Back to the Future is going to be in there, and the best one as far as linear time travel, which is the only theory I go by because everything else is BS. Linear time travel is Terminator.
I'll have to go watch some YouTube videos to refresh my memory so I can actually properly debate it because I feel like I made like no coherent sense the entire time I was defending that movie.
You know who
the stuff you were going on was you had bad evidence because the people who supplied you with it, who made these movies, didn't give you much to work with.
No, it's also too. I'm working more so off emotion than logic. The way I look at that movie.
That's fair.
You know who I want as Plastic Man? Bill Hader.
Oh, Bill Hader would be great.
How about aren't they doing
a Plastic Woman movie though? Like it's a Plastic Man movie that's gonna be a woman instead of a man.
Why?
That was in Hollywood Reporter about a year ago, I think.
I can't get more Justice League.
That's yes.
But I can get this.
Stupid! You're so stupid!
William, you're getting Our Man, you're getting Plastic Man, you're getting probably Swamp Thing. I mean, come on, man.
I put Swamp Thing ahead of Plastic Man. That guy annoyed me as a cartoon.
I would love to look. I would love to see Plastic
Hula
Man.
Hula.
I just want to see Plastic Man done right, and like like Hellblazer's like that could work. Bill Hader would be great. Oh,
I know.
I saw a meme actually that had Bill Hader. It said "Hear me out" for the Plastic Man movie, and it was Bill Hader as Plastic Man, and it was what's his name from the Lonely Island.
Andy Samberg.
Andy Samberg as Booster Gold. Can you imagine that movie?
I saw a picture where someone said they want a classic Blue Beetle and Booster Gold team up movie with Nathan Fillion and Alan Tudyk.
That's just people wanting Firefly over again, but that's fine. I'll take it.
Hey, I mean, I love me some Nathan Fillion, man.
Here's WB Suits arguing over what they should do next. Let's see, more Justice League or crazy stupid ideas.
Best butts to sniff at the park. I don't think this is an article for human readers.
Now hold on there, Stewie. Just hear the man out.
Thank you, Chris.
You know what though? MX Bravo, Zack Snyder directed Captain Marvel movie with Brie Larson. That could have been legit. Because I think the problem with Captain Marvel is that they didn't have a strong director at the helm. So hey, Zack Snyder, Captain Marvel.
Yeah, that story was so much there. I mean, with the scroll, I mean, that story had the potential.
Again, it was the directors, man. That's why they're getting
the screenplay sucked too. So
yeah, well, I had like 8 different writers. So yeah.
Norton as the Question would be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the Question, by the way. He's a great character.
Read Black Label. Read the Question comic that came out for Black Label. If you really want to see that Question or that character in its true hardcore form, DC Black Label released the Question comic. It's excellent.
Those Black Label books really good. Why hasn't there been a Question live action thing yet, like a movie or a TV show? Again, so many characters are sitting on, not doing anything with.
That's a character that I don't think a lot of people are going to take a risk on, because even though the hardcore people know him, somebody would have to take that on that just wanted to do their own story and not connect with anything else. But then you're going to spend whatever money you spend on it. It's a big risk because nobody really knows who he is, unfortunately. I mean, I know who he is, and I know who he's influenced. It's like Rorschach. Yeah. I mean, there are characters all over comics that he has influenced heavily. But you're taking a risk when you're putting out Superman, Batman, Captain America, Thor, and here's the Question. That would be something that would be a nice low budget thing that you could put on HBO Max, or somebody, a big name director could do it, I guess, and just basically say, this is my like a J.J. Abrams say, I'm gonna take my name and I'm gonna shine the light on this character. I just don't see him having enough variety, but he would make a great movie.
You know what, real quick, William, who would you cast in the Fantastic Four movie for MCU? Because I'm warming to the idea of Brandon Routh as Reed Richards lately. I'm really warming up to that idea.
I really like the ones that people expected. I do like John Krasinski. I do like his wife as those two.
Emily Blunt. Yeah,
Emily Blunt. I like them not only because they resemble the characters, but they are great. They are great actors, and they work well. They work well with each other. They have a rapport that a husband and wife need to have, and they don't just cheese it up either. They would be credible couple. As far as the thing goes, it wouldn't really matter because it needs to be CGI. Give me somebody who can do the voice. Johnny Storm. It all depends on. I wouldn't necessarily need a famous name for him. I would just need somebody that basically could play a kid brother in the same way, in the fun way that he.
I've been warming up to the idea of Samara Weaving as Sue Storm. Samara Weaving was in Believe Ready or Not, that movie that came out about a year ago, I think.
Yeah, with the family inheritance. Yeah, I remember that.
I like that movie. Yeah. What about you, Enoch?
I like their Krasinski thing. To be quite honest with you,
it's a little too on the nose at this point, though. I think I'd rather they cast somebody else at this point.
I get it. Brandon Routh.
I'm just saying Brandon Routh.
Brandon Routh would be interesting. I'll say this. I wouldn't be against Brandon Routh because I think Brandon Routh could do it if they allowed him to talk.
Hi, everyone, in the Poindexter Lounge. I hope you enjoyed Legends of Tomorrow, and thanks for watching.
But the one thing that will kill any casting is if the story blows. That's the one thing, because you can get an all-star cast and get them into these movies, and
That's
then
true.
the villains aren't
I mean,
compelling.
the
Like
casting
Doom.
for the Fox movies wasn't bad. I mean, I
No.
didn't like Jessica Alba as Sue Storm, but the
So
casting was great in those movies.
I just looked this up. And this is actually what happened. So this is interesting. So initially, it was offered. The position was offered to Darren Aronofsky, but he had just finished filming The Fountain. Joss Whedon, whose comic book Gifted was integrated into the plot script, but turned down the offer because he was working on a Wonder Woman film.
Oh boy.
At the time, if you remember that.
That disaster of a movie.
Yep. Rob Bowman and Alex Proyas.
Alex Proyas did the Crow. He did the Crow.
Oh, yeah. We're also rumored to be up for consideration, though Proyas personally turned it down, citing feuds with 20th Century Fox president Thomas Rothman while producing iRobot. He produced iRobot. Zack Snyder was also approached. He wasn't contracted. Zack Snyder was also maybe you meant, did that say contracted or contacted?
Contact. He was contacted.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was reading it as contracted, so I apologize. Contact. Yes, he was approached, but he was already committed to 300. Peter Berg was also considered to. Everybody was considered to be director of Part 3. For God's sake, Peter Berg was also considered to direct the film, but he too turned down the job.
Remember where X-Men was as a franchise back then? I mean, it wasn't that third one. Ugh.
Man,
third
movie could have been incredible.
And then they were just like, then they were just like, okay, we've tried everybody else in Hollywood. Brett Ratner, let's do it.
Well, if it wasn't for X-Men in 2000, we wouldn't have any of these comic book movies you had now. If it wasn't for what X-Men
couldn't you
did
say it was Blade that got the ball rolling, though? It was Blade first.
No, because Blade was a less of a risk of a character. You're talking about a character that most of the people who went to see that movie did not know who the hell Blade was. X-Men was different. X-Men was on a much, much larger scale. X-Men was a major, big scale promotion. And for that movie to do what it did, even if you didn't like everything about it, it showed everyone in Hollywood and every producer in Hollywood that you could spend that kind of money. You could get those type of actors and make a big budget comic book movie. And that opened the door for a lot of different things. It opened the door for Spider-Man. That opened the door for everything else that came up after that. That is the most, regardless of what you feel about that movie, that is the most important comic book production of the modern era, because it kicked the door open for that whole cinematic thing that we're sitting in now. And that was 21 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I was just checking Twitter before we head off, and I saw something that says, from We Got This Covered, their big headline is WB reportedly views the Snyderverse as a huge failure, and Zack Snyder's Justice League was a big flop. I'm like, really?
Well, that gives me hope. That actually gives me hope, because if We Got This Covered is saying that, then that means it's the exact
2% accuracy rate. 2% accuracy rate. That's not an exaggeration. That's true. They did a study on We Got This Covered, and they found out that 2% of their headlines are actually accurate. 2%.
2%, man.
2%. I'm not kidding. Google that. 2%. That you have to work really hard to miss on that stuff. But they got a good machine running. They get people to click on their stuff, and that's basically what it's all about. But as soon as I see them, or what Big Bag Robot, or what the other one is, there's another one that's really just awful as far as that goes. It gets people all hyped up and going. And then, like I said, all I need to do is see where they got that information from, and then I kind of peel back. Now, I'm not going to necessarily say everything that We Got This Covered says is a lie, but I'm going to wait until I hear it from several sources that I trust and that have a good record.
Condor Man, Benson's the £2 super chat. Condor Man started the MCU. Come on, guys! All so long ago. All right,
I need to check out Condor Man for sure.
For sure. Well, so this is for you, Benson's. Before we say goodnight,
why don't people moon each other anymore? People used to moon each other all the time, and there was nothing sexual about it. Possibly not sexual because I was 9 at the time, but the adults were doing it too. Wait a minute.
That was creepy. Why do you
I'm
have
sorry.
to send me off to bed with the creepy stuff?
You're welcome.
I'm still getting therapy for the fat guy fishing. All right, I still have to talk to people about that.
That video is amazing. I'm sorry, I love that. Cool.
Any trouble? I'm here fishing, minding my own business. So
Look, I'm gonna need you to leave.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
That video is amazing,
isn't it? I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Well, hey guys, thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. Whether or not you watched or you participated in the chat, you guys are all awesome. The chat has been absolutely great tonight, spawning many conversations actually that made it into the panel itself. Thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who Enosh compensating for Jarbo not being on the stream. He was here. Enosh, what are you, some kind of wizard? Yes, I am. Shh. But anyways, thanks to everybody who came on the stream tonight. Thank you, RJ, for being here. Why don't you tell them, RJ, where people can find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Resident Justice or on my YouTube channel, Resident Justice as well. Tomorrow is the Resident Evil Village Showcase. I'll probably be doing a stream on that. So if you like video games and like Resident Evil, I'll be covering that. So come out and hang out.
Absolutely. And I know that you don't have a YouTube channel there, William, but
not yet, but I'm working on something.
Yeah, you should. You should, man. It's going to blow up if you do, dude. But yeah, tell them where people can find your business, man.
If you're in Las Vegas, just come to the Commercial Center. It's called the Sci-Fi Center. It's right in the center of the city, in the shadow of the stratosphere. You can find me online just by Googling the Sci-Fi Center. I'm the only one. It'll pop up. And from there, you can go to all of our social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and just join my weird ride.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so don't forget, tomorrow night, you can be right back here at the Poindexter Lounge at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for our show, 2 Cents on Nonsense, where we talk about all kinds of fun, crazy stuff. Me and my friend Johnny Pop, we talk about, we got lots more to talk about, when it comes to Star Wars and ridiculous things.
You guys got a topic pick for this week? You got anyone you're covering? Anyone tease?
No, I'm not going to tease anything just yet because it may change. Because you know what? I've done that before, and then something else amazing drops from one of those two guys, and or something else drops from somebody else. And so so we'll just have to wait till tomorrow to tease any of that stuff. But yes, you can find us here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Time for 2 Cents on Nonsense. And then don't forget, we will be on the Justicecon panel on Saturday. It's going to be a full day, a full lineup. I do want to share with you guys real quick. I already shared it once, but I will share it again. The Justicecon website that you guys can go to, and here is the link right now in the chat. Go to the Justicecon website. Everything is on there, folks, and that you can find for all the panels and everybody who's going to be appearing and all of it. It's all right there, and there's links. Right, so you can see here. I'm showing you right here. If you go down here, there's it's going to be Ray Porter. Don't forget Victor Koo. Anybody who becomes a member of the channel, or becomes a patron, or just gives a super chat at any time this next week, you're going to get an well, not everybody. One person will be getting an autographed Victor Koo poster here.
I'm going to unsubscribe and subscribe, man. I'm gonna quit all the stuff and come back in.
I have no.
If you're already in, man. You don't. It's not just people who join up this week.
Okay.
Anybody who's already a patron, already a member, or if you do it in the next week, you're in. Or anybody who gives a super chat this week, you're in the running for this. And we've got 3 of these, so this is the first of 3 we're going to give away. So, and this is pretty awesome. If you haven't seen it already, it's got literally every character in the DCEU. And of course, Darkseid, and lots of people down here. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. And signed. That is actually signed by Victor Koo. I'm sorry. And I got this at BVS Comes Home when we watched BVS Comes Home. And so that right there.
Can I say, as a former giveaway winner, that Enosh does amazing giveaways, and I really appreciate that he gives out to his community like that. Because those comics, man, I haven't got a chance to talk to you, but I've been reading them. Thank you so much for that. It's been awesome.
Well, dude, thank you for being a supporter of the channel, and for
when you give away the box, the food box, I need to be in it.
right. But yeah, we so like right here, you can go right down here to our spotlight here on Patrick Tatopoulos, right? That's my panel right there, and if you click right there, it opens up. Of course,
Aren't you doing Batista too?
I am. Well,
Yeah.
you're not going to see this, but it opens up the Justicecon site, the YouTube channel, and so go subscribe there. But if you go there, if you follow this here and you click right there, it'll take you to that, and then you can see everything. And so Saturday, I'm interviewing Patrick Tatopoulos, and then Sunday, and that of course is Saturday. It's at 6:45 p.m. Eastern. It's from 5:45 to 6:45 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday, and then on Sunday, yes, day 3. Check this out, folks. We're gonna be right here, Dave Bautista. Yes,
I want to send you a statement. Can I email you a statement, because there's something I want to say to that guy about Blade Runner 2049, and that what his role in that movie. The more I watch it, that is greatness in less than 10 minutes. And all the roles he does, that is the most under scored role that he's done. He sets the tone for a 2 hour and 49-minute movie in a way that not very many characters who are on the screen for that small a time does. And that's I don't know if he doesn't get enough credit for that 9 minutes.
Send it to me, man, and I'll try to get
All
it in. Tiffany is going to be running the backstage area, because you will be able to ask questions of all these people, all these panelists and stuff. I mean, now look, last year there were thousands of people who watched. Okay,
18,000 at one time.
Yeah. So keep that in mind. But yeah, we will have a moment where we're going to go to fan questions. So there will be that.
Yeah, I'm right there with you too, William. By the way, his performance in the movie is amazing.
Yeah,
it's great.
It is great. I mean, like I said, it resonates for an entire movie, and he's in the beginning, and you don't, spoiler alert, but he's not around a long time, but he is in a way. And all the movies he's done, and Stuber and all that, that's first 10 minutes of Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah. Amparo went to bed, got back up.
It's my fault. We debated Endgame for like an hour and a half or something.
I know. My apologies. My apologies to Tim and to hold on a second.
They're gonna tear my YouTube channel up when I get it going. Boy, I can see it now. I'm like, what's he talking about?
Oh no, okay. No, I'm sorry. I thought I just saw something, but it wasn't. Okay. My apologies anyways to Tim and to Steven, because I said that we weren't going to bring you in because we were going to start to bring it to an end what about 2 hours ago. And here we are.
I got on at 11:30. So yeah.
So there you go. That's what happens sometimes here in the Poindexter Lounge. But you know what? We have fun, and that's what this place is. It's a community.
Yeah.
We all get together and we just nerd out. And we talk about fun stuff, But again,
it's an absolute joy being on here, man. I always appreciate being here.
I concur.
Well, I appreciate that. Don't forget, hey, use the hashtag. Do not delete your subscription to HBO Max. But you know what? Find ways to tell other people and introduce other people to Zack Snyder's Justice League. And Amparo's watching Zack Snyder's Justice League right now. Yes, Ashman, I would love to be on the Kent Farm podcast. I talked to somebody. I caught like the end of one of your streams the other night, and we talked about maybe in a couple of weeks coming on. And so, because I know I don't know who I talked to. I can't remember right now because it was like 6:30 in the morning a couple of days ago after I had streamed all night. So I can't remember exactly who I talked to. But we talked about he was taking I know he was taking this week off because he's on his honeymoon. So congratulations to him. And yeah, but a couple weeks, I'd love to come on. Maybe we could talk about doing that. Also, congratulations tonight to Pepperoni Pizza, who was hanging out there. Yes, who was hanging out there over on Twitch. That was pretty awesome. Had a new baby boy. And so,
his kid's grown now for as long as the stream's been. No,
I'm telling you, that's how we roll.
The kid's walking now.
That's how we roll. So I just leave you with just telling you, look, man, stay positive. Do not give up this fight. Zach himself has encouraged us to continue, and we're going to continue until we hear word from the top. Ann Sarnoff is not the top. Ann Sarnoff is a woman who doesn't do math very well.
Remember, Jason Keelar is the key.
Absolutely. Jason Keelar is the key. So that being said, I'm going to leave you with two little things real quick. And just remember, like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But seek to have good conversations with others and about what they like and about what you like. And just like we had tonight, we ganged up on RJ a little bit and, beat him up. You know what? He likes Endgame and he deserves that. He knows he's in a DC only zone. No, just kidding.
Yeah. I'm the Marvel representative of the group.
There you go. That. There you go. So, but as The Rock would say, you could take your Marvel, turn it sideways, and no, that's not what I wanted to say either. Basically treat everybody with respect. You guys know, we love you, RJ. We love you. We love all of you, and we have a great time with all of you. Thank you for being such a great community here at the Poindexter Lounge. Whether you watch live, whether you catch the replays. No matter what you do, if you're lurking and we've never even talked to you, we're just glad to have you here. And we're thankful for each and every one of you. All right. So until next time, stay nerdy. And remember a couple of things that I'm going to share here with you real quick. Remember, in the words of the lovely Gal Gadot.
Told me that he's going to get his cut. And I was super, super excited for him to finally get to tell his own version of the story and kind of correct the curse.
We talking about bands, but I still bust the heat. We've been going on for like 4 hours now, like Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League.
Go. We'll see y'all next time. Another 4.5. It's almost 5 hours stream now. We've been going off for about 4.5 hours, 5 hours about Zack Snyder's Justice League. Until next time. Stay nerdy, guys. Bye-bye.